Carlos, repite. Repeat what you just said.
Testing 1, 2.
No.
Oh, yeah, we'll be starting the meeting in about 1 minute.
Yo voy a ir.
Sound check 1, 2, 3. Testing, test.
Pues mire, lo que podemos hacer es
Okay, good morning, everyone. The continuation of the 182nd Caribbean Council meeting held in San Juan, Puerto Rico at the end of this week, August 16, 2023. I'm going to start with a roll call. I'll start with Graciela.
Graciela García Moliner, Council Staff, buenos días.
María López, no Fisheries.
Roberto Sabater.
Pete Zamboni, Noah's Office of General Counsel.
Dr. Governor of Fisheries.
Fisheries Chair.
Vanessa Ramirez, Vice Chair.
James Craig, Little Council Member, St. Thomas, PI.
Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Buenos días, Alejandra Rivera, Council Staff. Buenos días, Cristina Olan, Council Staff.
Sanaya Aptis, VIP PNR Division of Fish and Wildlife.
Good morning, everyone. Nelson Greco, the Chair, Puerto Rico.
Good morning, everyone. Julian McGrath, DAP Chair, St. Thomas, St. John.
Good morning, Justin Martinez, DAP Chair, St. Clair.
Good morning, Nicole Angeli, USDI Division of Fish and Wildlife.
Good morning, Howard Forbes, DPNR Enforcement. St. Clair.
Good morning, Vance Vicente, SSC.
Buenos días, Alida Ortiz, Outreach and Education Advisory Panel.
Good morning, Manny Antoneris, Melville Office of Law Enforcement.
Good morning, Jenna Martino, Council Staff.
Rachel Edley, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Lee Corbin, Southeast Fisheries Science Center. David Behringer, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Catherine Godwin, Southeast Fisheries Science Center. Good morning, Nicole Brio, St. Thomas Fisheries Liaison.
Good morning, Leandri de la Cruz, Port San Pedro Fisheries Liaison, DPNR Division of Fish and Wildlife.
Hi, Ann Williamson, NOAA Fisheries Atlantic Valley Migratory Species Management Division. Carrie Saltanoff, HMS Management Division.
Good morning, Ruth Gomez, St. Thomas Fishermen's Association.
Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico Fisheries Liaison.
Janet Ramón García, Puerto Rico Sea Grant Program.
Daniel Manos Caraballo, Puerto Rico Department of Natural and Environmental Resources.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carlos, I'm going to read the names of the people that are in Zoom.
Thank you, Christina.
Okay, Sarah Stevenson, Miguel Rolón, Rachel O'Malley, Jack McGovern, Cindy Grace, Laura Simo, Virginia Sherbet, Marta Prada, DWAME, Kate Zamboni, Guy Dweck, FSCR Corp.
Thank you, Christina. So before I begin with the agenda, I want to thank everyone for yesterday's excellent participation and discussion with net gear amendments and the dolphin fish wahoo discussions. I think that went well. It was took a lot of time, but it was necessary. And I particularly want to thank Maria and Sarah for all the hard work they did in putting these documents together for us. So thank you very much. Alrighty, and continuation of what we missed out yesterday on the agenda. It'll be the Science and Statistical Committee with Van Vicente.
Okay. Sí, ya lo tengo. Ya, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will present a summary of a 5-day meeting that we had. The Scientific and Statistical Committee together with the ecosystem-based featuring team. You have the first slide, second slide. The meeting, as I said, it was a joint meeting between the SSC and the EV and that members. The EBFM staff members are Alinos is Juan Cruz Mota, Kenny McCarthy, Orion San, Estenay Aptes, Casey Williams, Arcila Seara, and Dr. Edwin Rivera, Cruz Rivera. The SSC members during the May 1 to the May 5th meeting was Jorge Garcia, Science, Richard Appledorn, Juan Cruz Mota, Todd Damke, Harry Williams, Michelle Sharon, Paz Vicente, Walter Kipley, Arcila Seara, and Jason Cole. These two teams got together and we asked a question, where are we going? We agreed that it's a very complex topic that we were going to be discussing, but complexity should not scare us. We already have overcome some complexities. For example, we were able to develop the island-based fishery management plans, and there's a final rule for this, which was effective in October 13 of 2022. That was complicated, but now it gets more complicated because now we're trying to get ready for ecosystem-based fishery management for those 3 island-based fishery plans. The first 2 days, the EBFM staff members were together. We were together in the same room with the SSC. Kindly, Senai Haptes was the chairman during those 2 days because the main topic was ecosystem-based fishery management. So there were 2 presentations, one by Senai Haptes, New Fisheries Ecosystem Plan Draft Outline, and a second, Orient Sally, reporting on the technical writing consultants for FAP development outlines. During that first day, we were told that the SSC was told that the mission of the EBF and TAP is to promote ecosystem-based approaches to ensure a healthy, resilient, and productive marine ecosystem and the fisheries resources dependent on such ecosystem within the context of the particularities of the fisheries resources. That's the mission, and it's very compatible with the definition of the National Ocean Council from the White House, which defines ecosystem-based management as an integrated approach to resource management that considers the entire ecosystem, including humans and the elements that are integral to ecosystem functions. EBM is informed by science to conserve and protect our cultural and natural heritage by sustaining diverse, productive, resilient ecosystems and the services they provide, thereby promoting the long-term health, security, and well-being of our nation. Let's digest that. Several topics were brought up and discussed informally, such as an emphasis loop ecosystem, optimum yield, optimum social goal, new memberships, the status of conceptual models, a finalized approved outline, strategic and operational objectives, and many other topics. The second day was a very full day, very complicated day. We had 9 presentations, and again, this second day was taken care of by both teams in the same room. Sara Gaisha presented on the using ecosystem information in the stock assessment and advice process. Juan Cruz Mota, or JJ, progress towards informing an ecosystem-based approach for fisheries management in the Caribbean. Adrian Rios spoke on the ecosystem status report, ecosystem indicators. Tauna Rankin gave a presentation on a risk assessment update. Maria Lopez Mercer gave us an update on the island-based fishery management plan. Juan Cruz Mota presented to us the CIMA Caribbean Gold Copy update. Marta Prada presented to us the Caribbean Fishery Management Council Geographic Information System platform. Tarsila Seara spoke to us on community social vulnerability indicators. And Kevin McCarthy presented to us the Southeast Fishery Science Center data triage work. Several topics were discussed. Define uncertainty, species and sector level risk elements, ecosystem overfishing indicators, natural mortality, ecological risk assessment, performance metrics, and reference points, and many other topics, including one that was added to the agenda, which consisted of determining whether the rainbow runner is a benthic reef fish or is a pelagic fish. During May 3 and 5, the team separated. We were in separate rooms to essentially develop what are our research priorities, and I believe that the EBF that decided also to form subcommittees to discuss the different aspects of the ecosystem-based management plan. So one, there was an overview of SSC research priorities, continuation of CEDAR 80 USBI Queen Triggerfish by Adriana Rios, and then we discussed with Kevin the spiny lobster term of references, which we adopted, which we accepted. And again, between May 3 and 5, the ABF and were in a separate room discussing their own internal matters and forming committees and developing their research priorities. Finally, on May 5, 2023, the SSC finalized the Scientific and Statistical Committee research priorities with ranking. So the topics, the research priorities were evaluated by the committee as a 1 lower priority, 2 middle priority, and 3 a high priority project. So I'm going to keep the slide. The research priorities are the following. 1, we decided that it's critical to improve our landing data. Based on Puerto Rico port landing study, Puerto Rico developed statistic-based methods to improve port sampling, improve expansion factor estimation and application, improve collection of length composition data. Do the above the same for USDI upon completion of the USDI port sampling study. Improve landing data collection via digital tools, evaluate digital formats for reporting and validate versus paper reporting. Second, we also consider a high priority the collection of biological data for life history population parameters. Again, we rank this as a high priority. 1, to improve biological data collection via digital tools timely prioritization of collection by species, using, for example, the IVFMPs, Island-Based Fishery Management Plan, and CFMC publications. Review and formalize stock prioritization process. Third, we give a very high priority to improve and do research on effort estimation. Again, we rank this as a high priority. Develop alternate methods for estimating efforts. Next, we also highly prioritize the preparation for H2 flexibilities. For example, simulations to test alternate ACLs for H2 flexibility, how to incorporate uncertainty into defining APCs from OFLs, and collect life history information. We also consider as a high priority to continue and develop some monitoring and surveys. For example, monitoring program of the fish populations in closed fishing areas, cooperative fisheries-based surveys, train and delegate to fisheries monitoring activities, and this I believe is very critical. Next, there was a 3+ high on socioeconomic data for management. Periodic systematic collection of data to provide a baseline and comparative basis for social impact assessment. Research to assess and integrate local ecological knowledge into decision-making. Determine the economic values of fisheries that can be used in assessing benefits and costs of alternative management measures. Next. We also rank with, I don't know what number we finally agreed on, but ecosystem-based fishery management mapping. Develop habitat maps from existing NOS multi-beam LiDAR data. And EBFM, assessing regulatory impacts, evaluate effectiveness and impacts of closed areas to evaluate the closed season relative to the spawning season. Review status of spawning aggregations within those closed fishing areas. Then regarding the status of species, 1, status of the species subject to seasonality in closed areas to protect spawning aggregations. That's number 3. Status of species subject to seasonal closures in the EEZ only, and in the EEZ and territorial waters. For example, for the quincup, deep water snapper, mountain snapper, lake snapper, grouper unit 4, yellowfin grouper, tiger grouper, etc. Also, we recommend to determine what the status of species are within the no-take areas, such as the high bank no-take areas in the EC and within the state waters, such as the monuments in the USVI, St. Thomas and St. Croix, EMP in St. Croix, and in Puerto Rico, the Northeast Corridor, Tres Palmas, Peña Reserve, Condado Lagoon Reserve, Isla Verde Marine Reserve, and others where fishing is prohibited year-round. Next, status of the fish population subject to year-round harvest prohibition, for example, the Nassau grouper in the US Caribbean. That was given a 1, but I think it should be higher. Status of the parrotfish species for which harvest is prohibited in the EC only. Midnight parrotfish, blue parrotfish, rainbow parrotfish. And next, the status of the quincum population, a prohibited species in the EEC of the subzones of St. Thomas, St. John, and Puerto Rico. We also recommend research on consequences of shifts in fishing practices. Shifts in fishing practices will lead to implementation of regulations. For example, gear changes from nets and trap. Next slide. Okay, that's very good. Gracias. Gear changes result in changes to the species count, the relative numbers of the species, size selectivity of the species, being targeted, and our ability to manage. Also shifts in fishing grounds. Status of species, we also recommend conduct research on the status of the yellowtail snapper of silvoprisur population. For example, the EEC size limit is 12 12 inches total length. Puerto Rico has a size limit of 10.5 inches fork length. There is no size limit in the USDI. Also, we recommend research to determine the status of wing-cam populations in St. Croix, given the current management regime, which allows harvest of wing-cam in the St. Croix EEC, like that. Status of the spiny lobsters and wing-cam populations. Both have catch restriction, but there is no information on the compliance of the recreational sector. That's the list of research priorities by the SSC. And then the next slide, that's the end of the presentation. So, any questions, any comments? More details about the meeting are included in the presentations given, which all of you have available. So if you need any specific information on any of the topics that I presented, you can pick up the proper presentation that was given on that topic. So that's it.
Thank you, Graciela.
No, Mr. Chair, Graciela, for the record, the SSC will be preparing a final research priority documents to be distributed to everyone. And the idea of this document is to have it in the forefront so that whenever there is an RFP that comes out, etc., we already have a plan for where to move. In addition to that, it should be consonant with the strategic plan of the CFMC. And we have provided that information also, we'll be providing that information to the Southeast Fisheries Science Center and the regional office for any monies that come up to fulfill any of these RFPs. In addition to that, it's a public document that can be provided to any scientist, to any group of collaborative people who might be interested in doing cooperative research program, oral program. I mean, there's quite a bit of funding opportunities. The limiting factor that we've come across is the availability of people, local groups, to do a lot of the work. So, one of the main issues that we need to think about is capacity building for the region. So having said that, that's not one of the issues that we discussed, but it's really in everyone's mind. So how the council can move forward in terms of capacity building for the region is the question that we have, and we need to address that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Graciela. Any more questions for Brand? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back regard for the record. Vance, I was wondering if the FSC discussed Rainbow Runner and had recommendations for the council on Rainbow Runner.
Yes, I believe that was in the second slide as other topics. Yes, we discussed that. Nelson Crespo brought it up to the SSC for discussion. And I recall that there was an Southeast Fisheries Science Center scientist there who agreed that the species is pelagic and not reef. And then I think that we went on a vote on that, and I think that we did vote, and we were in favor to accept the change from benthic reef fish to pelagic. Thank you, Julian.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Dr. Garland. So, I think there was discussion at the previous meeting about developing an amendment to make Rainbow Runner a pelagic species. I don't know if the council wants to make that motion now and give direction to the staff, or just give direction to staff without a motion to begin an amendment to Rainbow Runner.
Yeah, I think, that's a good idea. Anyone in the members want to make that motion?
I'll make the motion.
Yeah, you want some language on the board?
That would help.
Okay,
Essentially, we're just saying that we recommend that rainbow runner become pelagic species for the council. For our research.
Sí, estamos dando las medidas.
Yeah, Rivera, for the record, James, could you repeat it again and out loud so I can take it properly? Thank you.
I don't think I can, but I'll put it on.
well, we can have,
I move that, rainbow runner is designated as a pelagic species. Oh, sorry.
hang on a second, Gregor. You wanna have Jack get that language, because I think we got direct staff. To do that.
Yeah, I'll do that, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it should be that, the council, directs staff to begin an amendment to, change rainbow runner from a reef species to a wild.
Claro, te digo.
Yeah, Maria.
Just repeat, can I suggest, to reclassify instead of change?
That's agreeing with that. I would like to add the USBI to that because we have rainbow runners. So
Sí, pero
maybe
entonces,
all three of them.
it addresses the issue of each island having a separate list of species that are under management. Yeah.
Okay, so we have the language that Craig Lowe. You want to go ahead and read that motion?
So direct to staff, James Craig will direct to staff. Direct the staff to begin an amendment to reclassify rainbow runner from a reef fish species to a pelagic species under the Puerto Rico FMP.
We need a second.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
Okay, let me read the motion here. Direct staff to begin an amendment to reclassify rainbow runner from a reef fish species to a pelagic species under the Puerto Rico FMP. Motion by Craig Lowe, second by Vanessa. Open to the discussion of it.
I have a question. When you move it to be a pelagic, that means that we will fall into the permit that you have to get from NOAA, because then it will become a pelagic, right? Right now, it's not a pelagic, so it doesn't fall under the permit that you have to buy each year. So if a person fishes one from shore, because you can get it from shore, he will be violating that law, right? If he doesn't have a permit for the boat.
No, Marcia Maria about to call. Fix that.
This is Maria Lopez. Okay, so the rainbow runner is a species that is managed by the council. It's classified as a reef fish. It was determined that it should have been classified as a pelagic species because of the way that the species behaves. It's not really like a reef fish. So there's not really, the pelagic species are not, this type of pelagic species are not managed by highly migratory species. It's not a highly migratory species. is managed by us, so there's not really a permit to fish for them. So the only difference that will happen is here is that right now, for the recreational harvest of reef fish species that are managed by the council, there is a recreational bag limit. So if the rainbow runner is moved from the category of the reef fish to the pelagic species that are managed by the council, that recreational bag limit will not apply to that pelagic, which was the point that was brought by the district advisory panels in Puerto Rico when they realized that, you know, the rainbow runner was classified after that. So now, once this species is moved from the reef fish to a pelagic species group, right, there's gonna be other things that apply and eventually other regulations, but right now, we have a annual catch limit that limits the amount of the fish that you can catch in federal waters. There's no really other regulations like such as the bag limit, et cetera, that would apply to that fish. That doesn't mean that nothing is coming in the, you know, will be recommended in the future, but right now that will be the only thing. Okay?
Yeah,
Maria, does it make any difference to add coastal pelagic species or just preferences?
So we don't really use the coastal term for pelagics, the difference will be like, for example, if there are species that you could classify, you can, and maybe the people from HMS can correct me, that they classify them more as pelagic species is different than what we have. HMS have their own highly migratory species, such as the billfishes, et cetera. They have their own separate regulations, and they're not under the purview of the council. So when we started managing species that we consider pelagic, it's basically the coast, what we call the coastal pelagic because of the distance from the coast. But in our case, we just decided to leave the coastal out. It wouldn't be a big deal, but I understand it will be confusing, but we should start thinking about when we said pelagic, we're talking about these species that are more associated to what we call the coast, right? So in Puerto Rico, we have, I believe, 9 species that we manage, pelagic species, and I will be happy to provide you with the list so you can familiarize with it because I know it's a lot of information. And then in the Virgin Islands, they only manage for this pelagic species, the dolphin and the whale. But we do have other species other than the dolphin and the whale included in this as well.
any further discussion? All right, we'll take it to a vote. I'm hearing none. Everybody in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Carlos, let me check if Ricardo Lopez is on Zoom. No, he is not.
So,
For the record, Daniel Matos is the second delegate for Puerto Rico and Ricardo is 6th. So he's gonna sit at the table representing Puerto Rico.
thank you. So, all in favor, okay, no nays, no abstentions, all, motion carries. Before I go to the next agenda item, I want to, go back to the roll call and mark Commissioner Oriol and Miguel Rolón as present. Make sure they're on the record. So the next topic on the agenda is, ecosystem-based fisheries management technical advisory report by Senai Apti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. I want to take a moment to thank everyone and the council in particular for continuing their support of ecosystem-based fisheries management in the U.S. Caribbean, and I appreciate the chance to provide an update on some processes and things that are ongoing with the technical advisory panel that was convened by the council. Next slide. So just as a reminder, the purpose of the EBFM tab is to provide the council ongoing scientific advice on ecosystem-based fisheries management for fishery management decisions, including recommendations for habitat status, social and economic impacts, management measures, and ecosystem-based impacts for stressors on the sustainability of fishing practices. Now, I know that's a complicated and long charter, but what that actually comes out to mean is the purpose for this technical advisory panel is to develop a fisheries ecosystem plan or an FEP. This is a framework by which the council can maintain marine ecosystems and the fisheries resources dependent upon those ecosystems. In addition, as part of the processes for the BFM TAP, we are developing a community of practice. That means a group of practitioners in the U.S. Caribbean that continue to provide the council with infrastructure capacity and needs to implement EBFM within the U.S. Caribbean. So that is just a little review of what we are trying to do, and now I'll move on to some of the updates and explain where we are and bore you with a lot of the details that I usually give in these updates on the history and background of the EBFM TAP, but I will just move on to updates and let you know where we are in the process. So as Vance mentioned, we had a joint SST and EBFM TAP meeting for May 1st and 5th of this year. Some of the notable presentations included some of the social vulnerability and perceptions that has been part of the LendFest project, which are a partner on the EBFM TAP, and two of the PIs, Tarsila and JJ Cruz-Lota, Tarsila Sierra and JJ Cruz-Lota sit as members of the EBFM TAP. And so they provided us with some of the results on stakeholder perceptions of environmental and climate change in the U.S. Caribbean and community and social vulnerability indicators in the U.S. Caribbean. In addition, Sarah Geiges from the NOAA Northeast Fisheries Science Council came in and provided us a little overview of some of the ways EBFM is used in the stock assessment and advice process in the Northeast. And that was useful to both the EBFM TAP members as well as the SFP members to see how we can develop a roadmap for EBFM use in the Caribbean, as we are kind of just at the beginning of the process for developing. The rest of the meeting was used to develop a path forward for all of the working groups, which are kind of listed up at the top right. And I will go into some more detail on those a little further, so don't try and strain your eyes reading those. But we have conceptual model, melding group, and ecosystems indicator group, a risk assessment group, data repository working group, and a drafting FEP working group. And so since that meeting, we've had 2 meetings of the conceptual model indicators and risk assessment groups to continue to work towards drafting the FEP. In addition, a technical writer was contracted to do some of the draft formation of the FEP that we can provide to the council. And in addition, Tana Ranking, without the council staff and the BFM was able to get internal fisheries funding to continue to work on developing a risk assessment for the U.S. Caribbean to evaluate the drivers from both the LendFest work as well as the ecosystem status report developed from NOAA to evaluate quantitative indicators from those for use in risk assessment for the U.S. Caribbean. Next slide. So, in addition, we submitted research priorities based on the EBFM needs and priorities to the SSC for evaluation into their research needs and priorities for the council. The ones that were submitted included developing species and habitat climate vulnerability indices for the U.S. Caribbean EBFM reference. I'm not going to read them fully, but just kind of highlight them, and you guys can read them off the screen. If people have further questions on the subpoints for those, just please come find it during the break. So development of EBFM reference point, increase feedback. I'll just wait until that's go. Good. All right. Increased research on bycatch and discard for U.S. Caribbean reference points and measures for ecosystem restoration and capacity for mariculture, ecological sustainability and management of herbivores on ecosystems, and identifying important indicators used in that, quantifying the positive and negative effects of sargassum, developing research guides for strategies and adaptive fisheries management, socioeconomic factors to design surveys for data collection on social impact assessments. And as Graciela mentioned, after Vance's presentation, both the SSC and the EPFM agreed that these should be set as specific actionable priorities. They could be integrated into RFPs directed for the use of the research in the U.S. Caribbean. And the council should identify a clear structure or process to help influence and provide present and clear needs for research funding within the Caribbean on a regular basis to both partners in the region, federal funders, and NGOs and others that do work based on ecosystem-based fisheries management and all fisheries management within the U.S. Caribbean. Next slide. As I mentioned, we're using technical writers. We were able to get some funding left over from annual funding for the Pew Charitable Trust, which was used to hire a technical writer, Catherine ECB. She is developing the intro, the interface between fisheries and ecosystems management, environmental setting, and conceptual models management framework for the FEP. Those sections have all been drafted by the technical writer and are currently being reviewed by members of the EPFM TAP for further review of all membership within the TAP. And then in addition to that, we will have a final product to be used at the discretion of the EPFM TAP to kind of coalesce the rest of the working group information into a final FEP. We are working with the funding from Sustainable Fisheries that was developed by TANA to get another contractor to help with the writing process, particularly to do the risk assessment that can be used with the EPFM. Next slide. And so, as I mentioned, we have 5 working groups. The conceptual model melding that's led by Tarsila Sierra at the University of New Haven. It also includes JJ Cruz, Orion City, Sarah Stevenson, Tana Ray, and myself, Leah Rivera, and Stacey Williams. That group is to do the indicator and gaps, create a model framework, and appendix of conceptual models, and comparative model analysis, and develop indicator rankings from the conceptual model. The work from that has been done throughout the LendFest project that JJ and Tarsila are the PIs on. All of that information from all conceptual models has been completed and summarized, and is now being used in putting the draft FP. That working group has met twice since the meeting and has identified the framework that they want to put in. The only aspect of the conceptual models that has not been completed is the final list of indicators that is waiting on determining what's available from the ecosystem status report. And that will be done in the next working group below, which is the ecosystem indicators. The members include Orion City, Miami Carnices, JJ. They're not going to continue with the names. They're on the slide. You guys can see it. You guys know who they are. That group is not yet met. We have individual partners meeting to develop kind of a framework that can go into the draft FEP and identifying the information from the ecosystem status report that is available for us to use, as that has not been completed as yet. The risk assessment working group that is led by Tana Rankin has met twice, and they are currently coming up with a specific risk assessment model that they wish to provide for the FEP draft. They're currently going through about 7 different models that we've identified as may be feasible for the U.S. Caribbean, and trying to figure out which is the best one. The data repository group, which I lead, has not met as yet because we're trying to identify what the needs are once the FEP is drafted. What will come out of that is a prescription or a recommendation to the council for the type of infrastructure that is necessary to sustain continued BFM work. And the drafting of the FEP will be done by the technical writers myself, the co-chair oriented, and council staff, including Leah Hyatt, and Gus. Next slide. All right, so what we have done, these are the tasks that have been completed by the conceptual models group. They've done all conceptual models for the different stakeholder groups. We tested those models, they combined them into a melded model to identify the indicators, the gaps in terms of data that's available, and the model framework that seems to fit best amongst all of the conceptual models. It's identified a lot of gaps related to socioeconomic information within the US Caribbean that can be used within ecosystem-based fisheries management. In addition, with a comparative analysis within and among model types, they've come up with a list of indicators, and they're currently going through the process to rank them and identify which of those indicators are best recommended for EDFM use within the US. Next slide. As I mentioned, ecosystems indicator group has not met. We have individual people that have worked on all of these indicators based on the LENFEST group and the ESR report that Noah is doing, talking and identifying which data and indicators are available for use in the draft FEP. We have summarized the process that was used both in the ecosystem status report and the LENFEST project in the draft FEP, and are using that as the framework to continue writing it up, and hopefully we'll have the list of all indicators that we identified for use in ecosystems research going forward by the end of the year. Next slide. As I mentioned, TANA has received the internal funding to continue developing the risk assessment. And this was the change in the task and goal based on that additional funding. And basically, we're trying to develop a framework or process, the best risk assessment that can be used in conjunction with ecosystem-based research by the council to define measurable and quantifiable indicators, identify thresholds, and assess or evaluate the strategic objectives needed within the management process for EDFM to do the best precautionary approach for using that in the US. Next slide. Finally, probably the biggest need that we have is the infrastructure. Developing an FEP without having the process, the structure, the computing capacity, the personnel to do ecosystems-based fisheries management effectively in the US Caribbean is meaningless. It will simply be, and I have mentioned this point many times, and I will continue to mention it every time I am reporting to you. Without having these things in place and a process to do it, having the report is just another group of paperwork that will sit on a shelf. You do not do the work, find the money, and build up the capacity to make it useful for management, it is meaningless. So the data repository and infrastructure needs will be included in the FEP. It will be a prescription or recommendation to the council for how we can develop the policies and infrastructure necessary for the US Caribbean. As I mentioned before, we are developing a community of practice. There are some people in the US Caribbean and outside of the US Caribbean that work in it that would like to see these things happen. But as most of you know, we all have other jobs and we all volunteer in these positions, and it is not feasible to do all of this entirely. We have to come up with a process by which we want these to be implemented, find the funding, and do it. And that has to be done at the council level. So that is just a reminder that when these things are written into the FEP, it is a plan for you to implement. Next slide. All right. So, as I've mentioned, we've created a community of practice. I've mentioned the LENFEST proposal that JJ and Sarcilla are the PIs on. Bill Arnold and Manny Corniscus had developed another proposal in the beginning to do the ecosystem status report at NOAA. And now we have another. Tana is the PI on the NOAA Fisheries internal funding that she received to develop risk assessment and continue to work on risk assessment in the US Caribbean. So these are complementary projects that help us build all of the stuff that's necessary for the TDF. Okay, next slide. So last but not least, where are we? We have completed a revised draft for the EBFM goals and objectives. We're in the process of, we've drafted the FEP, the charter and the goals. Those you've seen, we completed all the conceptual models, melded them to develop a larger report that has all the information from WebCast. We're in the process of using those models to identify the indicators that can be used in island-specific versions for the EBFM. And we are trying to draft all of those products into a draft FEP by the next slide. In addition to those things, we will develop strategic objectives and prioritize these objectives in an outline that will be presented to the council. Have operational objectives that can be used in the FEP. Develop performance measures as well as the feedback mechanism, and complete and submit an FEP that will go through the SSC, drafted and developed for the council to vote on and ratify by March or April of 2020. So that's where we are. Those are the updates on the FEP, and I'll be happy to take any questions if you have.
Thank you, Sinai. Do we have Vance?
Thank you, and thanks for helping us during the May 1 to May 5th SSC joint meeting with the DAP members. You were very productive. You orchestrated those 2 days that you were chairman excellently. In fact, you made me look like a beginner. Anyway, I brought this up before. I think that it will be useful, or it might be useful, to look back into different ecosystem-based studies that have been performed in Puerto Rico and maybe in the Virgin Islands. For example, their past ecosystem-based studies have been conducted first by Odom, H.T. Odom in the rainforest. And from the rainforest down into the coast, Hobos Bay had an ecosystem-based study. What was the other one? Guayanilla Bay, and several others. I had a list of them and I lost it. I can find it. But there's several others in the ecosystem-based study done in the past. And in the present, there are 2 major ecosystem-based programs that are active. And even though they don't have, their goal is fisheries oriented, they do integrate the public, fishermen, the fishing villages, students, universities, scientists. One of them is the U.S. EPA estuary program of San Juan Bay estuary program. That's been going on since 1998, I believe. I was a member of the management committee then. And it has been growing, and then we even have I'm one of the editors of their journal. We published the results of master thesis, PhD dissertations, and they integrate the public, and they integrate all the stakeholders, and including they even have done some fisheries-oriented studies, such as the trip integration, trip tip kind of data, particularly in the Laguna San Jose. And this program is really interesting because the San Juan Bay Estuary program includes 3 major lagoons: San Juan Bay, San Jose Lagoon, Laguna Piñones, Laguna Torrecillas, which are all essential fish habitats for many of the commercial fishes. And not only that, they have done a watershed study. They monitor water quality. They've been doing this for years now. And you can, and they're publishing every month. They give you an update of what they've been doing. So looking into that, see what have they come up for the last 15 years or so, see how that could be useful in helping us develop the EBFM approach. The other program, and this is funded by US EPA. The other program is the San Juan Bay, Hobos Bay Estuary Research Program, which is funded by NOAA. That's been going on also for about 20 years now. And they also integrate the community, the teachers, students, scientists, and they have also come up with significant amount of information and on water quality and distribution of seagrasses, coral reefs, and you mentioned it. So it might be good to see if you can contact the scientists there. I can give you the name and the address and the phone number. So can Graciela. See if they can give you provide an analysis and a conclusion of what their efforts have contributed to significantly to society, to everything. So that's my advice. Thank you.
Thanks, Vance. Yeah, I would say go ahead and pass along the contacts and any of the, documents from manuscripts for theses or dissertations we have. I'm sure some of that we've already incorporated into the state of the ecosystem section in the draft FDP, but it can't hurt to look at it again. I would also say, these are important programs that have done ecosystem-based management. What we are trying to develop, though, is like looking at the US Caribbean as a whole and how we can use existing tools to implement those into the fisheries management framework that we currently use. And so, yes, there are some aspects from those programs that can be incorporated, but we were looking at this holistic across all of the regions to make sure that we can do that. And so, that is one of the issues that we are running into, is that there is a lack of that kind of data collected systematically across the US Caribbean that makes it difficult to find ways to implement that in the fisheries management. There's some, and those are the indicators that we've summarized and recommend for use. And there is not a need to move directly into EFM at the fullest level that you can do. There are different ranges that we can do. And so for us, I think it is to identify what is feasible and possible now to integrate into the existing fisheries framework that we have currently in use.
Thank you.
Thank you, Van, thank you, Sanay. So we're gonna make a little change to the agenda here with Nelson's indulgence. We're gonna move you back a little bit because we have to get something done here first. Thank you, Nelson. So next on the agenda is a highly migratory species. Atlantic action update and Williamson, no official.
Good morning. I'm Carrie Salton, I've said Ann Williamson on the agenda. Ann is here with me. I'm going to be giving the presentation. And we're here from the Atlantic Highly Migratory Species Management Division to give an update on a few of our current actions. So we have one proposed action, which is Amendment 15 to our FMP on spatial management and electronic monitoring. And then we have two actions that are in the scoping phase. Amendment 16 to the FMP on shark quotas and management, which is a scoping document, and then electronic reporting, which is an advance notice of proposed rulemaking, or ANPR. So first, to go over the proposed action on spatial management. So Amendment 15, the proposed rule was published in May, and the comment period is open through mid-September. There is a web address here to get to that homepage, which has our draft environmental impact statement, the proposed rule, a story map, and a lot of other helpful information. There are two broad components to this action. The first is spatial management. which is considering modifications, data collection, and assessment for 4 spatial management areas that are shown in this figure on the right, the Mid-Atlantic Shark bottom long line closed area in red. And then 3 pelagic long line closed area, Charleston Bump in green, East Florida Coast in gray, and DeSoto Canyon in blue. The other component is pelagic longline electronic monitoring, or EM cost allocation, which is considering shifting pelagic longline EM sampling costs from the agency to the industry. So looking at the spatial management component, we have 4 preferred alternative packages, one for each of the areas that I mentioned. And these include modification of the area based on bycatch risk. So that is looking at modification to the spatial extent of the areas and or the timing of when those areas are in place. Looking at bycatch risk appropriate data collection programs, and looking at future evaluation timing of the areas. So these 4 maps show the 4 areas. The black lines show the current extent of the areas. The red areas are our preferred alternatives for restricted areas, where bottom long lining for the Mid-Atlantic and pelagic long line for the other 2 areas would be restricted either all year or during certain parts of the year. And in these red areas for the pelagic long line, for the 3 pelagic long line restricted areas, the preferred alternative would be to allow data collection via exempted fishing permit. And in the yellow areas that you can see for the Charleston Bump and East Florida Coast, pelagic long line areas, these would be monitoring areas that would allow data collection via monitoring, which would include effort caps, expanded VMS reporting, and EM review, or data collection via EFP. And for all of these areas, we'd be looking at future evaluations happening when 3 years of data are available and finalized, and or triggered evaluation based on certain events. For the electronic monitoring portion of this area, our preferred alternative F2 is transferred EM sampling cost to industry, and this is based on NOAA Fisheries cost allocation policy. So industry would pay 100% of sampling costs, and that shift would be phased in over the course of 3 years. And there are 4 components to this alternative: vendor requirements, vessel requirements, vessel monitoring plans, and modification of EM spatial temporal requirements. And we'll get into a little more detail on those in the next slide. So here there would be EM vendors that would apply to be approved by NOAA Fisheries. The EM vendors would be responsible for installing and maintaining EM equipment, assisting vessel owners with their vessel monitoring plans, reviewing 10% of sets, etc. The vessel owner requirements would include coordinating with the vendor to provide the EM services, ensuring EM equipment is functioning properly, working with the vendor to develop the vessel monitoring plan, declaring intention to fish in EM data review areas via VMS, and continue reporting bluefin catch after each set. And those vessel monitoring plan requirements are shown in the middle box here. And then the vendor would provide quarterly reports and metadata to NOAA Fisheries with information from video review. So that covers Amendment 15. Now moving on to our scoping phase actions. The first one is Amendment 16 on shark quotas and management. And looking at some background for Amendment 16. Amendment 14 to our FMP was released in January of this year. Amendment 14 established a new framework to use to implement acceptable biological catch or ABCs and annual catch limits or ACLs for Atlantic shark fisheries. Operational changes as a result of Amendment 14 are being considered in Amendment 16 as well as potentially in future rulemakings. Another related piece of background is the shark fishery review or share document that HMS finalized in March of this year. This document examines a variety of factors affecting the shark fishery, including commercial and recreational shark fisheries, conservation and management, and shark depredation, and identifies areas of success, concerns, and potential modifications to regulations and management measures in the future. And so some of these areas are being considered in Amendment 16. There are a couple external factors that impact the shark fishery. One of those is that in 2022, CITES listed bonnethead sharks, which is currently effective, and also listed all remaining percrinid species, which will become effective in November of this year. And so those species will all be listed on Appendix 2, which requires additional permitting for export and for introduction from the high seas. In addition, the Shark Fin Sales Elimination Act became law in December, and this act bans all possession and sale of shark fins in the United States. Going into some detail of what's in Amendment 16 scoping document. This document was published in May, and the comment period is open through 18th, which is Friday. And consistent with Amendment 14 and scientific advice, the purpose of Amendment 16 is to establish ABCs and ACLs for non-prohibited shark species, to optimize the ability for the commercial and recreational shark fisheries to harvest quotas to the extent practicable, to increase management flexibility to react to additional factors impacting the fisheries and account for changes in the distribution of harvest among sectors. So Amendment 16 really looks at everything to do with the shark fishery. This is a description of some of the management options that are included in the scoping document. The first topic is establishing ACLs for stocks under various tiers. So these are the tiers of the ABC control rule, which are ranked depending on the stock assessment. So examples in the scoping document include Atlantic blacktip, which is tier 1, which is a stock assessment that is data rich. Another example is bull sharks, which are tier 4, meaning there's no accepted stock assessment. And then another example is sandbar sharks, which are on a rebuilding plan, and so they're outside of that tier structure. Another set of options have to do with management group structure. So options include status quo, creating groups for assessed versus unassessed stocks, creating groups for stocks caught together. The next group of options have to do with regional and sub-regional splits in the quotas. So it considers Atlantic and Gulf of Mexico split, considers the black nose Atlantic boundary. And here we're also considering options to split out a Caribbean shark quota from where it's currently included as part of the Gulf of Mexico. The next set is exempted fishing permit or EFP quotas, including changes to the shark research fishery. Commercial retention limits, which includes revising or removing limits depending on species and permit, and recreational retention and size limits, which again looks at revising or removing limits depending on the species. To quickly go through one of the examples that I mentioned, the Atlantic blacktip. This is a tier 1 stock with a a tier 1 stock, and this example looks at including all prior years of data and looking at an HMS risk policy of 70%, which is one of the options for the percentage of an HMS risk policy. So here, going through the calculations to go from the OFL to the ACLs and quotas. You can see that the OFL coming from the stock assessment is 422.3. And then looking at the ABC control rule, including the 70% HMS risk policy, we get an ABC. Then we apply a management buffer to get the ACL. And that ACL is then split between the commercial sector and the recreational sector. So the recreational sector ACL in this example is 50,180 sharks. And then the commercial sector ACL, the commercial dead discards are taken off of that to get to a commercial quota in this example of 136.3 metric ton stress weight. And so comparing this example to current harvest levels, both of these quotas would be above current harvest levels. Commercial harvest is currently 38% of this example quota. And commercial landings are currently 89% of the recreational ACL. Moving to the last action that I'm going to cover today, that's electronic reporting. And here we have released an advance notice of proposed rulemaking, which is again looking at a variety of different issues and options related to HMS electronic reporting. This ANPR was published in May and the comment period is open through Friday. The purpose of this action is to streamline and modernize logbook reporting, expand logbook reporting to for-hire and commercial vessel owners via electronic logbooks, collect additional vessel and dealer information for fishery management, incentivize HMS reporting compliance, offer an electronic reporting platform for HMS EFP program permit holders. And here we're really looking across all of our fisheries to look at ways to modernize and improve reporting. So there's potential changes to vessel reporting across all commercial fisheries, charter head boat and angling permit holders. We're also looking at changes to dealer reporting and EFP program reporting. And so this action would work towards one-stop reporting or the submission of a single electronic report that could satisfy overlapping requirements. It considers various reporting options for commercial and recreational entities, including expanding requirements and looking at timing requirements for submitting reports. And the options in the ANPR for reporting requirements take into account current requirements across regions, and permit types. So for example, looking at which species would be required to be reported, whether it would be some HMS, all species that are caught. Looking at which trips would be reporting, whether it's only trips where there's catch or all trips with effort. And then looking at timing, so how many days someone would have to complete and submit their reports. Moving to summarize our request for public comment. As I mentioned, Amendment 16 on sharks and the electronic reporting ANPR, those comment periods are open through Friday. And Amendment 15 on spatial management is open through mid-September. And here you can find the web pages for these respective actions. Looking at the some of the remaining public webinars and hearings for Amendment 15, there will be a public webinar tomorrow afternoon. And there will be an in-person hearing in Panama City, Florida on August 29th. For Amendment 16 on sharks, we're going to have a public hearing in this room at 5:30 today. So anyone is welcome and encouraged to stay for that meeting, and it's also open to any members of the public. And so we'll go into more details about Amendment 16 this evening. And then finally, some contact information. If you have any questions on these actions, our branch chief for the regulations branch is Frau Brewster-Geis. And here you can see the contacts for the leads for these various actions. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ann? Vanessa?
Yes, thank you for that excellent presentation. Just about the public meeting that you're gonna have today. If this was shared with the commercial sector in Puerto Rico, this information?
Yeah, we shared the information on our HMS email list, yeah.
Cristina, you ever publish the bulletin announcing the hearing today in our social network or any other place? But, anyway, the other thing is that Cristina, can you send the presentation to everybody? Because they have the contacts in the, and it's also available on our webpage.
Cristina, for the record, the presentation is available on the webpage and also in ISO.
Yeah, we'll send it to the voting council members.
Okay.
Yeah. But the rest of the group, you can look at it at the webpage of the council. And you will be able then to have the information that was presented today.
Vanessa?
Yes, thank you. This will be a question for Danielle. Did you have the number of how many commercial fishermen are active in the sharks right now in Puerto Rico?
Daniel Matos Carvalho for the record. What I know about the sharks fishery in Puerto Rico is mostly incidental. Probably over 90% of the catch are incidental when they are fishing deep water and snapper, or they are fishing with the gill nets. Many times they catch sharks. So I don't have a number of people that only fish shark around Puerto Rico. I don't know that.
But that's after the question. The other problem that we have is that some people report directly to the HNS over the incidental, but at least I know 3 people fish or shark. They don't report them out, and they sell the shark as pincho de pollo, pincho de anything but shark. You know.
Daniel Matos for the record. Yeah, thank you. We know there are a few of them, but most of the catch are incidental. But yeah, there are people, you know. That's right. Thank you. Thank you, Vanessa.
And
Yeah, I just wanted to add, at least from the perspective of those who hold HMS permits, we have a commercial Caribbean small boat permit that allows retention of some sharks, and there are currently around 27 of those permits issued here.
I got a question on that. Those 27 permits are, do you know who is for USBI, how many for Puerto Rico?
I don't off the top of my head, but we can look into that.
All right, thanks. Graciela?
So a question on the research aspect of things. We've been told that there are more sharks in the near and shallower areas around Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. Is there any type of reporting that people can do to let you know what's happening, what the species, what the depth, you know, why are we getting smaller sharks all over the place? Probably popping grounds that we need to identify and things like that. Is there anything on that? Especially with sharks.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head what research. I do know that there is research going on that here, but I don't know exactly the details off the top of my head, but we can get back to you on that.
Thank you. I want to go touch a little bit about this Caribbean small boat permit, but I know Troy. Some people are interested, however, you can't have an HMS and have a Caribbean small boat permit, and there's been one of the things that they don't want to give up their HMS permit to get that other, because I think now you can get a lot more swordfish than before with a Caribbean small boat permit. And they become a kind of a issue, but we'll talk about that tomorrow. Thanks. Any more questions for Ann? No, thank you so much. Next, we're gonna go to Wesley Martin on the Calf City dolphin fish fishery.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Very
Yeah.
well.
But I'm hearing you. I will make you a co-host so you can share your screen.
Excellent. It still says disabled on my end. Oh, here we go. Okay, can you see the presentation view?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. So I'll get started. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends. So our last talk with regards to dolphin fish to the council was on December 8th, 2021, so about 20 months ago. So today's talk is to serve as an update to that presentation. But the last time we did present to the council with regards to our FAD-specific work was actually 15 months ago. And so today I'll be incorporating information collected through our tagging program and through our FAD research program. And so just as a refresher, our tagging program is known as the Dolphin Fish Research Program, and it's an international tagging program designed to collect movement, life history, and population trend data on the species. And so this program actually began as a state-funded study in South Carolina back in 2002. It went to the private sector in 2006, and we are now in our 21st year. As of today, we've had 34,589 fish tagged, 804 recaptured. We've had 84 satellite tags deployed, 81 on dolphin fish and 3 on wahoo, and we've had 12 papers published. So looking at the FAD research component, so there's been 41 FADs deployed off the north coast of Puerto Rico. Currently, there are 23 active FADs. As of the end of 2022, we've logged 2,225 trip reports. And throughout the Caribbean Basin, we've had 1,106 dolphin fish tagged and released at FADs. Of those 41 FADs, 24 have been surface, 17 have been subsurface. Actually, as the end of July, we have 2,779 trips logged. And that is a current number as of today for the number of fish tagged at FADs. So Puerto Rico Department of Natural and Environmental Resources, they've sponsored 31 satellite tags through this work, 27 on dolphin fish, 3 on wahoo, and 1 on silky shark. We've had 26 acoustic tag deployments, 16 on dolphin fish, 5 on yellowfin tuna, 3 on wahoo, 1 on a blackfin tuna, and 1 on a silky shark. Throughout our history of our program for our FAD research, we've had 51 vessels involved in our Catch and Effort volunteer initiative. We've published 1 paper, we have 1 in review, and 1 in prep. And so I present this information just to provide you with the origin of the data that we present during our talks to the council and for our talk today. So the objective today is to provide a comprehensive update of specific data collected through the DRP in the US Caribbean Sea and the broader Caribbean Sea basin. And so I'll be presenting 3 case studies. The first is Catch and Effort off San Juan over the last 15 months. And another part of this case study will be commercial catch trends for dolphin fish in DER and areas to the west. And then we'll look at dolphin fish movements in the Caribbean Sea with an emphasis on the Dominican Republic. And lastly, end with a brief case study on dolphin fish growth. And so looking at Catch and Effort off San Juan over the last 15 months. So this is actually an animation, a rolling animation, just to nail down the point that we collect daily data from volunteer charter boats and recreational anglers. And so obviously, on the left part of the screen here, you see the rosters of that effort depicting, where these boats are fishing, during the different months and during the different time periods that we're logging this data. It varies around the island by season for our participating boats, but by and large, most effort is off of Arecibo and off of San Juan. That's where we have the most participation. And then I also included on this graphic just the number of trips logged per month, and then the cumulative number of trips logged over the last 15 months. And so by the end of this time period, over the last 15 months, we've actually logged 830 trips. And the average number of trips per month is 59 trips. From those trips, we have a 94% landings reporting rating from our boats, which is decent. And 89% of the trips are charter boats, with 11% being private recreational anglers. Now, here's another animation of the catch from those trips. And so this is just a rolling animation that goes month by month. I just like to point you to the green pie, which is dolphin fish, and the yellow pie, which is yellowfin tuna, which constitute the two major landed species from those trips. Obviously, it shows, just like with the effort data, you could break this down by different temporal periodicities, look at it on a daily basis, weekly, monthly, seasonally. But by and large, throughout this time period, the majority of fish landed from these outings is dolphin fish. And so over the last 15 months, 54% of the catch, or 1,289 dolphin fish, were landed by the boats we monitor. 22.97%, so almost 23%, was yellowfin tuna, followed by blackfin tuna, skipjack tuna, and wahoo, which are the top 5 species. So obviously you could break this down by seasonal trends, and so we've done this here in this slide. So June to August is categorized as summer, September to November being fall, December to February being winter, March to May spring, and then back, June to present being summer again. And so obviously you could break this down and look at just dolphin fish over this time period and look at how it may or may not dominate the catch. Last summer, it actually wasn't the majority of the catch. It shared, it shared with yellowfin tuna a good portion of the catch. But as you head towards winter, dolphin fish does start to dominate the catch, up to 78% during winter and spring months off San Juan. And so obviously these data are helpful in looking at the seasonality of the pulse of dolphin fish along the north coast of Puerto Rico. But then we're also categorizing this as whether the fish are being caught by the fads or away from the fads, and the size range of those fish being landed. And so last summer, catch was fad dominated. The size range was, small fish on up to 20-pound fish. During fall, actually, it's non-fad dominated, and this could be indicative of that annual pulse of fish coming through beginning in the fall off the north coast of Puerto Rico. And actually 30% of that non-fad dominated catch is small fish. So, fish less than 10 pounds being caught at the sargassum lines offshore. As the season progresses, the catch becomes fad dominated again during winter, but we have a higher dominance of the catch being in the 11 to 20 pound range. And so this could be indicative of, larger fish following those smaller fish in that annual movement of biomass of dolphin fish off the north coast. We also have a greater percentage of fish 30 pounds or greater being landed during the winter months. During spring, you've got fad-dominated catch, but it's actually an equal percent of the small and the medium-sized fish at the fads versus away from the fads. However, at the fads, you have a greater amount of large fish being caught at those fads. And so the fads are holding large fish longer, providing increased opportunities for these boats to capture, larger individuals during spring. And then I'd just like to mention that this past June, just 2 months ago, and July have been extremely slow off of San Juan. From June through July, only 61 dolphin fish were caught, and that's looking at about 80 or 90 trips, and the majority are less than 10 pounds. And so in terms of, size at catch frequency for the monitored recreational vessels, the small size class does dominate the catch, with a greater number of small fish actually caught away from the fads. And so like I mentioned earlier, this is likely due to the fall catch success as a new annual pulse of fish comes through. But with the exception of that size class, fad catch for all other size classes is higher at the fads. One thing obviously we do recognize here is the need to bin that smaller size class into 2-pound bins, which will allow us to garner a better understanding of the size breakdown for the small size class. So that's something we're doing to improve our data collection. In terms of dolphin fish landed per trip and the frequency of that, and so here this basically shows the number of dolphin fish landed per trip, and this is looking at 722 angler trips over the last 15 months, and 96% of the trips were with dolphin fish landings less than 15 fish per trip. And actually the majority of the trips are anywhere from 1 to 3 fish landed per trip. And so one thing that is interesting of the last 15 months is we've had 66% of total trips landed with 0 dolphin fish. And so, this shows that fishing hasn't been that stellar. And then looking at NOAA's data presented yesterday, this is 930 trips over an 18-year time period, which shares some similarities with our data, being that, the highest incidence of, catch here is for small landings per trip. But one thing that is missed in this NOAA data is the incidence of fish, of the anglers being skunked when they go offshore. And, so pardon my jargon here, but it does stink to go offshore and not catch any dolphin. And so the take-home message here is, we have to bring back abundance for this species. And we were pleased to see the direction the council took yesterday with regards to the minimum size and vessel limit preferred alternatives for this species to bring back abundance. And so now on to the second portion of this first case study, looking at commercial catch in DR and areas to the west. And so we recently had a commercial angler south of DR recapture one of our dolphin fish. And so I requested from that angler to share with me their catch, their landings over this past summer. And so this is actually the last 16 trips this angler's made south of DR. And the average for dolphin fish per outing was 416 pounds per outing, with a maximum of 670 pounds landed per outing and a minimum of 40. Over the last 16 outings from one boat, this is 5,430 pounds of dolphin fish being reported to us from this angler. And then there is small dolphin fish represented in this catch. Now it'd be interesting to see the size frequency among the South Coast DR dolphin fish fishery. And so this first image does represent the smallest catch we recorded, and the dolphin fish are in that cooler. And we counted at least 8 individuals in that cooler. And so the point being with this part of this case study is that small catch is represented in this catch. And so we hope that the preferred alternatives and the actions being taken by the Caribbean Fishery Management Council are measures that can be considered and adopted by nearby nations and other nations throughout the Caribbean Sea, especially at locations with FAD-dominated catch, which in the case of what I'm presenting here, most of this fish is being caught at FAD south of DR. We also recently learned that the FAO is funding a Fish for ACP project in DR to improve the supply chain for the southern DR dolphin fish fishery. And so we were provided with this infographic, and we also had a meeting with 2 project scientists where we learned that there are an estimated 2,369 Dorado anglers in DR, and that the catch in DR amounts to about 610 tons of dolphin per year. So if you break that down by angler, that volume by angler, that breaks down to about 0.25 tons per angler, or 551 pounds per angler annually. And so, over the last 16 trips for one angler, we found that, that angler is catching 416 pounds per trip. And so the statistics go on to say that currently 36% of the volume is estimated, which means obviously the amount of landings in DR is likely higher. But the question is, how much higher? And so, with the DR dolphinfish fishery and the commercial directed fishery, there's high uncertainty with the amount of volume production within that EEZ. Through our participation with WCAFC and the FAD working group, we've also learned that over the past 20 years, there's been significant advances in the artisanal fleet in Haiti, with a lot of boats getting motors and getting better boats and getting FADs. And so we wonder, what's the volume production within Haiti? Currently, there's no landings reported for Haiti, and there's actually no landings for all of these nations here in black. And so that represents 8 EEZs in the western part of the Caribbean Sea where we have no recorded FAO dolphinfish landings for this species. Now, these other red nations here, Mexico and the Cayman Islands, also represent high uncertainty. Back in 2007, Mexico reported 230 metric tons of annual volume production within the Caribbean WCA EEZ. The following year, in 2008, it went down to 2, and it's remained at 2 metric tons per year. But all of us know that there are massive resorts within, the Yucatan area that are likely, feeding their guests dolphinfish. And going back to the Fish for ACP project in DR, the volume has increased 3-fold over the last 20 years in DR, likely due to the fact that more resorts are there and they need to feed their guests, dolphinfish and whatnot. So take home message here being that there's a lot of uncertainty with the condition of the international fisheries for dolphinfish within this region. And last year we did publish a paper on this topic. And I do urge you to seek out additional information there to look at the trends that we depicted in our publication. And so there's significant data gaps that we need to rectify to really understand the status of this population throughout the Western Central Atlantic. I'm not going to summarize this case study. I included this for the briefing book, but I'm going to move to the next case study, which is movements in the Caribbean Sea. And so here, there's one specific point I wanted to get to through these slides. And so, here we go. And so first off, we've had 24 fish that have been tagged along the East Coast, recaptured in the Caribbean Sea and the tropical Atlantic, obviously establishing the connectivity with the U.S. East Coast dolphinfish fishery and the broader Caribbean Sea fisheries. We published a paper back in 2016 that looked at the specifics of this. Data that we haven't included in that publication would be a more specific look at movements to the tropical Atlantic, which are depicted here. And so 33% of those international movements have been to the tropical Atlantic, with 58% being to the tropical Atlantic in the northern Leeward Islands, which highlights, the fishing activity along this portion of this region. So our data collection is increasing throughout the Caribbean Sea. The last time I spoke, we actually had a lower percentage of releases within the Caribbean Sea relative to our database. We've had 352 fish tagged over the last 20 months in the Caribbean Sea and throughout other parts of the region. And so our data collection is increasing, and we're getting more reports of fish being tagged at FADs and recaptured at FADs. And so the X's here represent where fish were tagged or recaptured at FADs throughout the Caribbean Sea, with 36.7% of our total Caribbean Sea tagging database represented as fish tagged at FADs. When you break this down, when you break all fish tagged down by the size class, there's 27% are less than 20 inches fork length, and actually 63.8% are less than 24 inches fork length. And so again, these are volunteer anglers that are throwing back fish with tags in them, which shows support for the preferred alternative being pushed forward for your Amendment 3 to the pelagic FMP. And so obviously, there's support across the basin for the preferred alternatives that you guys are pushing forward through your FMP. As of today, we have 67 conventional recaptures throughout the Caribbean Sea. This has increased 16 recoveries since the last time we spoke. We have 17 satellite tag movements with 28 total deployments. Most of our deployments are focused on that south coast off Puerto Rico to garner a glimpse into what this species is doing throughout the broader Caribbean basin. And so this leads me to closer to the point that I want to make through this movement segment. And so this is actually a 44-inch cow that we tagged and released in March of 2022. And this fish, this is the most probable track for this fish. And it was tagged and released south of, Cabo Rojo, and it moved, and this is the most probable track for the species or for the individual. It moved up into the Mona Passage, and it remained in the Mona Passage for about 2 weeks before it moved to the west, and it was recaptured at a FAD south of Verona, Dominican Republic. And so this is actually the second satellite tag over the last couple years that have been recovered south of the Dominican Republic. We've deployed 12 tags, so in total, 2 of 12 have been recovered.
Wes, we are not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, don't know what happened there. Where did I lose you?
Right there in the explanation of the recaptures in the southern part of Dominican Republic.
Got it. Okay. So our satellite tagging database is showing, high fishing pressure off southern DR, but our conventional tagging database is showing the opposite. It's showing high fishing pressure off the north coast. And so our conventional tagging database shows that the northern DR fishery as having a higher pressure, yet in recent meetings with the Dominican Republic Fish for ACP project leaders, they were actually unaware of the magnitude of this northern fishery. And so the DR fishery is really the major focus for the Dominican Republic dolphinfish fishery. And so I just go on to show a couple more slides with relation to this. And so one recreational fishing team has tagged 146 fish off Punta Cana generally over the last 2 years. And of those, 12 have been recovered, or an 8.2% recovery rate. And so this recapture rate is higher than the highest recapture rate for our other top tagging teams within the Florida Keys, the Kill and Time 2 tagging team and the Wham Jam tagging team. And so, this leads me to my point, which, I was actually unaware that the South Coast DR fishery was the major fishery in DR. According to our conventional tagging data, I thought it was high all around the island. And so it could be that the North Coast DR dolphinfish fishery is a major source of underestimated landings. And we wonder if the North Coast fishery is even being estimated at all in the DR's volume, given the fact that the Fish for ACP project officials were unaware of the fishery on the North Coast and mainly focused data collection improvements on the South Coast fishery. And so I included here a summary of that. I'm not going to get into this, but I will say that, tagging data are helpful in showcasing different trends than the catch data reported earlier. And then furthermore, again, we would just like to reiterate here that there is an increase in FAD use, an increase in large episodic sargassum events throughout the Caribbean Sea over the last several years, which does raise the need for increased protection for juvenile and subadult dolphinfish. And so this figure depicts fishing activity collected by a recreational angler off southwestern Guadalupe, who is also tagging fish with our program. This angler has tagged 517 fish and 121 outings, with the average fish released at 21 inches fork length, showing support, for the preferred alternative for a minimum size that the council is moving forward with for the release of small fish in this part of the Caribbean. And so lastly, on to growth, just to nail down, this measure of protecting small immature fish, with data collected through our tagging program, we are modeling the growth of dolphinfish tagged and recaptured using a polynomial regression. These are preliminary results, but unique results of growth for fish that extend beyond juvenile stage up to the second year class. And so currently we have 245 examples of growth for fish at liberty up to 561 days. So with this model, which is still under development, with the intercept and the daily growth rate, you can plug in, days at liberty, and it'll predict the total growth. And so what this model predicts is that the total growth for a dolphin fish in a year is 23.42 inches. That breaks down to a daily growth rate of 0.06 inches or a weekly growth rate of about 0.44 inches. And this is likely an underestimate. And so we're breaking this down between males and females to look at sex-specific growth rates. And one action that is needed is that we do need more taggers to note the sex of the fish when they are tagged. Nonetheless, our growth work shows nearly a linear growth rate early in life, so very fast, which starts to level off and slow as the fish age. So in other words, if we let the small ones go, we're going to be able to watch them grow. And so bravo to the council for supporting the effort to have small immature fish remain in the water longer, with a 24-inch minimum size being the preferred alternative. And so we hope this positive management measure for this stock is extended throughout the Caribbean Sea and in the Gulf of Mexico and along the U.S. East Coast to bring back abundance for the WCA stock. And so I'm not going to go through all the different issues facing the WCA stock that I've outlined in this talk. They're included here for the briefing book. I forgot that this slide was animated. Apologize for that. And I'll just move on to questions.
Thank you, Wesley. Any questions for Kevin?
Thanks. This is Kevin McCarthy. Thanks for the really great presentation. Lots of information there. So I have a lot of questions, but I'll try and keep it to just a couple. I guess the first one is, and maybe you mentioned it and I missed it. Do you have any estimates of release mortality?
So we are collecting release mortality data, and I have not analyzed it for the Caribbean Basin. We did publish a paper with some folks out of North Carolina State University, which does show high discard mortality. That paper was published back in 2019. Our database in the Caribbean has grown since then. But to answer your question, for specifics for the Caribbean Basin, no, I haven't done the analysis. But one point I'd like to mention to your question is that we do need to promote the use of non-offset circle hooks for fishing for dolphin fish, so that more fish are lip hooked and less fish are gut hooked. And it really boils down to a question of ethical angling. And to me, it's more of a beautiful catch when your fish comes in hooked in the lip rather than basically dead, hooked in the gut, bleeding and whatnot. So your point about fishing mortality is taken. And one key thing we could do management-wise is promote the use of non-offset circle hooks for anglers.
Right. And one other quick question, if I may. In the first part of your talk, you mentioned a high rate of zero catches. How do you determine what is a true zero? So is the expectation that any vessel in your group that goes offshore has a chance of catching a dolphin on any given trip, or is there some subsetting of the data to get at those zeros?
Yeah, so basically we do an interview after each trip and we ask, what the angler caught and landed during that trip. And so they'll report to us the number of landed dolphin fish, yellowfin tuna, skipjack, wahoo, whatever it be. But over the last 15 months, we've had a very high incidence of, days when these boats get skunked. Now there is one issue with that some of these boats are charter boats. And so there are clients on board that perhaps get sick and call the trip short. And so we can look into that too, because we do categorize, the trips as the ones that are cut short. You could also look at the duration of the trip to see those boats go out quick and then they come back. And so it's likely that it's not necessarily in all cases the skill of the boat, but in some cases it could be the customer requesting the trip be ended. And then obviously they're not out there longer, which might result in catch.
Right, yeah, I mean, I guess that would be fairly easy to weed those out, I suppose, if you got
But to that end, there is a private recreational angler we monitor off Arecibo, and he has a high incidence of zero catch. And he's a seasoned angler. And so, you know, I have seen that he's gotten skunked a lot. And, you know, some will say that, oh, maybe he's getting older and his skills are not as good or his eyes aren't as good. And I've actually heard that from some folks. And so obviously there's a lot of different variables involved. But the last 15 months, we've seen a higher incidence of zero reported catch.
Right. And with the expectation that those trips were actually targeting dolphin, among other things, and they just got stung.
Exactly, yes. And so we do categorize vessels that switch to deep drop fishing as near shore. And so what I'm reporting on is the offshore trolling activity. And generally, these recreational charter boats are using the same kind of trolling techniques. There is a case where when they're targeting blue marlin, they'll pull more Kona baits, but you still can get big dolphin, you know, hitting Kona baits. So by and large, we feel it is representative of the offshore dolphinfish fishery. But there are some, you know, customer situations and skill situations to consider.
Right, thanks.
Thank you. Graciela?
Hello, Wes Graciela here. I have 3 questions for you. One, are the anglers taking any notes on water quality, transparency, turbidity, anything that is related to the quality of the water? 2, are you already collaborating with the U.S. Virgin Islands and the connection between USVI and Puerto Rico? And 3, any comments on, or do you have any data on the catches of these pelagics, the dolphin, the wahoo, etc., from MPAs, especially the ones out in the EEZ? Thanks.
Okay, so I heard your first 2. The last one, I didn't get that, what you said there.
So the marine protected areas, Bajo de Circo, Turmalina, Big La Sierra, the Hind Bank, the Grammatic Bank, Line Bank, and the Mutton Snapper area of St. Croix, all these protected areas, any information that you have on the presence or the catch of dolphin in these areas?
Okay, so for your first question with water quality, no, we're not collecting water quality specific data. There will be times when the anglers will report sargassum, but not necessarily turbidity data. Now, one aspect of our FAD research, though, is that we have submerged cameras on the FADs, which we're seeing are actually very useful for looking at turbidity, which could be then looked at relative to remote sensing data. And I think what you're getting towards is like, you know, the incidence of green water, which could push pelagics out of the area and affect, you know, fishing success. And so through our fishery independent research with FADs, we are getting water quality, but in our surveys, we're not generally capturing it with the anglers. For the connection with the USVIs, I've had numerous discussions with Sinai and Nicole, and I used to participate with another fishery biologist there years ago. And so I'm definitely willing and able to collaborate with them. We do have boats tagging dolphin fish in the VIs for us, and boats out of St. Croix and St. Thomas. And so, yes, I'm willing and able, and I have had considerable conversations with folks over there. In terms of catch and MPAs, no, I'm not seeing any recorded catch in those locations. We did, you know, this project started back in 2016. And so we had more participation out west, which is, you know, close to Abrir La Sierra and you know, all those locations and Mona Passage and Mona. And so had we kept with that portion of our project, perhaps we would see anglers reporting catch there, but no, we have not seen representation of catch for the MPAs.
Thank you. Christina, you have the chat, and then I gotta move forward because I need Nelson to do his presentation
Yes.
before the break.
We have two comments from Yamisa Rodriguez. There are many fishers targeting sharks, especially in the East Coast. There are many fishermen that are catching sharks without permits. There is a difference, let's see.
Pero tienes algo que tenga que ver con, pues,
Yeah, I heard that question.
que si tiene algo que tenga que ver con, pues.
No, I'm just reading what she wrote during West's presentation.
That's fine. Thank you. So now we're
Okay,
gonna.
I now I noticed that it was before the Q.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay.
So thank you, Wes.
Thank you all for your time and for the opportunity.
Johnson. DAP report. Puerto Rico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wilson Clerk for the record. Good morning, everyone. On July 18th, at our advisory panel meeting, we talked about various topics such as how to improve data collection, the implementation plan of equity and environmental justice, and status of marine reserve areas in Puerto Rico, and among other matters. About how to improve data collection, these were the most important, the most relevant comments and recommendations. It is necessary to create a mechanism for the fishing community to provide reliable data that is considered when evaluating a fishery. We all know that the results we currently have are not in tune with the reality of our fisheries. The distrust that exists in the fishing sector with the scientific community is not a secret, and it is necessary to increase the participation of fishermen when evaluating the fisheries. And there must be feedback with the results of these collaborations. Most of the time, the fishermen do not find out the results of this investigation, and this contributes to mistrust. You need to do something different to get different results. The Caribbean branch should be the leader in facilitating new data collection participatory forums. And to be fair to the science and the fishing community, we asked to the Science Center for a balance to place numerical data on facts that could increase the opportunity to fish in the same way that the collection of data that potentially close a fishery is facilitated. Although our wish is very important, there is a structural problem, and for some time there was been a claim to do things in a new way, including the industry. To get the message and priorities of the fishery sector with numbers, the DAP should have an active participation deciding one or two scientific research priorities for each budget cycle. It is necessary to develop workshops with DNR, the PR Fishery Research Lab, the Science Center, and the Caribbean Fishery team on how to improve data collection, including the fishing sectors. You will have information on hand such as flyer explaining more about the data collection process. We ask this council and no fisheries to evaluate, when it's necessary, the possibility of expanding the 3 years before establishing a regulation. It is necessary to expand the collection of data with dealers, restaurants, etc., to include an assessment of the resource. To evaluate alternatives for data collection, we suggest the creation of a committee that includes members of the DAP, Science Center, PR, DNR Lab, and the team of scientists from this council. This should meet after this meeting. Regarding EEJ, it is necessary to develop a research scheme that responds to the needs of the fishing sectors. Each study that is carried out must have the experience of the fisherman from the beginning, and it's necessary to train the fisherman to create a scientific bank of fishermen. It is necessary that the fishermen have a fair compensation when working in the studies. At present, this payment do not compensate
for the time that the fishermen dedicate to participate in them, and for this reason, they do not show much interest. It is very important to reach out to fishing communities to strengthen their resilience and open communication with the agencies in charge of distributing funds is needed to have an effective contact with the industry. The use of community leaders and entities that bring information to our sector to achieve an impact on our fishing community would be very effective. It would be helpful to have some liaison staff in terms of writing proposals so that the fishing community can participate. Regarding the marine protected areas, the community in general only knows that these areas are protected, but they have no idea what the status they are in. We suggest evaluating this marine protected area with the most effective frequency possible and bringing this resource to all fishing sectors. Regarding the Turmarine Bank, there is a great concern if aggregation of red herring are currently occurring. This is because in an article published by Dr. Rowell, where Dr. Sharel and Dr. Appleton, among others, appear as co-authors, he says that in data from visual census of groupers in Abril La Sierra, the density values are reported between 0.5 to 3.3 individuals per 100 square meters versus in a study carried out by Dr. Rene Garcia at the Turmarine Bank, they found a density of 0.073 to 0.074 individuals per 100 square meters. This reflects a 10 times higher density of red herring in Abril La Sierra than in the Turmarine Bank. Although Dr. Garcia's study does not suggest that red herring aggregation do not exist in the Turmarine Bank, there may be a possibility that they are not occurring, which was the main reason for protecting this area. In other business, we briefly discussed the continued absence of our non-voting members, and we are pleased that the DNR representation back, and would like to know, and I wish they are here today, if the Coast Guard is interested in maintaining the presence on our panel, which we feel is very important. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Crespo. Any questions for Crespo? Jack?
Thank you, Nelson. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Governor for record. That's a very good report, Nelson. A lot of good information in there. I was wondering if you could share a written report with the council so that we can look at it more closely.
Sure. Okay. Kevin?
Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center. Thanks, Nelson. Great report and a lot of great points, and we look forward to working with you all and continue the good work that we can all do together.
Thank you. I just caught on to a text that we need a break desperately, so take a break real quick.
Before the break, Julia and Gerson do not have a report, but I wanted to give half a minute for Julian to tell us about the activity in December. By the way, the hotel will be open August 24th. And I insist anybody going to travel to the meeting, December 5th and December 6th, start making your reservation, airplane reservation now. Julian? Very quick.
Yes, Jim McGrath for the record. So finally, since the hurricanes, the Marriott Western Hotel will be opening up, like we just said, August 28th in that area. It's been delayed, but the council will be back in the Virgin Islands, and St. Thomas Fishermen's Association would like to host everyone that attends the meeting with the other halves if they come with them. And we're gonna host you guys at the Frenchtown Community Center, where the fishermen and local chefs will be preparing a seafood dinner for everyone. It won't be hors d'oeuvres, it will be a dinner, we will have fish, we will have conch, we'll have lobsters, we'll have all the good stuff. And I'm looking forward of having 5 of our main restaurants on the island who have local chefs from the Virgin Islands to be preparing some of these dishes along with the fishers that will be preparing food. We'll have drinks, we'll have music, and I hope everyone can attend and enjoy this. We're also working on providing a couple shuttles with taxis because it's very expensive on the island. It's not like Puerto Rico where 3 or 4 people get the same price they charge individually. So between the group of us what will be attending the meeting and hiring a couple taxi vans to provide the transportation for free also, so you guys can come out and enjoy an evening on behalf of the St. Thomas Fishermen's Association. So Miguel, all I would need from you guys is as we get closer and you have an idea who will be attending, if we can get somewhat of a number of who will be provided to, would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. So break time, 10 minutes. Thank you.
Sorry about
Cristina, ¿pueden pasar? Okay, so we're gonna get started again. The next item on the agenda is the outreach and education report. Alida Ortiz, Chair.
¿Tú tienes mi presentación? Good morning. So we are going to make a very short report on what the outreach and education has been doing at this time, and especially the projects that we would like to present to you for approval. Next one. As I said before, we are going to. Okay. Yeah, as I said before, we are always going to find a strategic plan for the council, and our concepts for working on outreach and education are the ecosystem-based management, the island-based fishery management plans for each island, the sustainable fish and seafood consumption, and that is not only for the fisheries, it's for the entire community, all the consumers, all the people that buy in the fisheries and the markets. And the marine protected areas in Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. And it was good to hear this morning from Nelson the need to get more information on the state status of these MPAs. So we're going to be working with that. Next one, please. So the thing that we have been doing in the past meeting, especially was working with the Equity and Environmental Justice group to help Heather Block and the fisheries in Puerto Rico, where they are going to do their meetings. And these meetings are going to be from August 21st to 24 in Puerto Rico. And they are going to be one in Manatí, that's the North Coast, and it will take the fishers and the communities of that area, Cabo Rojo in the west, which is probably one of our largest fishing community, Ponce South, not just Ponce, but all the small towns and the fishers group that are in that area, Ceiba, that will be in the east, and that will take also the people from the fishers from Vieques and Culebra. The liaison, Wilson and Janet, who is part of the Outreach and Education Advisory Panel, are going to attend to all those meetings, and we will then take the information and see how what the NOAA wants to do in equity and environmental justice, we can follow with completely in our outreach and education products. They also, the other, Wilson is going to do that. The other activity that we have been working with is the Marine Resources Education Program, MREP. That's a workshop that is done in Puerto Rico, and they're going to do it sometime in the US Virgin Islands. And with the MREP, we have helped them with the areas they are going to work, and then the people that are going to participate as members of that workshop. I will be attending part of it in Humacao and in Naguabo, but the entire group is going to meet in Fajardo from August 25th to 27th. And at the end, when we get the results from the, the discussions and what the fishers want from the workshop, we will bring back the information to you in the December meeting. Next, please. there are two projects that we want to present to you for council approval. And it is this one, we mentioned it in the April meeting, and it is the illustrated catalog of the fish and invertebrate species that are included in the island-based fishery management plans for Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. And this was a request made by the three dams, the Puerto Rico, the St. Thomas, and the St. Croix, that they wanted more information or probably some kind of product that they could look at it immediately with the information that is in the island-based management plans about these species, but that they will have an illustration, a short description, and then they could have that in the boat, they could have that in their fisheries schools, all that. So the objective is to familiarize the stakeholders, not just the fishers and consumers, in easy to understand language and illustrations with the important issues related to the species managed in each island. The text will be in English and Spanish. And then before we complete the entire project, we are going to send it to the people that we met with in St. Thomas, St. John, Ruth Gomez, Nicole, Julian, so that they can take a look at it. And if they have different names for those species, if they have more different information that the one we have collected from the regular references, give them, and then we'll change and we'll make it, different one. And then there will be also the collaborators in Puerto Rico, Nelson Crespo, Eliso, and if you have another person that would want to look at it, we'll send it also. And also in St. Croix, where we are sending it to Helson, and remember the other person. But all the dams are going to look at the material before it is finished. And then when it is finished, we will give it to the council for production. Next one. This is an example of what we're trying to do. Probably that description that you have there is too long because they will take a lot. We have around 73 species in the, in all the, uniting all the island-based fishery management plans. But we are going to have a very short description on the color, on the size, and on the regulations that these species have in the island base. And then there will be references to go to the island base fishery management plan, the complete document and the formal document, and check those things. And we will use illustrations. We are not using photographs because sometimes we have a description that is a color, but the photograph that we can find is a different color because it was taken on the water and it was taken, with a different thing. So we have all the illustrations ready. We have those from Sea Grant, and also an artist has made those that were not included in the Sea Grant material. So as soon as we have that, probably in a draft, for a complete draft, we are also going to send it to Miguel and to Carlos, so that you can either send them to all the council, but that way.
So we have to elect people that we're gonna send them, right,
Okay.
send it to everybody in this brother.
Okay, great.
Then we have to double check whether the species appear in the different areas, for example, snappers and some of that. The other important part is that this is an idea that came out of the fisheries.
Yes.
To have this,
Yes.
St. Thomas, DPR group, suggested the idea, Ruth Gomez and Julia, and it was followed by DPNR, that St. Croix, Puerto Rico. Both groups all agreed to have the book.
Yeah. And I have already received some recommendations, that were out, and we're putting that in the text. The next one. 15. Okay, another one is the calendar 2024. We did have a problem with the calendar 2023, but calendar 2024 will be dedicated to the island-based fishery management plans, because that calendar gets to the fishers, but also it gets to all the consumers. And we want that information available for the entire community. And then we have information on each one of indicator species, managed species, and then we will have maps of where they are found. Then Puerto Rico will have January, February, March, and April. St. Croix, May, June, July, August. St. Thomas, St. John, September, October, November, and December. And this must be completed by December for printing, because the problem with the 2023 was that the material didn't get all together, and even though, we have some material was there, so now we have to collect that material that was for fishers' families, that some of you people gave us information, and that should be probably about 2025. But the 2024 will be dedicated to island-based fishery management plans, and it must be could be completed by September. Next one. The products that we are already working on, some of them are about to be finished or finished. We have to work with fact sheet and booklets on the island-based essential topics. And that will be stickers or infographic on each one of those island-based fishery management plan for each island. Then we also would like to have some kind of product on the content of the fishery ecosystem plan, because that is a topic that is mentioned all the time, that is discussed in each one of these meetings of the council, but we have very complex text in terms of fishery ecosystem plan, and we have to put that in a language and a style that all consumers can read it. And we would be working with all the illustrations that we have already. We would like to have information for the schools, because in many of the fishing villages that we have a school near them. And then if the children, if the students from the very beginning recognize the fishes and see the importance of that product, then it will be a different culture about the value of our fisheries. And we would be working on right now there's a school in Parguera, and even though it is probably something that we're doing not from outreach and education, since I have been for so long in Parguera, one of the schools in Parguera has been turned into a marine education secondary school. And it's one of the Montessori schools, and they are working with the fishers, they are working with the community, and the curriculum will be accepted by the Department of Education, but much of it will be on fisheries, not just marine biology, but fisheries from history, from philosophy, from socioeconomics, so that they understand from the intermediate school that fisheries is an important economic activity in our island. And we are doing that too. Next one. We have been asked to produce material for snapper, grouper, deep water fishing. And that was one of the requests of the DAPs when we met with them. But that we are still getting the information. And something that I hear all the time, an explanation in very simple terms of a stock assessment, and how is a stock assessment done, and what participation do the consumers and the fishers and the people who know the results can have on it. And understanding management terminology, we still have to go all the time to get optimum yield, ACL, ABC, and other terms. So we should have some kind of a poster or something that you can stick on the fishery store on this abbreviations or these terms that are used constantly. Next one. We were asked also, but we haven't gotten all the information on a fact sheet on Bajo de SICO and the fishery management regulations in the area. And there's a recommendation that I get, from listening the information that the fisher bring when they come to this meeting is that there should be a workshop on fishery management regulation for new DAP members, similar to the PEPCO. This information is not included directly in the PEPCO, but it should be like a different one on fishery management rules. And what do they mean? And what is the impact? And what is the importance of the fishers' participation in this communication about fishery management regulations? Next.
Alida, in that one, anyway, brainstorming, it's better to add a section like that at the PEPCO rather than the whole effort, so the council can assist. And then make sure that the new members of the DAPs, each one of the areas participate. In case of DAP member from St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, we can invite them over to come to this particular meeting, to the new members.
Great, and that's something that we can manage with Wilson. And the same way that I go there to the PEPCO and give information about what is the Caribbean Fishery Management Council and ecosystem-based management, that will also be the information. So I thought we will talk about that.
And the other thing some officials suggested was to use the social networks, especially Facebook, with that information. So it's a matter of getting with Christina, yourself, and others, and to include that information, including also stock assessment, because translate stock assessment from sign to common language is not that easy.
It's not that easy.
To study in Spanish, there's no word for stock in Spanish. It's abasto pesquero. I used to say fisherman abasto pesquero, and they would say abasto pesquero, so okay, thank you.
Okay, any questions, recommendations?
Vanessa.
Thank you, Alida. Vanessa Ramirez, for the record. Of course, I have to thank you because you have been a great facilitator during all these months, so all the activities that we have been done in the West area, and also Wilson and Janet that were in Vieques with the PEPCO. And I just want to take a moment to put on the attention of the council. And we have been or started in the workshop for the divers. As we see in presentation during this morning, our fishermen, most of them are changing their kind of fishery to diving, and we have a big issue with these young fishermen. Last week we lost one, 28 years, and today I have one of my divers in here that he just have the two worst experience for a diver. He get lost in June. He was 7 hours out in open waters between the void 4 and 6, and it was very difficult to work with that rescue. I have to thank Miguel Borges. Sadly, 911 can contact Coast Guard. Miguel was the one that helped me to put that on the line, and they helped a lot with the rescue. We have an emergency plan in our area, but this is a situation that is around Puerto Rico, and I know that also Virgin Islands not the same. We need to also, we're taking care of our fishery, but we need to take care also about our human resources that are the fishermen, especially if we can develop a small booklet or an emergency card where they have and know the procedure when they have an accident with a battle trauma, or when they also have get their diver lost, who they have to call first instead of start waiting in those, because when you're in open waters, each minute it's life that is right there. And also, I want to put for the record the situation in Puerto Rico with the medical personnel that we have. The only chamber is here in San Juan, and I have a bill right here. He got a bubble on Saturday. He go to the hospital in San German. They made him wait until the next day. The emergency doctor don't even know what was that. He had to explain. They want to just let him go to the home with some pills, some Advil for the pain. And it was very difficult to make a request for the chamber to receive him. Janet helped me a lot, calling directly to the director. And once we had that done, he was transported in an ambulance to San Juan and received the treatment. In 2 hours, he was already in the chamber. But the thing is, most of our commercial fishermen, especially in the west side, or in Vieques and Culebra, when they have to go to the chamber, many of them decide to don't, because they don't have the facility for transportation once they are out. For example, that's why Abiel is here with me. I take him from the hospital and then bring him back. And this is some of you that have the experience last night talking to him. It's something that we need to address as a council, because it's our younger fishermen generation that we need some other fishermen to get in. And as we take care of our fisheries, we need to spread the word that they need more workshops for security in diving, and especially also in the medical sector, we need some education that all these people that are the first responder know how to treat a diver when they come to the port. Thanks.
Actually, I had a short meeting with Janet yesterday about that issue. So Janet, if you want to say.
Well, we are short on time, but what I want.
But we have, Janet is requesting a turn to speak.
Yeah, but the thing is that we have done this before, several times, and with SIGRA. So probably we can talk to Chapa, the director of SIGRA, and see if we can have that collaboration. Christina did a video with the doctors. Actually, we have that, and we can share it also for social network, with the social network. But the issue is that, as Andy Maldonado said at one of the meetings, Andy Maldonado is one of the best commercial divers that we have in Puerto Rico. He's been fishing for a long time. And many young fishers don't care. They just go out. You know, that guy had 3 tanks. How many times? The thing is that we can have fact sheets and everything, but if the guys don't follow, we won't go anywhere. But this is a continuum, you know, we have to do it. But this is the last thing, but we were going to have a workshop at the council in 1 December, and the workshop was going to be given by a diver that was a teacher, how to avoid bubbles. The meeting was in December, and he came in November, I know he's suffering bubbles. So, you know, it gives you an idea of the problematic that we have. But I believe that following Vanessa, we can start the ball rolling to work on the 2 areas. And Janet also told me about it. It happened. So I believe between Vanessa as a council member, Christina, Alida, and Janet, we can put something together that we can report back to the council in December.
Okay. Yeah.
Janet, you need to use the mic and introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you. Janet Ramos Garcia, for the record. I already called the Colegio de Cirujanos, Colegio de Médicos y Cirujanos de Puerto Rico, and asked them about how to do the continual medical education for doctors. And I already have the information, so we are going to proceed with the class.
Thank you. Yeah, real quickly. Alida, thanks again for all your contributions. Regarding the catalog of fishes and invertebrates, I'm gonna make another suggestion to add a small section on seagrasses. Because I mean, fishers know where they are and what they do, but they may not recognize one from the other. And this might be particularly important with the halophila, since we have Halophila stipulacea, which is an invasive species, which is also affecting the shadow benthic communities. And there are only 6 species, and you can use the presentation I gave the last time on seagrasses. You can use the picture and everything, whatever, for anything you want. What's the name? Hello. Sorry for causing all this commotion here. I step on some cable here. It's my fault again. Again and again. So anyhow, just for the record, if you can add a small section with pictures showing the taxonomy of the seagrasses, which the teachers know they exist, but they don't know what are they, what species and specifically what they do. And then you can use all the pictures that I send you, and I can help you voluntarily write something out if you need it to help me. And maybe another 3 pictures showing an example of geophyte, a rhodophyte, and a chlorophyte. But what a brown algae is, and maybe you can just show sargasso, a chlorophyte, maybe penicillus, or whichever you wish. And a rhodophyte, well, you know more than anybody. Just to let them know that all the plants are autotrophic and they contribute to the productivity of the ecosystem. Thank you.
The only thing, Vance, is that since the island base does strictly on the reef fishes, pelagics, invertebrates, then we could work with other products of the fish communities in seagrasses or the fish communities on mangrove roots, things like that. But for this product in particular, it has to be only reef fishes and pelagics.
Thank you. I agree.
Okay, thank you. So we're gonna move forward, but we're gonna bump Ana Salceda ahead of the council liaison, fisheries liaison. Yes, and then the lunch hour will only be 1 hour and you'll be back for 1. We can catch up on some missing items. The liaison and Kevin McCarthy. Okay, before lunch, okay. All right, so, yeah, okay. So Ana.
Good morning. Is it working?
Hello, yes. Good morning, and thank you very much for opening a space for us to present the Big Fish public engagement campaign. I'm going to be sharing my screen so you can see our presentation, and my team, the digital team, will also be participating in the meeting in a few minutes. So let's start with, I understand that there are different levels of information among this audience, so I'm going to provide a little bit of background of this initiative. So this initiative starts in 2018 within the context of the WCAPC Spawning Aggregation Working Group. And it came out because the group realized the importance and urgent need of putting out there all the research and information that had been gathered on fish spawning aggregations, and in order to actually encourage action, we needed to reach out to the three main target audiences of this campaign. So, as you know, as our campaign is the first phase of implementation of a 10-year communication strategy that is the communication component of the regional fish spawning aggregations management plan. And this is a 2-year campaign in 3 languages: English, Spanish, and French. We originally had a dream campaign. So we were talking to all the target audiences, including young kids and everyone. So, but a reality check forced us to actually focus on 3 target audiences. The first is fishers, because, as you know, they are an indispensable part of the solution. Decision makers, which includes not only politicians and managers, but also enforcement officials. And the general public, as you know, there's no such a thing as a general public. So we are focused on tourists from Europe and the US, especially, that travel to the Caribbean, and when they get here, they consume fish. And at the local level, within the entire wider Caribbean, which is the geographic scope of our campaign and our strategy, we are focused on fish buyers, fish consumers in all the countries in the region. So we originally focused on, when it comes to the logo, as you know, is the face of the initiative. We had focused on 2 original concepts that have been evolving until reaching this point. This is the final logo of the campaign. The colors are included in the palette of the campaign, which is basically the Caribbean blues. This is the bright blue, and we are also including the dark Caribbean blue, which is what you see in the letters and the little fish. And a palette of yellow, orange, golden that includes that fish. Well, the color of this fish has been an incredible battle. We have consulted with so many people that we came up with this color, which is, you see that the fish is kind of a hybrid between a grouper and a snapper, because we originally have a NASA grouper, but some of the group, this is let me insert a very important note here. This is a campaign that has been produced from the beginning and will be until the end by the Spawning Aggregation Working Group. And there's a communication subcommittee within that working group that has been contributing with time, knowledge, opinions, and constant feedback to the campaign. So the scientists didn't like the color that we had before, which was the color that the fishes like, which was a very orangey kind of happy color. So we ended up with this color that, as you see, dog snappers are pretty much like that underwater. And well, I hope you like it because it was not easy to get here. As part of this initiative, we have produced many outreach products and communication products. One centerpiece of the campaign is 1 hour film for broadcast that was premiered on Nature PBS last April and in the German market in last May. We have great news about this film. It's originally in English for the international market, but we are going to produce a Spanish version of the film, not with subtitles, but that, because based on the features and some members of our communication subcommittee, well, for 1 hour film, subtitles didn't work. So we are working on the Spanish version to be distributed throughout the entire region in the Spanish-speaking countries, of course, of the weather area. The great news is also that we are finalists in 3 film festivals in Europe, in Germany, in Austria, and in Rotterdam. And we are finalists in Jackson Hole. For your information, Jackson Hole in the US is the most important film festival of science and natural history in the world, along with Wild Spring, that has accepted already our film, and we think that we could be finalists as well. So that is already great because that assures us an incredible distribution in Europe and the US. In the US, it was premiered by PBS, and it's on several streaming platforms right now. That includes Apple and Amazon, etc., etc. So, and it will be there for a year. So, regarding the film, we are also submitting the film to many, actually almost 50 film festivals in the Weather Caribbean region where our executive producers wouldn't have applied, but we are doing it because of this campaign. By the way, our executive producers are the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, Nature PBS, and Red Bull Terra Mater out of Austria. In addition to this 1 hour film for broadcast, we also have short films. We are producing 2 short films right now. One is in post-production, the other one is being produced as we speak. And we already finished 2 films in 3 languages. NASA Grouper Against the Clock is focused on the situation that NASA Grouper is facing. And well, you get it from the title that it's a call to action targeting decision makers, but it's a product that can be watched and perfectly understood by all the other target audiences. The main messages of the campaign are, again, I think you are familiar already with with the communication strategy. That is the framework of all this. So you know the themes and subjects that we are going to be talking about. But the main messages are no fishing, nor sales from December to March for NASA grouper. No fishing, no sales from April to July for modern snapper. The second film that we already produced in the 3 languages is Fish Smart, and it's addressed to fishers. And it's about fish spawning aggregations, the situations that we face in the entire region. And it's a call to action not only for the fishers to participate, but also explores ways for the fishers to get involved in the decision-making process, find alternative livelihoods in collaboration with institutions like this one, and alternative livelihoods, but also with opportunities, capacity building and opportunity funding opportunities. The short film that is on post-production right now, it's pretty much the same idea for modern snapper that we included for NASA grouper. And Love is in the Air is the only short film that is addressed to a younger audience. These tourists that come from Europe and the US and come to the Caribbean. So it includes what, of course, because this campaign is solutions. Solutions are really important for the campaign, and they are part of our content. So it includes, the short film includes many ideas for these target audiences, what they can do when they get here. The Howard Hughes Medical Institute is also producing for us, as part of the campaign, an application for these target audiences where they are going to be able to see which species they can eat when they get to the Caribbean, and the ones that they cannot eat because they are in season. Alternatives. It provides alternatives for sustainable species to consume while in the Caribbean. We have, as part of our research for our communication strategy, we realized that radio is very important for fishers, and for the general audience, radio is back. So we have a very important component of radio. We have created, produced already the radio kit in English, and the radio kit in Spanish is being produced as we speak. We have incorporated fishers from Mexico, and this week we are going to be producing here in Puerto Rico with many of the fishers that are part of this council and work with this council. The podcast in Spanish. So thus far we have the English version, as I said, and it includes 2 podcasts and 2 FSAs, one for NASA grouper to promote the closed season of NASA grouper and modern snapper at the regional level. And the podcasts are, one is focused on NASA grouper. Of course, being audio, being radio, we use the audio approach. So thanks to the constant support of Michelle Chabert and some of her colleagues, I think it's a juicy podcast to hear the love calls of the NASA grouper. And Fish Smart is complementary with the film that we produce, and it keeps exploring alternative for fishers during the fishing bans, right? In addition to provide information about fish spawning applications. The Caribbean Fisheries Management Council has produced beautiful posters for both species that are the flag species of the management plan, the Nasa grouper and the modern snapper. So they are in the 3 languages of the campaign, including French. And thank you to Alida, Graciela, and all the people from the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council for contributing this to the campaign as well. The Big Fish Hub is the digital face of the spawning aggregate, not only the campaign, but the spawning aggregation working group phase. The idea of creating a hub, as you know, is Miguel and I really had great conversations about the difference between a website and a hub, right? So hub is, as Miguel says, the enhanced version of a website. It's more interactive and it's more specialized. And in fact, you're going to see the different 3 sections for the different target audiences that we are creating, because the hub is in a very rough draft state. And it's basically as well a resource library. So you are going to be able to find here not only the materials that we have created for this campaign, but we have been curating a collection of existing materials that were produced in the last 10 years by partners on fish spawning aggregations and the species that aggregate to spawn. So we have curated that collection, you will find it there, and as well as all the scientific papers, popular science, management plan, regulations, and of course, all these products that are additional to the ones that we produce. I'm going to walk you through this very, very rough draft of the hub, but just to finish this part of the presentation, we are also working with the Howard Hughes Medical Institute and PBS. They are creating additional materials for the respective platforms, more educational. The Howard Hughes Medical Institute has a section for teachers that is called Bio Interactive, and they are creating videos and workshops and all kinds of material to focus on reef ecology and fish spawning aggregations for this group of students, freshman students in college, and for this group of teachers that include teachers from the Caribbean, by the way. They are working with, the idea is to bring the teachers in Puerto Rico closer to this group, but we already have presence of teachers from Colombia, Chile, and many of the countries that are part of the wider Caribbean. So that's work in progress, but we have many years ahead of us. So for now, they are being incredible partners. And they are supporting us with these additional materials. The same goes for the educational section of the website of PBS, Nature PBS, WNED, and they are producing more materials as we speak. We are also working with, of course, all of our partners in the region, including the CFI, COBI, and many others, to serve the communication purposes or needs of their respective organizations and dovetail both initiatives. Let me show you a little bit of the hub. As I said, forget about the design, please. Let's focus on the structure and main content. So there will be a better explanation of what the FISH initiative is, a link to learn more. So there will be a background. So the viewers will be able to understand where this initiative comes from, who are the main stakeholders, and a little bit of history of the project. We have, as you see at the bottom, we have a resource library, which is the one that I just mentioned, where you can find the collection of videos, radio production, papers, protocols, management plans, etc., that could be useful for any of the target audiences of the campaign. And we have also, next to resource library, another section, because we are going to have a lot of live events. We have put together a calendar for the first year of the campaign. Our partners are inserting their respective events and activities in the respective countries. So the idea is do a lot of streaming. So it's, as I said, this hub is very interactive, and there will be a lot of streamings and materials that our partners will send us and keep updated. Speaking of live events, the campaign will be launched the second half of September, and it will be launched from Belize as part of a series of special screenings of Treasure of the Caribbean, the film for broadcast, in Belize, Guatemala, and Honduras, who are the countries where the main character of this film, which is the NASA grouper, but also the coral reef, that is the set of the film. These three countries have a lot of importance for the future of this wonderful and resilient coral reef called the Cayman Islands. So we start with a series of live events and screenings of this film for decision maker, fishers, and the community, always going to our three target audiences. And we will start in Belize because, as you know, there's a tradition and history of Belize protecting fish spawning aggregations, and we will launch the campaign. We are waiting for the decision makers in Belize, the Fisheries Department, to tell us when the event will be. We think it could be around the 17th of September, so that would be the date of the launch date. But we are still waiting for confirmation. We will keep you posted. So let's go to policymakers. So you see, the first video that you see there is the one that we produced for them. And we have 3 calls on this. Everything that you see, including the pictures, the animations, everything are rough cuts, right? Basically, this map is where we are going to include the information that we have been gathering on those 10 species that are going to be the focus species, because we cannot include all of the species that aggregate and spawn. So we have selected based on the advice from our partners on these 10 species. And there will be a database of the regulations, existing regulations in each country of the region. Then there are 3 asks for decision makers. One is help us complete the database and the information. Second, promote and support the enforcement of the closed season in your country. And this is a series of steps. What you see, the moving text is a series of steps that decision makers and the rest of the stakeholders that are involved in enforcement should take in order to get prepared for the spawning season. Michelle Sharon has been doing this work in Puerto Rico, so Estefania Golden and Michelle were instrumental to put together this guide of what to do when the spawning season is approaching. And the third task for decision makers is coordinate with your neighbors, conservation, protection, and enforcement. So we have started again. This is a rough cut. So you will be able to navigate and look for your country, and you will have the information of the fisheries department of that country and the enforcement office or unit or whatever it is in the different countries. This animated map that is going to be much bigger includes all of the known and confirmed aggregation sites of the different species in the wider Caribbean. The different colors respond to different species, and it will be bigger. So it's right next to the section of work with your neighbors. So everybody knows who their neighbor is, right? But it helps with the content. Here are also the 10 fish that have been chosen to focus on, priority species, let's call it. And there will be a basic description. The ones that have posters, there will be a poster, a link to the poster, and here we have the final, a link to go back to the library for more information. And of course, since we are requesting more information on data from the different countries, here is the way for them to submit it. We still need to decide who is going to receive these emails, by the way. So this is decision makers that includes the managers, enforcement, and the policy makers. I look forward to whatever you think we are missing, big things, big content that should be there, and we haven't included or envisioned to include. And we will review this also with a group that is going to be meeting today at 6:30 to get their feedback on the hub. So this is the section for fishers, right? So we have the film, and we have, this is the main content: training opportunities, financial support, connection with other fisher folks in the region, and the media, and more resources. So here is a big fish field manual. The 10 species that we mentioned before will be here described. And we will have the radio content that we have created and we are producing right now. It will be linked to Spotify. We have created a channel for them, and it will be placed here. Here we have alternative livelihoods. Basically, this is a section that is going to be to celebrate fishers, right? And we are working already with many different fishers and associations and groups and coops from Mexico and other countries to have a network of influencers, fisher influencers from the entire region that are going to be filling out this section. Here we have training resources, the same mechanism. You go to your country and you can find the capacity building opportunities for you. The funding resources as well. And then we have, here we will have a story map that Michelle Scherer suggested to have, but it's so complex and sophisticated that we
have decided to change what we were gonna do, and we are putting together something that takes actually 20 days to be produced. So it's basically, it will be what the situation in each country is regarding the different species that aggregate the spawn. You will be able, it will be interactive, so you will be able to go to the different countries, and there a window will pop up with the fisheries that are making a difference in that place, in that country, right? And what they are doing to tackle the fisheries crisis. And there will be contact information of these, it could be individuals, there are countries that are not as well organized as others, so there will be information of associations, clubs, and individuals. And that's pretty much the two sections for fishers and decision makers. We are also working on the community. And as I said, this will be much different. This for the general public, tourists, and people that will come to the Caribbean. So it will include the call to action. So and all the information about the application, so they can download it before they take their trips. We will have the 10 different species that we discussed before, and as you see, you will be able to see the different species, the description, links to the posters, and you will be able to hear the sound that the groupers make, as well as part of the descriptions. Here we have basically a billboard of what the events are going to be at that moment. So everybody can get online and connected, or at least know what's going on in the region regarding fish spawning aggregations. Many ideas to help, which include volunteer and also fundraising for fishers, organizations that really want to keep building capacity, and for research as well. We will be raising money for those specific goals, research and fishers, capacity building for fishers. And
only got a couple more minutes because we have a call for lunch.
okay. So that's basically it. Now we are going to talk to, we are going to hear very, very briefly. I'm a little worried that we don't have the time because this presentation should be 10 minutes, and you guys will, Isabella and Adi, need to make it very, very short. So go ahead.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
We don't have 10 minutes, because you have to break, we can do it after lunch at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
So the first thing after 1 o'clock, we'll do that.
Okay, Adi and Isabella, we will reconnect with you after lunch at 1 p.m., which is 4 p.m. for you.
Okay, cool. Sounds good.
Thank you. Goodbye.
And I believe that, the work that Anna has done with the collaborator section. When we were discussing this, I called it up a glorified webpage, but it's a little bit more than that. And this is probably one of the best things that we have done for the promotion of Pan-Caribbean management of the species that aggregate to spawn. And the three components are management, fishers, and science. And you have seen that all will be there. And I believe, Mr. Chairman, that Kevin wanted to say something before it's good news. Before we go to lunch.
Thank you. This is Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center, and this was something I forgot to mention yesterday in our presentation. But we, working with Laura and Rachel at headquarters, Laura Sima and Rachel O'Malley, at headquarters, we were able to get funding to hire a person to work in support of our efforts with WCAPC. So essentially, this will be a position that will evaluate U.S. data reporting obligations. So there's, as we become more and more involved with the WCAPC, there's data that is required from each nation that's a member state. And we've got reporting obligations, just like we do with ICAD and these other international organizations. But we haven't developed those mechanisms yet, and we haven't identified all the data that are required for WCAPC reporting, and we don't quite understand the WCAPC reporting system. So this person would be hired through the Cooperative Institute, just like many of the folks that are working with the Caribbean Fisheries Branch are. And they would be working on that data reporting obligation and understanding that system and developing guidance for future implementation of data reporting. So we're looking for somebody who knows about data sets, who knows how to code in, say, R or SQL, that sort of thing. It doesn't matter where they live. They can live down here. They could live in Colorado. They could live wherever, because the Cooperative Institute doesn't care. They can be located in Miami if they so desire. Although I got to tell you, the cost of living there is going through the roof. So much like everywhere else, but it's especially so in Miami. The job announcement has not come out yet. We'll make sure that the council gets it. So you'll see. I don't quite know what they do if they send out a job description as well as the job announcement, but we have both of those documents that have been prepared for CMS. And CMS does the logistics of the hiring. We will have a hiring panel that will interview candidates. So that's something to look forward to, hopefully in the not too distant next month or so. But we'll see and we'll let you know. But I meant to mention that yesterday, so it's a great opportunity for somebody. We're probably looking at a master's level, like a new graduate, but who's got some coding skills and knows about some databases. That's it.
Thank you, Kevin. So we will break for lunch. We'll be back in 1 hour. So 1 o'clock. Got it.
Cristina.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Esto es una prueba. Si alguien de las personas que está conectada en el Zoom me puede decir que está escuchando. If you're hearing us from Zoom and you can talk to us, please do it. We are testing the system.
We can hear you.
Thank you, Laura.
Sí, aquí estamos. Bien, chao.
Gracias, Marta. Marta, pregunta por aquí, Alberto, si ahora nos escuchas más claro.
Sí, mucho mejor.
Gracias, Marta.
Ok.
Tienes que abrir tu micrófono.
Hola Marta, Vance, Vicente, saludos.
Vicente, qué gusto saludarte. ¿Cómo estamos, Vance?
Igual, bien, bien. Aquí ya tú sabes.
Sí, ya te veo muy activo ahí en ese comité estadístico.
Sí. ¿Cómo te va la cosa? ¿Cómo va el hub de GIS?
Estamos mejorando porque ya ahorita estamos integrando los datos de CIMA por tipo de arte de pesca y paralelamente estamos trabajando con los datos de RENI, de los corales mesofóticos. Lo que pasa es que arreglar todas esas bases de datos toma tiempo, pero vamos bien.
Sí, bueno, te avisa cuando esté lista para enviarte copia de mi transecto submarino.
Ah, no, tú envíalos cuando quieras, que entran en el siguiente paso.
Está bien. Yo lo que voy a hacer es, te voy a enviar yo no sé, me alejé ya. Te voy a enviar las fotos de los transectos, los representativos primero, con latitud,
Ah,
longitud, profundidad, taxonomía,
bueno, listo. Perfecto. Ok.
geografía,
Eso,
por ciento de
eso es
cobertura.
chévere. Eso
Ok,
está
bueno,
chévere. Ok, bien.
pues te dejo.
Suerte. Bien, bye.
So. So are we ready? Where's my intro for it? Okay.
So thank you for giving us a little bit more time.
Ana, y no debe pasarle 10 minutos.
Yeah. It won't. What you are going to listen to now is the digital part of the campaign. I presented the hub, and this the digital team of Big Fish is going to present pretty much the social media.
Awesome. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Addie, and I'm really excited to be with you all today. Super honored and excited to kind of share the progress on the digital strategy. I've been the digital coordinator with Big Fish since June. And yeah, I'm just super excited. I'm going to pass it off to Isabella to introduce herself.
Hi, buenos dias a todos. I'm Isabella Saporito Santos, and I'm so excited to present the work we've done so far. So we can just hop right into it because I know we're short on time. So we'll go ahead and get started.
Next slide. So this is just a campaign overview and kind of what we're going to be going over today. We're going to touch briefly on the hub, even though Anna already talked about it. We're going to talk about our social media platforms and our social strategy, our newsletter, and then lastly, how we're bringing that all together through our Linktree, which is this super cool platform. If we could go to the next slide. So as Anna talked about, the Big Fish Digital Hub is the absolute centerpiece of the campaign. It's where all of our resources, videos, information, calls to action are going to live across our three audiences, which are fishers, decision makers, and the community. And as Anna mentioned, it's also going to be in 3 different languages. So all of our different digital platforms are really kind of serve to drive traffic to our digital hub because it's the most important, one of the most important parts of our campaign. And if we could go to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about social. So Big Fish has launched across the following platforms. We are at Big Fish Initiative across Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Threads, YouTube, WhatsApp, and Spotify. An important part of our social strategy is using kind of the research from our 10-year, the work that all of our partners, many of you all also contributed to with our Recovering Big Fish 10-year plan, and making sure that we cater content on these specific platforms to the audiences that are most active on it. So for example, we know that from our previous research from 2018, we know that WhatsApp is extremely important for fishers. So that's going to be a really key part of our strategy. On the other hand, we know Twitter is going to be really important for decision makers. So kind of a key part of how we're going to cater our content is just by slight differences in tone and wording so that our messages come across better to our different audiences. If we could go to the next slide. So another key part of our social strategy is how we actually plan on generating buzz is through kind of leaning on our partner organizations and leaning on the current social media presences that our partners have. So we are not planning on spending any money, at least in the beginning part of our campaign, on boosting our posts or doing paid social advertisements. But what we do plan on is synchronizing our posts and using resharing and stories and collaborative posts and tagging to build up our following from zero. And kind of direct traffic to our social channels, which then leads traffic to our digital hub. And we're currently working with our incredible expansive network. Many of you, our partners, are here today, which we're really excited to be presenting to you all. But we're going to kind of sync up our posts and time our posts to kind of generate attention that way through our social platforms. So if we go to the next slide. So in terms of the actual content that is going to live on our social channels and our digital platforms, we have lots of different content types. We have still images, we have graphics, we have video, and we have audio. And we've spent the past 2 months kind of building out the themes and strategies from the Recovering Big Fish 10-year plan. And we have kind of created pieces of content that are balanced in terms of the audience sections that they reach and the campaigns that they highlight, the campaign messages that they highlight. So I'm just going to talk about a few of them. In terms of themes, obviously FSAs are our most important theme. That's kind of, you know, the backbone of the campaign, and everything. FSA education is an extremely important part of our content. We also have ecosystem education focused on the species that aggregate to spawn, the importance of enforcement, responsible consumption, stakeholders, alternative livelihoods, connectivity, and building community. Those are kind of our themes, our subject matters, and our content. And then our strategies are stories of success, hope and triumph, mathematical reasoning, beauty and wonder, critical calls to action, solutions, fish as charismatic animals, ocean stewardship, and viral content. And again, this entire digital plan is all thanks to the work that all of our partners have done over the past 5 years. It's kind of the culmination of all the work. So we're just really thankful to have had all that great research to kind of build the strategy off. Another note I wanted to make about our social content is that we've ensured that all our video content features both Spanish and English, which are kind of the two main languages for our campaign. So any content, video content that is in Spanish will have English subtitles, and any video content that is in Spanish or in English will have Spanish subtitles. I don't know if I mixed that up. And then our captions will be trilingual. So they'll have English, Spanish, and French in the captions, so that we're making sure we're not isolating or alienating any audiences by not having content in their language. So I think that's it from me for these slides, but I'm going to pass it on to Isabella to talk a little bit about our calendar and some newsletter. So if we could go to the next slide, that would be great.
Hi, everyone, again. So basically, we have a calendar that's a brief outline of some of the dates we're following apart from the collaborative calendar we've created for partners, which we'll talk about shortly. So in August through September, we're going to begin distribution of a Big Fish weekly newsletter. This will include basically everything that's going on, the posts we have scheduled, and everything we're up to and our partners are up to. And then in mid-September, our Big Fish campaign will launch across all our digital platforms with key in-person activations in Belize. In September through October, Treasures of the Caribbean will be released in the Caribbean, and the first 2 months of social content will be centered around the general themes and strategies that Addie went over. And then in November, we'll be preparing for the group responding season and gearing up messaging that will, discuss, that you can't fish or sell grouper during this period through March. And then December through March, the group responding season will be at its active point. So we'll maximize the messaging during this time. And as in March, as it's ramping down, we'll begin preparing for snap responding season, which will begin in April. Then May through June, we'll be establishing our most active part of snapper responding season. And then at that time, there'll be no snapper fishing or sales messaging that we'll be sharing with our partners that they can share as well on their platforms. And in July, snapper responding season will begin. So this is a brief outline until July. And of course, there'll be changes as things happen, but this is generally what we'll be speaking about. If you could go to the next slide. So we, as Anna mentioned during her presentation, we created a partner event calendar. So basically we have a collaborative calendar that all of our partners can add on important dates happening in their own company and organization that we will try to synchronize in our posting and add to our calendar as well. That way we're including all the going-ons that are happening in both the natural world and the cultural world. This will include screenings, workshops, and live events, and especially our screenings for the film, and all the short films. If we could go to the next slide. One forward, please. So our newsletter is going to be a very important piece of strategy for our campaign. We're highlighting, we're trying to aim to include messaging that will be able to be shared through our partners network. Since we're relying so much on organic strategy, our synchronized efforts will be key. So the most important part of the newsletter is that we will include what we're posting when we're posting it, where and how people can reshare it. We also will be giving our partners certain materials, depending on their country, that they can prepare for enforcement and for the season that they can also share on their platforms. So that's going to be a very important part of our strategy. And as we mentioned, we're trying to bridge the gap of also including, French in our captions and in our content, because our partners have brought to attention that, in the past, there's this historic French gap. And such a regional project, we really want to focus in on bridging that gap. So while there will be more content in English and Spanish, we're definitely trying to include French to the best of our capabilities. And then if you go to the next slide. Two forward, please. As Addie mentioned, we will have a link tree that will connect everyone that joins or that follows our pages to our different platforms. So it will connect you to our digital hub, a donation tip jar, which is an included feature on Linktree, all of our social channels, and our newsletter subscription page. I think Linktree is going to be very important, and we'll be sharing that in all of our social platforms bios. And the way that it functions differently from a website is that, to reiterate, it is a database for our target audiences. And it's 6 years worth of research, and it kind of narrates their needs, and each section has its own narrative. So we're really excited to share all of this. If you go to the next slide. Thank you, gracias, merci. Thank you guys so much for listening to our presentation. We're so excited to take advantage of all this amazing work that has been done by our partners over the year and be able to share it and really get people interested in the initiative. I don't know if Addie has any last words.
Yeah, you said it really well. We're really, really excited, and we appreciate the time you've given us to present. So,
yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay. I'm trying to catch up here on the agenda.
Carlos, field card is ready online.
Okay, so I'm gonna move him up and then do the liaisons after that. So lionfish market presentation.
Great. Well, thank you very much for
I don't know if I can give you that full 45 minutes though. If you can move.
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah. Thanks for the opportunity to present to the council. What I'm going to be talking about today is value-added products as a tool for dealing with the Atlantic lionfish invasion. I would like to share my screen.
I made you a co-host, so you have the permission to share your screen.
Thank you, Christina. Let's see, I'm actually looking for the share screen button. I'm not seeing it right now, so maybe Christina, if you could just launch the slides. Great. So like I said, I'm going to talk about value-added products as a tool for management of invasive lionfish. Next slide, please. I think you're probably all familiar with the problem of invasive lionfish, so I don't want to spend a lot of time on that, other than to note that, this is a problem that has been becoming increasingly an issue across the wider Caribbean. Next slide. I think you probably have all seen this infographic from NOAA and USGS that tracks the growth of the invasion over time. It's not showing the growth here. So let's jump to the next slide, please. It's, since over the last 2 decades, lionfish essentially have become problematical throughout the wider Caribbean, and up and down the Atlantic seaboard of the US, and even as far south as the Orinoco River in Brazil. Next slide, please. And in addition to their spread, their population densities in the Atlantic are up to 10 times those found in their native range. Next slide. The nature of the problem is, again, one that I'm sure many of you are familiar with, the fact that they have no native predators, they consume juveniles of commercially important fish, as well as biologically important species such as herbivores. They reproduce very rapidly, reach reproductive age at an earlier age than other mesopredators of their size, highly adaptable to a range of environments. Next slide. This is just evidence of their degree to which they consume juveniles of native fish. Indiscriminate, widely adaptable predators can reduce native fish populations by up to 90% in a matter of weeks. Next slide. In terms of dealing with this problem, and this is what I want to focus on, there's broad agreement that eradication is impossible, but there's also growing evidence that with regular removals, lionfish populations can be controlled and that native fish populations will recover fairly quickly. The problem is, how do you undertake the regular removals that need to be done on a regular basis and in a financially sustainable way? You can't rely on volunteer divers and lionfish derbies and the like indefinitely. Next slide. And increasingly, there's a recognition that one of the major solutions and most effective solutions is the development of markets for lionfish products, and particularly the development of a series of vertical markets that can provide sustainable approach to suppress the lionfish populations, at the same time providing an alternative income source for fishing communities, particularly women, and supporting native stock recovery. Next slide. The vertical market that is probably most well known is that of development of a commercial fishery and lionfish as a seafood item. The idea of, eat them to beat them. Next slide. This has been something that's been expanding quite a bit throughout the wider Caribbean, and was given a boost about 5 years back when Seafood Watch listed lionfish as best choice, which that in turn gave confidence to supermarkets such as Whole Foods and Publix, on the mainland US to start stocking lionfish. Next slide. The second vertical market, and the one I want to focus on, is lionfish jewelry and handicrafts. Next slide. Lionfish spines, fins, and tails can be dried and preserved in a variety of shapes and colors, which results in an attractive material for use in jewelry and handicrafts. Next slide. A variety of jewelry items can be produced using lionfish spines. Next slide. Tails and fins. Next slide. Can be produced to make both very high-end type jewelry products as well as sort of basic handicraft product. Next slide. And some innovative artists are even using other parts of the fish, such as the pectoral fins or the operculum, and are making other types of products, such as Christmas ornaments or hairstyle items, hat fins, and the like. Next slide. They're also mixing lionfish fins and spines with other materials, such as sea glass, feathers, coconut shell, coconut husk, bottle caps, to make some rather interesting and innovative products. Next slide. In terms of, where lionfish jewelry is being produced, this is a relatively new, if I want to say, industry, probably only about a decade old. There are currently clusters of production in Belize, Colombia, Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as well as a lot of individual artists across the wider Caribbean, including at least one or two that I'm aware of in Puerto Rico. There's a dive master in Rincon at Tino Divers that's involved in lionfish removals and also is producing jewelry. The Reef Environmental Education Foundation sells kits. So a lot of people are, making jewelry just for their own use. Next slide. Another new value-added product that I won't spend a lot of time on, but which is very exciting, is lionfish leather. There's a company in Florida, Inversa, which focuses on leather from invasive species, including lionfish. And the leather that they are producing is then being used in turn for a variety of products, from watch bands to wallets to even tennis shoes. And these are very high-end, very high-value products. Just to give you an idea, those tennis shoes sell for about $400. The lionfish wallet sells for about $600. So these are really high-end, high-value products. And going back down the value chain, the price that this company is paying for lionfish skins is also quite high, $6 per skin. Next slide. So, lionfish jewelry is cool, but how does this address the challenge of managing the lionfish invasion? And I want to give some empirical evidence from a few countries based on a study that I did with some colleagues a while back. Next slide. What we looked at was the degree to which production of lionfish jewelry would incentivize removals. And specifically, we looked at how the sale of fins and spines by fishermen to artists would affect the landed value per fish. And what we found is that this actually increased the landed value per fish by up to 40%, which is significant. And the reason why this is important is that as compared to other commercial species, that the fishers who typically would remove lionfish target, lionfish are relatively small. The return from a purely seafood standpoint isn't all that high. And there's a risk of losing fishing days due to envenomation. So fishermen weren't all that excited about targeting lionfish. You had a lot of lionfish being removed by divers, adventure tourism, ecotourism, but as a commercial fish species, there were a lot of constraints. But with the development of jewelry and leather markets, you have a value-added product and an additional source of income as fishermen are able to sell the fins and skins. To give you an idea here, you'll see the price, average selling price for fins and tails, anywhere from 25 cents per fin up to $3 per fin for a really nice pair of pectoral fins. As I mentioned, lionfish skins sell for $6 per skin. So you compare that with the average price per fish for whole fish or fillets, which is, around $3 or $4. It really makes a significant difference. Next slide. It also has a significant impact in terms of livelihood contributions for the female artists who are involved. In most of the countries where lionfish jewelry projects have been developed, the artists who are trained are women from coastal communities, most of whom previously were not involved in any kind of commercial venture. We found that from a survey of 35 artists across the region, that 82% indicated that production and sale of lionfish jewelry substantially or to a great deal increased their household income. And even more so, nearly all of them reported enhanced self-worth and sense of contribution to their communities. Next slide. And in fact, that may well be the biggest contribution that lionfish jewelry production makes. In addition, of course, to supporting increased removals, which is the empowerment and new opportunities for women, acquisition of new business skills. In virtually all the cases where lionfish jewelry training has been organized, we've also provided small business skill training, everything from basic cost accounting to marketing, to customer satisfaction and the like. Also, this helps to increase awareness about the threat posed by invasive lionfish, because jewelry artists also are trained to know about the invasion and to be able to be ambassadors, in a sense, for explaining the threat to the reef posed by lionfish and how it can be addressed. Next slide. Lionfish jewelry initiatives have found to be most effective when they're included as part of an integrated lionfish management program, including commercialization of lionfish as a seafood item, training and awareness raising. As I mentioned, jewelry artists are trained and become spokespersons around this, the small business skills. An example of how the integration works in Belize, for example, when we trained lionfish jewelry artists, at the same time, there were efforts to promote awareness about lionfish, to introduce it in restaurants. So what we did is we provided earrings to servers in the restaurants, who also then became spokespersons, raising awareness, not only through lionfish as the seafood item, but also using the jewelry they were wearing as an entry point to talk to customers about the invasion. Another thing that we found important is involving fishers in the fin harvesting and preservation, so that they see how this aspect of selling fins and skins can raise the return per fish. And then, as I mentioned, the combined with commercialization of skins. Next slide. So finally, I just want to reiterate to say that the development of these value-added products can have an important role in managing invasive lionfish. Public organizations like MPA managers, Fishery and Wildlife Services really can't do it alone. They don't have sufficient manpower or resources to undertake all the removals that are needed. So developing these value-added products gets commercial incentives in place to have lionfish removed on a regular basis. The development of these vertical markets not only supports the regular removals, but it also has important ancillary benefits, particularly for women. And then finally, what I would say is that particularly in areas where there are concerns about lionfish as a seafood item due to ciguatera, even though the risk of ciguatera with lionfish is, there's some question about it, but in any event, in areas where there is concern about promoting lionfish as a seafood item, jewelry and handicrafts provide an alternative commercial use of lionfish, which can incentivize removals, even if the seafood markets aren't a possibility. So I'll stop with that. Thanks for your attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have questions? Anna?
It has been a while since the lionfish. We have seen the presence of lionfish in the region. Have we learned anything about predators for the lionfish?
So, I mean, there's still quite a bit of uncertainty about predators. There's a lot of anecdotal reports of groupers, particularly Nassau groupers, consuming lionfish. Certainly groupers, moray eel, sharks will all take lionfish off of a spear, and they will eat lionfish that's been speared. So lionfish have been found in the stomachs of Nassau groupers and Goliath groupers, but what is unclear is whether those lionfish have been speared and then left on the reef and were eaten by the groupers afterwards, or whether they actually were preyed upon. In their native range, it's definitely clear that groupers are consuming lionfish. Even octopus have been seen to consume baby lionfish. But in the Western Atlantic, it's still unclear. There have been studies that look at the relationship between biomass of groupers and biomass of lionfish. Some found an inverse relationship, some did not. So it's unclear.
Thank you. Or Janet, we're going to talk about Puerto Rico activities on lionfish. Oh, thank you much, Mr. Carp.
Sure, my pleasure.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Janet Ramon Garcia, and I'm going to talk about our campaign here in Puerto Rico that is called Eat Lionfish. En español, Come Pez León. Next slide. Well, what have we done here in Puerto Rico? A long time ago, a proposal was submitted to the Caribbean Fishery Management Council for the purchase of 20 zookeepers and Hawaiian slings to be given to commercial fishermen. Those were delivered through the island. But also, we trained the fishermen on how to cut the spines and how to maneuver the fish safely. And we educate them so they would learn to handle injuries with the thorns and to give the correct information to the doctors if they have to go to the fisherman. Next slide. Also, we carry demonstrations showing what was in the stomach contents of the lions
so that the public understand the danger they represent for species of commercial interest. Próxima. We created a cookbook with recipes that are easy to reproduce at home with simple ingredients. So if I'm going to make arepas with lionfish, and that is my recipe. I use what I had at home is simple recipes, so you can reproduce them. Next slide. ¿Se quedó? So in the meantime, also, we presented lionfish to different chefs around the island. Right now, there are over 25 restaurants selling lionfish, and lionfish in every restaurant is a hit. And I have many more restaurants calling me asking for lionfish for their restaurants. We offer sample of lionfish ceviche in different activities so that the consuming public knows the quality of the meat. That's very important for us. So that's the way the people know that is a safe meat to eat, and also that is very rich. We created the Eat Lionfish Festival. It has been held 3 times, and this year we're planning to hold it again during the month of September. Let's wait a second. That's in a restaurant in Cabo Rojo, that one. The other one, Cristina. The ceviche, that was in the Banco Popular in San Juan y La Milla de Oro. Next slide. That in the Lionfish Festival is being held in Guayanilla, in the municipality of Guayanilla, and we have the help of Michelle Chatter, Dr. Hector Ruiz, the Caribbean Fishery Management Council, the municipality of Guayanilla, and also commercial fishermen and other people, and the community of Guayanilla, because that's held around the La Playa, sector La Playa. Next slide. Those are different instances of the Lionfish Festival in Guayanilla. In the first picture, you can see Dr. Chelsea Harms. Under her is a chef. I don't know the name in Spanish, marioneta in English. Puppet. In the middle is a puppet made from by an artisan, and demonstrations in other Pablo from Las Marías. Next slide. And right now, I want to talk about what we are doing also here. One of the efforts that has been born extraordinary fruits came from the hand of this young artisan named Gloria Albino Caraballo. I know her by Lola Irie, and I know her since she was a little girl. So I talked to her once, and I said, "Are you interested in doing jewelry with the lionfish spines?" And she was like, "Oh, of course." So, have you seen the table with the art that she bring with her? So you have to go there, and also her husband is a carver, and part of his work is there. So she accompanies us all today with her work, along with her husband, who creates wood carvings. Today I want to introduce her and talk a little bit about your work with the lionfish spines, just a little bit, because we don't have time.
Okay. Thank you. Well, good evening, everybody. My name is Gloria Albino. I'm from the coastal town of Cabo Rojo. So there's a lot of beaches in my town. We are part of the beach culture. I have been working with lionfish fins since the year 2016. And with this initiative of Come Pez León and my longtime friend, I have been able to connect with other fishermen in my area. So I have the fins accessible to me. By trial and error, I have been working with it and perfectioning the art. I am working right now with epoxy resin as a way of preserving the fins. I also work with other sea materials like sea urchin skeletons, sand, seashells, etc. A lot of things. But the lionfish is my main, the wow factor. And right now I am certified with the lionfish fin as the renglón, the material as an artisan here in Puerto Rico. And I am the only one holding that title right now. So I'm certified by the state, working with lionfish fins. Nice to meet you, everybody. Thank you.
So we finish with the Come Pez León.
Thank you, Janet. Vanessa?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Oh, I just want to say congratulations to Janet, and because I know the hard work that you have been done also with the commercial sector and helping them with the equipment and the training. This book is very good. I hope that we can have more hard copies to spread around the fish markets in the area. And two issues that are coming right now with the commercial sector. One is the price, because most of the commercial fishermen only catch the lionfish, especially in the West, if it's an order over there, because it's paying like $5 per pound in the fish market. And sometimes if it's directly to a restaurant, then they pay more. But of course, especially for our divers that are deep diving, it's very difficult for them to handle the zookeeper at that area. And sometimes they get stuck with the spines, or for them, it's a very hard way. So it's not that they are not hunting them. Many of them, if they see small areas with them, they just prefer to kill them and let them in there. But yes, we have information also for the record that the Goliath and the Nassau grouper that we have in the West area, they are eating the lionfish alive. And of course, if the divers kill them, usually the reef sharks and the sharks around came and eat the lionfish. So there's a couple of ways that we are working and helping with that. But we know that there's a lot of work that have to be done, especially to let the community understand that the fish is a good fish, that we should try it. And once you try it, you will continue consuming. So make it more commercial in our fish markets. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna go back a little on the agenda to finish off the liaison reports. We have for St. Croix, Leandri de la Cruz. Okay, Grio first.
Nicole, are you gonna do your own?
No.
Because you can use this mic here and she can help you. This mic is for the presentation.
Where?
Ese que está al lado de ahí. Sorry, Cristina, no te voy a escapar.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Nicole Grio, the Fisheries Liaison through the Division of Fish and Wildlife for Outreach and Education. Next slide, please. Próximo, por favor. Gracias. So some of the fishing community activities that I have done within the last quarter are pretty important and definitely very, very meaningful. Conversations and emails with assisting fishers who sell at the Joseph Bryan Fish Market. That is one of our fish markets that are in the middle of town. Being able to have a readily available supply of water, not only for sanitation, but also for the cleaning of the fish themselves. That has been something that's been an ongoing struggle. And the fishermen who utilize that one particular fish market have reached out to me to try to see how we can manage to get them a readily available and a consistent supply of water. Traveling to St. John to return pickup forms for a fishing license and also to gather catch reports. So the island of St. John, unfortunately, does not have any sectors that are available to the fishermen over there on a weekly basis. So when they hear that I'm coming over there to speak to a fisher, or if I have any errands to run on behalf of Fish and Wildlife, they usually meet me at the dock or they set up appointments with me so that I can assist them with their registration forms, bringing them back and forth with where the main offices are, because a lot of the offices like agriculture and licensing do not have the ability to do what the fishermen need in able to obtain their registration forms. So this summer has been very busy for me within that. Liaising with the Office of the Administrator with fishers whose dry landed boats are being cited because of where they are placed. So right now, the Virgin Islands is doing a cleanup campaign where they would like to remove anything, whether it's a boat or a vehicle, a motorcycle, that is on what is considered the government highway system. And a lot of these fishers have their boats either on trailers or on platforms on the outside of their properties or on friends' properties. And they were in danger of having these boats towed or taken to the landfill. So when the administrator's office puts a ticket or a citation, or they call the fishers for removal of these boats, they have a short window of time before that boat is taken to the landfill. So once it is cited and they cannot get in touch with these fishers that have these boats, they do take them away. So that was communication between the particular office of the administrator and the fishermen directly, and also involving the Division of Enforcement with assisting the enforcement officers to please let the fishermen know this is something that is not being done under the Division of Enforcement or the Department of Enforcement, but it's being done through the administrator's office, because that was a main concern with a lot of the fishers. The last thing is the Responsible Fisher Certification Program. That has been the most fun. This is something that we are doing through the Reef Responsible program, and it is a new initiative to help fishers, both recreational and commercial, understand that it is not only your duty, but it's also something that you need to do, is be a responsible fisher, because you are contributing to the removal of these resources from the ocean. And we want to make sure that whether you're recreational or commercial, you do so as responsible as possible. Okay, next slide, please. Now on to the fun stuff. This is the best part of my job as a fisheries liaison, is being able to interact with the public in this particular capacity. So speaking with fishers and giving them updates on any changes or any grant availabilities or any programs that are up and coming is one of the things that I love enjoying, and I love and I enjoy doing the best. Directing fishers to things like the NOAA websites where they can find information, or the meat of information is also something that I enjoy doing. The Reef Responsible presentations on how to become a responsible fisher. This is something that I did about 3 weeks ago. It was a request from a dive club, and right there, that is the La Isla Virgen de los Peces and Isla Virgen de Puerto Rico poster, which was given out to 2 of the members to put in their offices. So thank you very much. It's such a beautiful poster. And it was very good to utilize that poster to help them identify fish species. They also had to take a quiz And they had information given to them as well for reef responsible fishers and how to be able to identify good fish and fish that you might probably want to eat less of as far as recreational catch. So I'm very proud of being able to do that. And then something else that's very close to my heart. Next slide, please. And this is interacting with children. So before I start with the two groups that are off there on the left, those are projects and pictures that the kids from the summer camp and also the school group that I took out for the tour sent to me. So on the far right, that is a puffer fish, and it's supposed to be a snapper in a fisherman's net. And these are things that were done through our little projects and activities that we did, and also talks that we had. And the blue, very colorful one is when I asked them to create your own environment of an ocean habitat. One of the groups did that particular fish bowl, and those are all of the creatures that they think would be perfect to have in a reef habitat. So that was pretty cool. At the very top left-hand side, that is the ELS class from the Lockhart Elementary School. These children all have special needs. A lot of them are autistic, and this was mostly done for the parents than the children. So teaching the parents that showing the children fish, letting them have a chance to see the different shapes and sizes and also the textures of the touch pool. We utilized our marine park for this particular program to get the kids that are touch sensitive involved in doing things like picking up sea stars, touching the sand, being able to see that things that move in the water are not necessarily dangerous, so they won't harm you, having them put their hands in the water while different creatures crawled across them, just to get them more comfortable with being in the water and in the ocean. A lot of these children do like to float, and we thought that giving them a chance to view the ocean underworld would quiet their very busy, chaotic mind. And most of the children that we took on this trip, doing so in that particular building they're in, really calmed and soothed them down. So the marine environment does have an advantage to a lot of these children that were in the ELS class. Below them is the Lockhart or the Janie Tuitt School. That was a class right before summer, and we did a mangroves to open ocean habitat tour. We started out in the mangroves that were available at Coral World. And then after that particular tour and program, that whole class during the summer went on a walking tour of a real life, real-time mangrove habitat at Mandal Bay. So it's very important to get these children from early where they learn about the marine environment and how important not only the mangroves are, but how important their contribution to keeping them clean and healthy is as well. Next slide, please. The Youth Ocean Explorer Summer Camp. This is a camp that's done by scholarship funding, and it is also a camp that is done with the VIEP score, VMS, and the University of the Virgin Islands. What you're seeing here is a fishing clinic and fish ID program that I helped conduct with collaboration of the Youth Ocean Explorers Clinic. This is something that's really cool. It teaches the children not only fish ID, but also the different characteristics of the fish and how they can directly and correctly identify different fish in the same species by using just really telltale signs on gobies and blennies and the inshore snappers. That's me doing a hook and line rigging for the kids. So we teach them how to set up the lines, what kind of hooks to use, how to bait and cast, but then we make them identify the fish as they bring them in, and whether the fish stays inshore or does that particular fish also go out into the open ocean, which was really cool. And I would like to thank both the council, definitely Janet and Sea Grant, and the Division of Fish and Wildlife for having materials available for me to take to this particular event. So the children had a lot of takeaways to go with them, as well as really important information from the council, as well as from Reef Responsible. And last slide, please. And that concludes my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicole. Any questions for Nicole? Julian.
It's not a question, but it's actually a compliment. Thank you for a great presentation and for all the hard work that you've been trying to do in the USVI, especially the St. Thomas St. John district. And one of the things that was very touching here is the time that you took to deal with the autistic kids. And I must highlight, between myself and my association, we're very thankful for you taking the time and spending it with the kids, because that's very important with their disability already, because one of them is one of my good friends' son. So, really thank you on behalf of the STFA for the hard work that you've been doing and continue to do a good job.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGrath.
Miguel.
Nicole, no, you don't have to say, but we are going to embark into the project with Nicole and Kendry regarding outreach and education, following the presentation that she put together. So Angie, you and myself, we need to talk a little bit more for the to use the funding for that project. It's a follow-up to the outreach and education program that we have with the liaison officers of the USVN and Puerto Rico. So we talk soon.
Thank you. Leandri.
Report on the things that I've been doing, but I like everybody to know that I haven't been here that long. I've been here for like a couple months, but I still have had the opportunity to work at a lot of events and do a lot of things, and I've learned a lot so far. Next slide, please. So I like to start with the events and activities that I've been doing. The first thing that I like directly jumped into as soon as I started working was the Lionfish Derby. And it was super fun because I got to be one of the weight masters. And I not only worked a lot with recreational and commercial fishers, because, on a day-to-day basis, I work mainly with commercial fishers. So I got to meet, a lot of people in our community, wives, families, kids. And I was placed at Altoona Lagoon. And I was learning most of the things that I already do on a day-to-day basis. And that's, taking data and learning how to handle the fish, and etc. The next thing was the annual Fisher pre-registration meeting. I was put at the sign-up table, and I got to meet a lot of them as they came in and dealing with them, whether they were English or Spanish speakers, and, just personally conversing with them. It went super fast, but it was just like, they kept coming in and in. But it was super cool because I went from table to table. I floated around a couple times, and I assisted them as they came in, and I introduced myself. And once they named me as their new port sampler and liaison, a lot of them took it really well, and they weren't afraid to come and ask me questions and talk to me and, voice their opinions on whatever they had to say. They came and they said it. And that's basically the basis that you develop in a relationship with them. The next thing was the annual Fisher registration. And by then I had done a couple port samplings, one that you could see in the picture. And so a lot of them had already known me, but it was good because I developed an actual foundation with them, because I took the time to learn about the process that they take to either get their new licenses or renew their licenses. So I could basically closely tend to them even before they came in the building. Because a lot of them was elderly, a lot of them didn't know how to read or write, a lot of them didn't know how to, speak English. And I tended to their needs, the best I could, and they value that, they appreciate that, and they take that, and they take all of that into consideration. And the next thing was the monthly FSE meeting that I attend to. I do my best to tend to. I do my best to learn about and take in. There's a lot of information, but it's things that I learn and I take in because that's how I inform the fishermen that I work with. That's how I teach myself, and that's how I continue to move forward when it comes to learning about what it means to be in fisheries. And the last thing was personally conversing with and meeting the fishers, which I say a lot because it's really important when it comes to developing a kind of relationship with them and just taking the time to get to know them and them to know me. So can we move to the next slide, please? Yes, so my current endeavors right now, the things that I'm working with presently, the first thing was reviving the Reef Responsible program as a liaison, which was one of the first things that they introduced to me and I found really important. But I also noticed that it was a bit stagnant over the years because how busy we've been with other projects. But one of the biggest things for me was not only, calling restaurants, calling fishermen, getting the word out there and working at different events with the different materials that we have, but it's also about expanding our audience, well, at least for me, to our children and overall community. Because while the sole purpose was to, connect those restaurants and connect those fishermen to be able to work together towards the goal of sustaining our reefs, it's about having the potential to begin educating our kids, because the reality of it is that we live on an island. This is the type of life we live, and these are the things that we have to understand. And when you implement those understandings and education into their hearts, their minds, they grow up and they continue forward. They talk to their parents, their families, their kids. When they grow up, they become fishermen themselves, and they continue teaching that because they have those understandings already implemented into them. Now, the next thing was catering more to our Hispanic demographic in every way possible. And that means, having a translator at every event, translating the flyers, the presentations, because most of our public and most of our community, they're Spanish speakers. Me and all, my own dad is a person who doesn't understand English fully. And you have to be able to take the time to level with them and have them understand the things we do. Because I noticed that a lot of the events that we went to, a lot of them were disinterested simply because they couldn't understand what we were saying or what we were doing. But once you took the time to explain it to them and, speak in their language, something as simple as that is the things that they value the most. And all of this plays a part in building those solid relationships with them all the time. Can we move to the next slide? Thanks. And the last thing I want to talk about are present improvements for future successes. And these are the things that I've noticed and taken into consideration, whether by observing or hearing those who actively voice their opinions to me, whether it's out in a field or at these different events. And aside from everything to do with science and logistics, we have to take into consideration that the fishing community in itself is a family. And it's based upon a culture and based upon traditions that we uphold. And it's a matter of taking these values, whether it's a simple 3 words, and being able to implement them within the dynamic of our agencies and the way that we present this service to our fishermen. And the first thing being communication. And that's being able to speak with them, not only to hear them, but to listen to them. And once we both can understand and value each other's perspectives, we could move forward to develop those solutions that we all take the time to discuss on our own, to be able to discuss it with them as well and understand each other. And that's how we move forward into their concerns, caring about their concerns, because at the end of the day, this is their livelihoods, their children, their families that we're affecting. Here at this conference, it has a lot of us are fishers, have family that are fishers, are commercial or recreational. And we value and essentialize those opinions. And I've seen that in the way that we discuss different issues. And doing that, that's how we basically move forward when it comes to putting those opinions and perspectives first, because that's where we get professional experience from. And the last thing being connection.
And connection because whether it's in events or community meetings that we create or take the time to create, once we begin to understand that we have all the same goals together to, to save fisheries, to save our businesses, and to work together better to be able to contribute, we could start contributing as a whole to that cause. And that's basically connecting governments and the communities as one big system. I'd like to also mention something that was told to me yesterday by Commissioner Oriol. He's not here, but he also told me that this industry is something that's based on trust. And that's one of the things that I've taken as my responsibility as a liaison to build that trust and to continue advancing forward with the work that we're doing by connecting as much as we can with our fishing communities. Thank you for listening. That's the next slide. Yeah.
Thank you, Leandro.
Thank you.
And then, Julian.
Well, Julian McGrath for the record, I want to say welcome aboard. And I love your presentation and the energy that you have put into it, because St. Croix has been lacking this for a long time. St. Croix fishers need someone that they trust. That's the key word, that they can communicate with and feel comfortable with, because they have a lot of catching up to do. And I hope you can continue for a very, very long time with the help of a leader and the council and everyone in this room. Don't be afraid to call any one of us to help you. I'm here, Gerson is here, now we're all here, we're all in the boat together, but I knew this was long coming, and excellent presentation, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Wilson Santiago.
Yes, hello everyone, good afternoon. Wilson Santiago for the record, and the Puerto Rico Fishery Liaison. So I'm going to present my report of the 2023 activities and the next steps as a liaison. Continue for the other. Okay, in 2023, as a liaison, I have a participation on coordinating and bringing the educational program for commercial fishers. This year we have been in 3 municipalities, including Vieques, Dorado, and Nahuatl. 2 of them are in the East Coast, and Dorado is in the North. We are going to continue on coordinating more around the island. We have been supporting Elena Anton with the educational program for recreational fishers. We started in person this year. So weekly with Cristina Olan and other educational materials that they bring to me. We have a broadcast list in WhatsApp app. We have a broadcast list that we have like 400 maybe contact of commercial fishers and recreational fishers too. So we send weekly advertisement, educational materials, meetings, everything that is regarding the fisheries in Puerto Rico. We continue supporting the fisher with issues and information via mobile and in person. And person, I visit the fishing village around the island, and this year I have been in partnership with Janet Ramos from Sigran. We have been in around the island visiting like almost all fishing villages. And last week we were in Vieques. The only municipality that we haven't visited is Culebra, but in September there are plans to go there and give a educational program to over there. We have in that visit we take educational materials like the poster from the CFMC, educational material from Sea Grant, DNER educational materials. In those visits, we just go and give all the educational materials to the fisher and fishing communities. we evaluate the state of fishing community, fishing village. That is the same that I was talking about, the visit to the fishing villages. We participate in a focal group, as a liaison with students from the UPR from Mayagüez. We have been in a conservatory with the fishers from Dorado Fishing Village. This conservatory was before the PEPCO program. So it was a meeting with the mayor of Dorado and the Department of Agriculture. We were there fixing issues and orient the fishing community, recreational and commercials. We too are in the steering committee of the EMBRE Puerto Rico. That is soon, maybe next week, I think. We have continuing helping them. We participate in the Caribbean Branch Special Data Development Workshop. We also participate in a seaweed field that is going in a pilot project that is in Parguera. So all these topics, we go to this workshop we hold this topic, we bring them to the fishing communities. And an educational table at the Festival de Pescado at Puerto Real Cabo Rojo with educational material from the council and Sea Grant. Next, please. Okay, for the PEPCO and the PEPPER program, we call it PEPPER, yeah, for recreational fisher and commercial fishers. Like I said, for the commercial, we had 10 Nahuabo, Dorado, and Vieques. For the recreational, the first one was in Rio Grande, and the second one was in Dorado. In Dorado, we mix the commercial and fisheries and recreational. The commercial and recreational, we mix both presentation. Elena Anton was with me that day. So in the laws, regulation, federal and state, like maybe some of them are the same. So we mix them and we attend the recreational and commercial at Dorado. Okay, next one, please. So my next steps as a liaison, we continue supporting Elena and Tom with the recreational fisher program. Continue the PEPCO program in different municipalities. Like I say, in September, I'm starting to coordinating in Culebra. That is the next municipality that we're going to attend. And with all these workshops that I've been attending to, I'm bringing new materials, new topics to create a second part of the PEPCO program. Continue supporting the council, DNER, and other agency regarding with the communication with the fishing communities, other issues, and we canalize through me. So continue educating in the process of license, statistics, reports, state law and federal laws to maintain their responsibility in the management agency. Okay, so participating in workshops for learning new topics that I said to bring them to the communities, and we're going to attend that more in the second part of the educational program. We continue supporting fishers to resolve their issues with the DNER license and permits. I think maybe with my partner Daniel Matos and the statistic program, me and my partners, we always are getting calls from the fishers, so we canalize these issues from them to ourselves. And bring educational materials and posters to fishing communities with them to know where we can do better regarding the outreach and education of fisher communities. Wherever we go to a fishing community, we communicate with the fisher, their family, everyone that participate in all the process. So everything that they tell us, any issue, we try to help them, and if not, we find a solution to them. Okay, next one, please. So issues and concerns and participation from fishers. The Queen Snapper and Cardinal Snapper state permit, that's been a issue from like couple of years. Maybe this year that is going to fix. Puerto Rico DNR commercial fishing license and permit, like I said, the statistic program, and me and Liaison, we were together to help them with everything with the state license and permits. Continue our orientation in electronic statistic reports, how to use it. We have made a guide for the new features or feature that we're accustomed to make it in paper. So they're going to change to the technology in the phone with the app. So we made a guide and we always orient them how to use it. Okay. Features via feedback that they send from the WhatsApp broadcast list are more interesting in participating in a meeting and bring comments. Sorry. In the WhatsApp broadcast list, every time I send them an educational material, a meeting, they always tell me, oh, thank you. Where it's going to be. Can I get every time very good feedback. And I think that in the meetings like the CFMC, the DAP meeting or AIP meeting, we have got more participation of the features. Right now, there are some of them connected. This morning, Christina sent me the YouTube link for this meeting. Right now, I was writing with one of them, and an issue with that. Right now, I was writing with a feature from the north that in YouTube is only English, so I have to guide him via text how him to connect to Zoom, and in Zoom is the translation. So maybe later we can make something different. So for the Spanish speakers features, and that will be all for me. Any questions?
Thank you, Wilson. Alida?
I do not have a question. I just feel extremely happy. I'm very proud of the work that the liaisons are doing. That's the way we can get the information, what I learned, what you learned, to all the communities. And also, it's probably the only way that we can get the real needs that the community have. Because if we wait for the newspapers or for the, what the local government is going to tell us, it doesn't work very much. I get more information from Wilson about what's going on fisheries in Puerto Rico than what I get from, from the official government. So thank you so much. Without your help, we would not be able to do any outreach and less education. So I'm glad you were here.
Thank you, Alida. And I want to congratulate my counterpart, the USBI too.
Thank you, Wilson. Okay, now we're gonna go to EEJ, NOAA's Fishery Equity and Environmental Justice Strategy. That's Maria.
Good afternoon. This is Maria Lopez. This is going to be really quick, so we can move on. This is just additional information about the efforts that are ongoing to engage communities in helping NOAA fisheries to advance the national equity environmental justice goals and objectives through the development of the Southeast Equity and Environmental Justice Implementation Plan. NOAA Fisheries published a public request for information in the Federal Register on July 21st. And we want to thank Christina for her efforts to widely publicize that through social media. The comment period in that request for information will be open all the way until September 30th. And I encourage everybody interested to submit their ideas and suggestions to the link that were provided in here. This is also included in your briefing books. We will also take verbal comments during a virtual webinar on August 29. The webinar will be conducted in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. So we hope to have a good turnout there and to get a lot of helpful information. So please mark your calendars. And finally, the dates of the focus group meetings that we have been discussing are approaching soon. And we're also looking forward to that opportunity to hear from community members in those smaller group forums. And as you know, the purpose of the focus group meeting is to gather the participants' perceptions, experiences, and expectations related to the work that NOAA Fisheries is conducting in the Caribbean region so that we can improve the delivery of the products and services that are prepared for the communities. The council liaisons and the council's OAAP staff have been instrumental in helping us to identify the dates, the locations and the participants for those meetings. And we're super grateful to them and to the council staff for the tremendous amount of help and expertise that they have dedicated to this work to date. So after those focus groups are completed and the public comment period closes on September 30th, we will begin drafting our regional implementation plan, which is due to headquarters by the end of this year. So we intend to continue working with the council through that process. So that's all. This is the some information of how you can comment, and also the virtual listening section for August 29. And then those are the days for the 6 focus groups that are going to be conducted next week. And then in the U.S. Virgin Islands, September. These are focus groups of if they're very small groups of participants. And then, as I said, the final implementation plan is going to be due January. So this is a great opportunity for everybody to comment and see how we can improve our services to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. The focus group and community members, is that virtual or is that in person?
So the focus groups are by invitation and they're going to be in person. Yeah, so we're working on setting those up. We have some that are going to be happening next week, and the others are going to be happening in the U.S. Virgin Islands in September.
Thank you. Any questions for Maria on EEJ? Okay, hearing none, we're gonna go to protected resources update on island-based management, fishery management plan, biological opinion, and endangered species act rules. Jennifer Lee.
Vamos ready, Cristina.
Jenny, can you hear us? We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, bajito. That's, can you increase the volume of your voice?
Yes. That better? Can you hear me now?
Hi, Jennifer. This is Hi. We hear you, but you sound very far. So we are doing some audio tests on our side.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I'll try. I have my sound up really loud.
Okay, we hear you better now.
Oh, good. All right. Well, thank you for having me, and sorry for the tech delays. But I am here to present to you an overview of the island-based biological opinion and incidental take statement. I was going to present this in April and we ran out of time. So thank you for having the time today. And next slide. So just really quick, because I know not everyone has the same familiarity in terms of what is a biological opinion. It is the end product of a formal Section 7 consultation, which is a documented exchange of information on potential impacts on listed species. A biological opinion summarizes the effects of a federal action on ESA listed species. It identifies the conclusion of whether or not it's likely to jeopardize or result in adverse or destruction or adverse modification of critical habitat. And it represents the opinion of NOAA Fisheries and considers technical, legal, and policy issues relative to the proposed action. So NOAA Fisheries has dual responsibility as both the action agency under the Magnuson-Stevens Act and the consulting agency under the ESA. And we recognize councils have a unique role in shaping our action and the importance of sharing information on consultations with you. In this case, technically, we serve the Sustainable Fisheries serves as the action agency and Protected Resources as the consulting agency. Next slide. So these are just the components of the biological opinion. They are actually the components of all of our biological opinions. And it just walks through essentially like a book, the setting and the, where it occurs and the action, the characters being the status of the species and critical habitat, goes through other activities in the area, then gets down into the effects of the particular action, summing it all up and looking at population level effects or destruction of adverse modification, and makes a conclusion, and then it moves into the incidental take statement where we specify the authorized take as well as requirements related to the consultation. Next slide. So this document represents our opinion on the effects of approving and implementing the Puerto Rico Fishery Management Plan, the St. Thomas and St. John FMP, and the St. Croix FMP. It evaluates all three of those actions on threatened and endangered species and designated critical habitat. The opinion batches the consultations together. They are all separate federal actions, however, they are related as each is derived from the former species-based plans across the Caribbean EEZ, and the types of gear and anticipated impacts are similar across FMPs. So for consultation efficiency and comprehension, we put it all together and the BIOP looks at all three plans. Next slide. Here you can see just what the status of the species are that are in the action area or the action areas in this case, and It also identifies, I've underlined the species that are likely to be adversely affected, that are analyzed more in depth in the biological opinion. Next slide. And here, same thing, these are the critical habitats in the action areas, and you can see that staghorn and elkhorn corals have critical habitat in the action area that may be adversely affected, and so is analyzed in depth in the consultation and BIOP. Next slide, please. So, so here in the effects from the proposed actions, this is where we look at the effects in terms of the number of individuals and associated captures and mortalities with the best available information. We anticipated adverse effects stem from capture and entanglement in fishing gear or physical impacts from that gear that could adversely affect them. We also anticipate adverse effects from vessel activity. In that case, it's specific to boat strikes on sea turtles, and then looking at anchoring effects on corals and a crop or critical habitat. And then we also consider adverse effects stemming from the harvest of herbivorous reef fish, and that pertains to the crop or critical habitat and the ESA listed coral species only. We estimate the number of the amount of each species that's likely to be incidentally affected or affected in the future, and then the amount of a crop or critical habitat likely to be affected. And we also evaluated effects relating to the dynamics of the herbivorous fish, algae, and coral in a crop or critical habitat. Next slide. All right. So here you can see our data limitations and sources. While the information in the biological opinion is best, of course, available science and commercial information, we do acknowledge that we have lots of data limitations throughout the document. Our primary data sources, though, for estimating interactions for sea turtles focused on strandings, the number of fishing trips for our vessel strike analysis. For ESA listed fish, we looked at 2012-2018 commercial and recreational landings records. And then for corals, we evaluated the number of, it was based on the number of traps for fish and lobster in federal waters, the average size of those traps, and the percentage of those traps reported to be used in coral or hard bottom areas, and then the total area of coral cover. Next slide. Ultimately, we take those individual effects on everything, and we then, in the jeopardy and destruction of adverse modification analyses, that's where we're looking at population level responses or potential population level responses to the effects of the action, and whether those, when we consider it in the context of the status of the species, the baseline, the cumulative effects are likely to jeopardize their continued existence in the wild or result in that destruction of adverse mod. So we consider the extent to which the proposed actions are likely to result in destruction or adverse modification of coral. Next slide. And ultimately, after reviewing all of that information, we did conclude that it's our opinion that the proposed actions are not likely to jeopardize the continued existence of the all of the species that we said were likely to be adversely affected. So that's the North Atlantic DPS of green sea turtle, the South Atlantic DPS of green sea turtle, hawksbill sea turtles, Nassau grouper, oceanic white-tipped sharks, the Central and Southwest Atlantic DPS of scalloped hammerhead sharks, elkhorn coral, staghorn, rough cactus coral, pillar coral, lodestar coral, mountain star coral, or boulder star coral. All of those are not likely to be jeopardized, and the BIOP is also not likely to result in destruction of adverse modification of designated a crop or critical habitat. And I think I just said the BIOP doesn't do that. Obviously, I meant the proposed actions. Trying to be quick here. All right. So next, in the once we've made that finding, it takes us to the incidental take statement. That's the area where it specifies the amount or extent of take, defines reasonable and prudent measures in terms and conditions for their implementation. Want to point out these are measures, so sometimes people get confused between reasonable and prudent alternatives versus measures. Alternatives are things with only jeopardy opinions that are major changes. Measures are things we're doing to minimize the impact of that anticipated take that we've just said is not likely to jeopardize. And complying with the terms and conditions of an ITS does exempt federal agency from take prohibitions. The case of our threatened species such as giant manta rays and oceanic white-tipped sharks that don't have a take prohibition, they are still included because we still need to track the anticipated take and know when we potentially exceeded it, and we still, need to minimize the impacts. Next slide. Next slide, please. And so this is the incidental take statement. As you can see, our interactions or our and the number of mortalities associated with most of the species is relatively low. It's a little harder to judge when you're looking at all of the coral impacts. The incidental take is in feet squared, but again, relatively small areas. Next, sorry, I have something covering up my screen. I'll just go on to the next one. That's okay. Yeah, next slide, please. That'll be fine. So for the purpose of the ITS, again, we talked about the potential or the effects of herbivorous harvest of herbivorous fish. So we have a take proxy for that. And it's not really biomass, it's really relative biomass. So what it is, we're monitoring it via the numbers of fish relative to the numbers of observed previously. And our relative biomass values, again, it will be used to estimate, will be estimated using visual census data, and subsequent values can be used to infer a relative increase in or decrease in biomass detected via those surveys over time. Next slide. And so we just shared with you about the incidental take and the amount or extent. So next, we're going to move on to what the requirements are under the incidental take statement. And next slide. Okay, so here our first reasonable prudent measure is to minimize sea turtle and fish take and mortality through outreach and education. So our implementing terms and conditions have us working with you, the council, or in council staff, USVI, DPNR, and Puerto Rico, DNER, to develop and implement an outreach program to educate commercial and recreational fishermen on the benefits to sea turtles and fish from using circle hooks, our sea turtle release equipment, use of available fish release equipment, and then our handling protocols and guidelines. So basically, it just, we want to make sure that we're informing people on how to minimize impacts through proper handling and release. Next slide. The second reasonable measure has to do with monitoring and assessing parrotfish in the functional grazing group biomass. So here we're monitoring the parrotfish species in grazing groups via NOAA's Coral Reef Conservation Program, fishery independent visual census surveys on coral reefs, and through the trip interview program. So all the data that we use to come up with a biological opinion, we're going to continue to use to try to monitor the impacts. And again, we'll be working with Puerto Rico DNER and the USVI DPNR to maintain improvements to fisheries, landing reporting, particularly species-specific landings and additional bycatch data. And then we do have a requirement to have an annual report, which will again go over essentially that information, the biomass for parrotfish species and grazing groups, and other relevant parrotfish information like length, frequency, and the percent cover of habitat strata, focusing on the macroalgae and coral cover data on benthic communities, the tip length frequency. So again, just all the things that went into to trying to estimate those impacts, we need to continue to monitor. Next slide. And again, the reasonable prudent measure 3 has to do with monitoring fish frequency, magnitude, and impact of incidental take. And in this case, these terms and conditions relate to coordinating, again, with the same groups as far as Council and Puerto Rico DNR and USVI DPNR to ensure data collection methods are in place and collected on the number and disposition and condition of ESA listed species taken by commercial and recreational fishery components, the area of coral impacted by traps and anchors associated with the proposed action, and the commercial trap use in terms of the number deployed, size, use, location, and anchoring. Next slide. Again, same reason prudent measure and more implementing terms and conditions. We're requiring ourselves to work with the island sea turtle stranding coordinators to improve collecting and reporting of sea turtle incidental captures and stranding and the reporting of that data to the Sea Turtle Stranding and Salvation Network. Next one says developing a proposal for conducting a survey on ESA listed sea turtle and fish interactions similar to Lewis et al. 2007. That was a fisherman survey in collaboration with the Council, PRDNER and USVI DPNER. And then annual report on the take of sea turtles associated with the proposed actions and the area of coral impacted by traps and anchors associated with the proposed actions. Next slide. Okay, reasonable for measure 4, reducing the frequency amount of trap and vessel anchor damage to corals to the extent practicable. We know that there's already efforts underway, and the BIOP just requires us to assist fishers and the USVI government with those efforts to control effort through a trap certification program and to consider whether a similar effort is appropriate and feasible in Puerto Rico, collect information on the amount of anchoring in coral areas in federal waters, including the specific locations, and then coordinate with the Council and USVI DPNR and Puerto Rico DNR on an outreach program to educate commercial and recreational fishers on the impacts of gear use and anchoring in coral areas. So really, I ran through all of this very quickly, but we just wanted to give you a quick sense of the types of requirements that came out of this biological opinion. The biological opinion was completed in 2020, but now that the FMPs are actually in place, we thought it was important to go over this and make sure that you all were aware of the overall findings of the biological opinion, as well as get a sense of the types of requirements that we have resulting from it. And the next slide is just touches on conservation measures. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed one. I skipped ahead. I left out preventing fishing on Nassau grouper spawning sites during spawning periods by maintaining existing protections for Nassau grouper spawning aggregations. Sorry about that. That's obviously important. And the implementing term and condition is to submit an annual report summarizing data from law enforcement on compliance with federal regs that prohibit fishing on NASA group responding aggregations. Next slide. Okay, yeah, so I already gave you, I said I sort of wrapped that up. We just want to not get into the weeds too much, but make sure you knew what was in there. And conservation measures are just actions to minimize or avoid effects that are recommendations. They're not requirements. So I'm not going to run through those, but they're organized mainly by species group. There's 13 that have recommendations related to data improvements. So they're basically things that we would like to see happen to improve our information and better understand. And next slide is just the conclusion slide. And I will see if there's any questions. Like I said, that if anyone wants to learn a bit more, they can always contact me too after this.
Thank you, Jennifer. Questions? Graciela.
Graciela here. Thank you, Jenny. I have a couple of questions. One, we saw in the table that you provided that there had been some encounters with Nassau groupers in St. Thomas. So the source of that information would be of interest to the council. We also would like to provide information that we've received from fishers for Puerto Rico specifically, that there are Nassau grouper recruiting to some areas. So this will definitely, it's something that we need to look into. They're mostly in state waters, but again, I mean, it concerns everyone that has regulations to protect the Nassau grouper. And the third thing has to do with the recent mortalities of urchins that are very of great concern because of their function on the reef. So those mortalities, we know that they have been providing us with some information, but I don't know of anyone who's actually keeping track of those urchin mortalities.
Okay, so related to the Nassau grouper, all of the ESA listed fish were all based on commercial and recreational landings records. So we did have some information showing that that some had been caught. I can look quick, and I can also follow up on the details of the specific reports. It might take me a second. I wanted to check on, could you repeat what it is that you're asking with respect to the sea urchins?
So recruitment of Nassau grouper, that it's something that really needs to be assessed right now. It appears that they're recruiting to the shallower areas around Puerto Rico. But we don't have, I don't think right now we have any program in place to actually keep track of that. And that would be essential to the recovery of the Nassau grouper.
Okay, thank you for that. So that was information for me as opposed to more of a question.
Yeah, and the other thing had to do with the mortality of the urchins. So that's also something that needs to be kept track of, because it will have a negative impact on the reefs. So these are things that we need to consider. They are not threatened or endangered, but they are essential to the best function of the fisheries.
Yes, thank you for that comment.
Thank you. Any more questions for Jennifer? Oh, Vance?
Hey, Jennifer, hi, this is Vance Vicente from the SSC. One quick question. under the plate on incidental take statements, under the column lethal, turtlefish, number of individuals, and coral feet square, if you look at the 7 ASA listed scleractinian coral species, I see some numbers there, and my question is how in feet square, how did you make that estimate that the incidental take for the next 3 years is going to be, let's say, for example, staghorn 566 feet square? How do we know? Just a curiosity. Thank you.
It was based on the area we had for coral cover. And I apologize. I'm not really intimate with the details of some of the analysis. I should have refreshed when between now and when I was going to present this in April. So I apologize for not being able to answer specific questions like that, and I feel like I should. But I might need to follow up and provide, perhaps through a quick email, I could answer that question. But I don't want to misinform, and I'm not feeling very confident in giving you an accurate answer.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. No, the thing is that my concern is what the reef bottom looks like out there in all three islands. I mean, we don't have the same coral cover due recently to the scleractinian coral tissue loss disease. And I personally have measured that over 60% of the coral populations are gone, at least in the north coast of Puerto Rico. Probably the Virgin Islands has some more specific data on their location, but the reefs are not the same anymore, and coral cover is not the same anymore. The number of species have varied. The proportion of species have varied significantly. So that was my concern. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh no, I was just gonna say thank you, and yeah, and I'll definitely get right back to you. It's been a little while since I've really looked hard at this, and I just want to make sure that I give you a.
So I have for two more, which is Director Angeli and Sarah.
Thank you so much. Thank you for presenting in a very concise way the over 800-page document. It's much appreciated. One of the questions I had was in regards to the effect that this document might have on permitting through NIMS for actions like moorings. We have long recognized that anchors are and anchoring are, as you said, they're a reasonable and prudent measure is to reduce the frequency and amount of vessel anchor damage to corals. We've long recognized that it takes us sometimes up to 3 years to receive permitting to install mooring fields and other actions and take other actions that may allow us to reasonably reduce the frequency of anchoring in our waters. And I was wondering if there's been conversation or how you anticipate this specific document assisting with those efforts for us to actually complete those actions.
This biological opinion should not have an impact on the time involved in permitting. So our requirements are, are specific to working on, again, outreach, education, and minimizing impacts. But the biological opinion doesn't have any specific, new requirements that would sort of, be an extra layer on that permitting process that you're talking about. So I don't think the BIOP itself would have an impact on permit times if that where you were if you were concerned by that.
Thank you. No, I guess I was hoping it would be the other way, that this would assist us with those actions to reduce marine activities.
I'm sorry.
Sarah?
Hi, yes, I was just going to try to help Jenny out with the answer to Vance's question, because I helped with that part of it. And the studies, we had some coral specific densities that were done from a study a few years ago. So before the stony coral tissue loss kind of was a big issue. So all of those estimates of area were put together using data, from before that event occurred. So probably the next time we need to revisit, we would want to have updated coral densities to use.
Thank you for that. Jennifer, I think you have another section.
Yes, thank you. And let me, yes, you asked for a update on some of our ESA rules that have been in the works, and we actually have 2 recent publications that I'm just going to, again, for the sake of time, just really be brief on. Yep, that's the presentation, and I'll get mine going here. A second. My apologies. I'm just I just need 1 minute to pull up. Okay. All right. Sorry, next slide, please. Sorry, I'm juggling. I so wish I was with you all and not in my hotel on my tiny little laptop here. But I'm sorry, I had to also attend the Gulf Council meeting this week. So I'm going to be again brief. I'm just going to remind you what critical habitat is, and then do a quick synopsis, not a summary, of the green sea turtle critical habitat proposed rule, and then the Caribbean coral critical habitat final rule, and then I have not in slides, but just an update on other rulemaking. Next slide. So just to be clear on what is critical habitat, especially since you're used to essential fish habitat, under the ESA, critical habitat is defined as specific areas within the geographic area occupied by the species at the time of listing that contain the physical or biological features essential to the conservation of the species and that may require special management considerations or protection. So we are required to designate critical habitat based on the best available scientific data, and we must also consider the economic, national security, and other relevant impacts of specifying of a particular area of critical habitat. The ESA requires that we designate critical habitat to the maximum extent prudent and determinable when a species is listed under the ESA. And I put in a link there because we do have some great outreach materials on our website if you want to understand a little bit more about ESA critical habitat. Next slide. So here you can just see the timeline of how we got to this proposed rule, which is back in April 2016. We published a final rule to list 11 green sea turtle distinct population segments as threatened or endangered. That replaced the original listing for the species. And at that time, the slide says concluded that previously designated critical habitat remained in effect for the North Atlantic DPS. But just to explain a little further there, we actually said that at the time that designating new critical habitat was prudent but not determinable. And then we went ahead and have been maintaining the already existing designated critical habitat that we had for North Atlantic DPS in this interim period. In 2020, early 2020, the Center for Biological Diversity, Sea Turtle Oversight Protection, and Turtle Island Restoration Network filed a complaint alleging failure to designate critical habitat by the statutory deadline. We entered into a settlement saying that we would submit our proposed determinations, both us and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, on or before June 30th. And then as we just did on July 19th, 2023, we proposed, sorry, move my screen. Oh. Anyways, we proposed our critical habitat for all of our DPSs, and the Fish and Wildlife Service also has a rule dealing with the nesting beaches. Okay, next slide. Oh, it went 2 slides. Great, thank you. So here you can just see the life history of the green sea turtle and its marine habitat needs. They all say number ones for some reason. That's I don't know what happened there, but the first couple stages obviously are in the jurisdiction of the Fish and Wildlife Service, but once they leave the nesting beaches and are done with their swimming frenzy, excuse me, they enter the surface pelagic forage and resting, and they are for 10 years or so in that stage, at which point they move further inshore. And then, of course, we have the breeding migrations when the sea turtles, both males and females, move off the nesting beaches. The females obviously then will go onto shore and nest. They then move back off into the nearshore waters, and they forage and rest and reovulate, and then they do it again, and they can have 5 to 7 times of they'll do this in a nesting season. But ultimately, that's, describes these different parts of their life history as they move through the waters. And then if you go to the next slide, please. And so here, basically, we use those life history stages and looked at what features were essential to the conservation of green sea turtles, DPSs, and we broke it down into categories of essential features. So we have a reproductive essential feature that focuses on the juvenile and hatchlings in the near shore. And then we have the migratory essential feature, which is our adults, and our foraging and resting essential feature. Is broken up into those 2 stages of the post-hatchling and juveniles, and then the juveniles, subadults, and adults. And that's when they're in the benthic nearshore environment. Next slide. So again, with those categories, those are we use the life history to develop the features essential. The descriptions on here are very long, but there's a few things I'll point out. For the reproductive essential feature and the migratory essential feature, as well as the benthic foraging and resting features, you can see that they all are from the mean high water line to 20 meters depth. It defines the area, and for the Other essential feature, the surface pelagic foraging and resting, or the sargassum, basically, that's a North Atlantic DPS essential feature only. And that is not in your particular area. So I will go into detail on that one. Next slide. Okay, so here this just shows the proposed marine critical habitats for the 6 green sea turtles. Because again, this is for all of the DPSs. If you go to the following slide. For the North Atlantic DPS in your area, there is critical habitat designated off of Puerto Rico. It's for the proposed, it's basically all of the essential features, but the sargassum, so the benthic and foraging resting. We just laid them on top of each other because there's a lot of overlap. So it doesn't, all of the maps just sort of depict the layers on top of each other so you can see where critical habitat is. Next slide. And on this slide, you can see where the marine critical habitat proposed is for the South Atlantic DPS. And again, all of the areas here are from the mean high water to 20 meters out. Next slide. Okay, so we really just wanted to, again, just let you be aware and give you an introduction, but we have an actual virtual public hearing on the North Atlantic and South Atlantic DPSs coming up on August 29th from 6 to 8 p.m. So registration is required, and I have the link there, and I highly recommend you all join us for that public hearing. Public comments are going to be accepted until October 17th, 2023. The schedule from there is that we'll review and incorporate those public comments and submit a final rule to the Federal Register by July 19th for 2024. And then if you want more information, the website link on the slide there has a lot of all of the background documents related to the proposal. Okay, next slide. And here, just in terms of if you are, evaluating what might be important information to submit to us as comments, we have specific areas that we're soliciting comment on, and I have them all listed here. I won't read them to you, but you can see essentially it's specifics on the distribution and habitat of green sea turtles. And then it's more information about activities that potentially may affect critical habitat. Critical habitat rules are different from ESA listing rules, and that we also consider economics, and so we need information related to economic, national security, really any particular activity that may potentially be impacted. And so, again, I don't really obviously need to read that to you, but just wanted you to have it available in a handy spot. And next slide. And so just in terms of what it means for fisheries, critical habitat can confuse a lot of people. It's not a marine protected area. It doesn't directly affect citizens engaged in recreational activities such as recreational boating and fishing, or limit their access. It doesn't create any new regulations or restrictions on fisheries. It's really what it does is federal agencies when we have critical habitat, it's another analysis within when we do biological opinions and consult. Federal agencies then need to consider their potential effects on critical habitat. So we already consult, obviously, on our actions that may affect green sea turtle, DPSs, and for that matter, on the 5 Caribbean coral species for which critical habitat was just finalized, that I'll also share very briefly. So again, that consultation is just evaluating whether the proposed federal action would adversely affect critical habitat by considering, if it occurs in the critical habitat, and if so, if it impacts any of the essential features. Next slide. So I did want to point out that when we talk about Section 7, we're usually talking about ESA Section 7A2 and our consultation requirements. There is a section, Section 7A4, that talks about conferencing, and you may not be familiar with that, but what a conference is it's a process where we have informal discussions between a federal agency and the service regarding the impact of the actions of an action on proposed species or proposed critical habitat, and recommendations to minimize or avoid these adverse effects. So essentially, it's like a consultation, but you're looking at a proposed species and evaluating potential impacts. It is actually required if an action is likely to jeopardize the continued existence of a proposed species or result in the destruction or adverse modification of the proposed critical habitat. But federal agencies may also request a conference, even if it's not jeopardy, on any proposed actions that may affect proposed species or proposed critical habitat. So I bring that up because to let you know that we are working to conference on our proposed species. We have a plan to conference on the green sea turtle proposed critical habitat. And really, we're just trying to get a jump on evaluating new species so that when they are listed, we're able to quickly address them. And let's see, I guess that's all I wanted to mention there. So I am now going to turn over to the final critical habitat for the 5 Caribbean corals. And this just published only last week. It is a final rule, so it's not a proposal. And the 5 Caribbean corals you can see are boulder star, lobestar, mountainous star, pillar coral, and rough cactus are the species. Next slide. All right, so here you can see this has been a long time coming. We actually listed the 5 Caribbean corals back in September of 2014. In 2020, we proposed critical habitat, and early in 2021, that comment period closed. However, CBD filed a lawsuit on us for failure to finalize that rule because we had not done that as of March 27, 2023. And we entered into an agreement, and on, again, just August 8th, we did publish our final rule, and it has a 30-day effective delay. So a month from now in September, the final rule will become effective. And next slide. So for green sea turtle critical habitat, I said we had multiple essential features. For our 5 coral critical habitat, we have 1 physical and biological feature, and it's sites that support the normal function of all life stages of the corals, including reproduction, recruitment, and maturation. So these sites are natural consolidated hard substrate or dead coral skeleton, which is free of algae and sediment at the appropriate scale at the point of larval sediment or fragment attachments, and the associated water column. And you can see there's several attributes to these sites that actually determine the quality of the area and influence the value of the associated feature to the conservation of the species. That includes the substrate with the presence of crevices and holes that provide cryptic habitat, the presence of microbial biofilms or presence of frustose coralline algae, rescape with no more than a thin veneer of sediment and low occupancy by fleshy and turf macroalgae, and then marine waters with level of temperature, aggregate saturation, nutrients, and water clarity that have been observed to support any demographic function. And last, marine waters with levels of anthropogenically introduced, meaning from humans, chemical contaminants that do not preclude or inhibit any demographic function. So it is somewhat similar, although not identical to the acropical critical habitat physical and biological feature that you're familiar with. But I say that because you might be more familiar with that. And there was very little change between proposed and final of this physical and biological feature, other than making sure that it was clear that it was the sites that support the normal function. Next slide. Okay. So you can see we have, again, it's 5 species. It's 1 unit for each species based on really the depth distribution in each geographic area it occurs. And so resulting in 28 total units. But again, within each geographic area, units are mostly overlapping. And there is 1 excluded area, but outside of your region. All right, next slide. And here you can see the different areas. What we have here is in yellow, the acropora or critical habitat. We have on the map to show as a reference, again, because you're more familiar with it. So again, there is a lot of overlap between that and our new designation. And you can also see that we really didn't have any, or we did not have any changes between our proposed and final critical habitat designation. And next slide. And this is just Navassa, same thing. There weren't any changes between proposed and final. But that is a new area. We did not have a proper critical habitat there. All right. And again, that was really just kind of a very quick, fly through of the rule. I encourage you to look at it in more depth and reach out to me or follow up. Jen Moore is our coral expert in our region, is a great point of contact as well for information about the new coral critical habitat.
I have Nicole and then Garcia. Nicole.
Thank you so much again for your presentation. The proposed critical habitat for both sea turtles and corals are something that's been on our radar in the USVI for quite some time, and we've had multiple conversations before this proposed rule went out, expressing our concerns with the amount of critical habitat that's proposed. I strongly recommend that folks from the public submit comments on this proposed rule. And I say that all of this being a very classically trained endangered species biologist. I think that one of the things that we don't know is how this will affect how federal funds are used in our territory. And I'm very concerned about that. And the Division of Fish and Wildlife and Department of Planning and Natural Resources are very concerned about these proposed critical habitat designations. That's a comment, not a question, but thank you.
I appreciate that. We definitely encourage comments on the proposal.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. So we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break.
No, ya, corrió, está ahí sentado. Estamos,
Sí.
Cristina.
¿Ya?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this section in the agenda respond to two communications I received, one from a fisherman, another from a scientist. And both of them had the same idea, but the council should consider revising the closed area that is identified as Gramani Bank, the Marine Conservation District of St. Thomas, US Virgin Islands. One reason, they believe that there are people fishing within the closed season. So they asked maybe to consider expanding that closed season for another month into spring. And then they also believe that the area between the Gramanic and MCD, I thought that those areas should be considered for expanding the closed area. So I asked Graciela to put together a presentation on what is it that we have at this time regarding regulations, the area. And then I wanted to ask the opinion of the fishers on something that Julian and I discussed before. So we have Graciela giving a status of the regulation, followed by Ruth Gomez on the perspective from the fishermen of St. Thomas and John Fishermen Association.
Thank you, Miguel. So very quickly, I think, let's see. I encourage everyone to read the comprehensive fishery management plans for each of the islands, in this case, the St. Thomas, St. John. If you don't want to read the whole document, go to chapter 5 that has all the history of the regulations, and especially Appendix C that has all of the regulations and the complete history from the first time that the council implemented any regulations in the EEC. I would also encourage you to read at some point, if you're looking for specific answers and testimony from stakeholders, the original FMPs that contain the comments that were received and the information that was provided at the time when the regulations were becoming part of the implementation of fishery management in the EEC. So very briefly, you have two areas south of St. Thomas, the Grammatic Bank, which is a seasonally closed area and prohibits fishing for any species of fish. And in this case, fish means fin fish, mollusks, crustaceans, and all other forms of marine animal and plant life other than marine mammals and birds. And the reason for that description is because in this case, the prohibition does not apply for highly migratory species. So it's kind of something that we also need to consider. So HMS, it's allowed within the Grammatic Bank. That one, it's closed between February 1st and April. And it was originally designated as a closed area for the protection of the spawning aggregation of the yellowfin grouper. This was brought to the attention to the council by scientists, and it was discussed and talked about and agreed upon at the end with the collaboration of the fishers, knowingly that economically it made a very big difference in terms of allowing them to fish in this area during those months. However, in addition to that, the bottom tending gear, any kind of bottom tending gear that includes pots, traps, bottom long lines, gill, and trammel nets is prohibited year round. In the hind bank, which has a different story, it was, a different story. A seasonal closure, it was established in 1990, and then it became a no-take area in 1999. So that's closed permanently year round. So you do have a little bit of comparison in terms of why they were established first, but the MCD was originally the hind bank. That's what it was known as, but it also had other spawning aggregations that were known from the area, historically from the 70s, areas that included a Nassau grouper, for example. So the areas are very different in terms of the area that it's managed. So 41 square kilometers for the MCD or the hind bank, and 1.5 square kilometers for Grammatic Bank.
closed to the MCD from January to December, Grammatic Bank, February, March, and April. The Nassau grouper, which is the species that was mainly concerned us here today, and you've heard what Jenny had presented earlier regarding the threatened status of the Nassau grouper, spawns between December and April. Other species that have been reported, and this is not a complete list, include red hind tiger grouper, yellowfin for the hind bank, yellowfin dog and cubera snappers, and Bermuda shop from the Grammatic Bank. You already know where these two areas are, and what Miguel was talking about is that area between the hind bank and the Grammatic Bank, between C and D in the picture that you're seeing. And the council does have these areas designated as habitat areas of particular concern. Thank you. Both the hind bank and the Grammatic Bank. And that is because it responds to that function between the habitat and the function that it carries for fish, in this case, the spawning aggregation. This is a summary of the history of how they became to be. So these all started, and this is specifically for the Nassau grouper. So the Nassau grouper had a size limit back in the 1980s, increased from 12 inches to 24 inches, becoming really economically extinct in the late 80s. And then the council took action, and in 1990 declared a no-take for the Nassau grouper in the EEC. The no-take for the local governments then became specifically for the Virgin Islands in 2006. Okay, so the Nassau grouper has been prohibited in all of the area from the shoreline to the 200 nautical miles in 2006. The seasonal closures that the Nassau grouper had included the spawning months of January, February, and March. But then that becomes mute because now there is no take for these species. So I'm a visual person. So in this case, we're just showing the months of the year, the specific areas that are impacted, the hind bank and the Grammatic Bank, both in the EEZ, the months that they are closed. Red means that there is no fishing allowed. The bottom gear that it's completely prohibited. All of the months when Nassau grouper is completely prohibited. And if you could take Nassau grouper, you would be taking it during the months of the other species that are being protected, the red, the black, the tiger, the yellowfin, and the yellow edge groupers. And those have a seasonal closure that it's compatible, and it's the same between the territorial waters and the EEC between February and April of every year. In pink, you'll see the Nassau grouper spawning month when it's been reporting that takes place. So again, harvest and possession both in the USVI territorial waters and in the EEC, it's prohibited year-round for the Nassau grouper. There are other regulations that impact or reduce the bycatch of Nassau grouper, and that is the annual catch limits, for which all of the species that you're seeing on the screen, it's has an ACL of 0. So anyone who's diving for Queen Kong, for example, etc., that kind of thing, or it's diving for any other of the reef fish, should not be taking a Nassau grouper. The other two groups that might have an impact, and this is where the incidental catch of Nassau grouper should be reported. The animal should be returned to sea unharmed as soon as possible. But those are the two groups that you have that have an annual catch limit that it's improving because of the way that reporting is being conducted. And they do have an annual catch limit. So these are the groups that there might be some interaction with the Nassau grouper. The other regulations that protect the Nassau grouper specifically are that there is no filleting at sea. You have to bring the fish intact. And the other thing is that you have to release it immediately with minimum harm. So these regulations, are also supposed to protect the Nassau grouper during the whole year.
You do have the recreational bag limits in place for other species that are allowed to be harvested from the EEC. And those include other snappers and groupers. But again, all the fish that the recreational fishers bring to the boat, they have to be landed intact. Okay, so you have all that information in the fishery management plan, the island-based FMP for the St. Thomas, St. John. You do have information, and these are the websites where you can find the commercial fishing regulations for the Virgin Islands and the NOAA website. These are all live links, and they will take you to the specific place. So the question is really what else can be done to protect the Nassau grouper? And that what brings us to that site between the Grammatic and the MCD. Mr. Chair, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Graciela. So next would be, okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just to give you a little. Oh, no, go ahead. I'm very anxious to go. Very anxious to read this. No, go ahead. I'll let you, go ahead.
Okay, if you have anything to present, or I'll just close this one off. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just to give you a very quick history of how we got to this statement. There was recently a scientific paper published that talked about an expansion of area and time when it came to the Nassau grouper in the areas that Graciela spoke of. So what it did was it set off the fishermen in the Virgin Islands. Just historically, it hasn't always been the best relationship when it comes to closed areas, how they come about. Now, yesterday afternoon, Julian and I had a beautiful conversation with Maria, and Maria pretty much calmed our fears. This may be a little premature, but we're going to put it on a record anyway, because you know we like to get to first base before anybody. So we got together, the fishermen. The board of the STFA reached out to their constituents, and we all met. And at a very rapid pace, I had 6, 7, 8 fishermen, all very anxious and aggressively trying to get me to write down all the things they wanted me to come down here and say. So this is it, this statement, okay? They're members of the Caribbean Fishery Management Council. The St. Thomas Fishermen's Association is aware that there is a potential for an expansion of area for both the Red Hind Marine Conservation District and the Grammatic Bank south of St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. An increase in area would include the closure of the corridor between the present closed areas. This corridor is referred to by the fishing sector as the alleyway. The Grammatic Bank would receive an extension of time and closure. The SCFA supports the efforts to protect the Nassau grouper and encourages the protection of the marine ecosystem. However, we cannot manage with blinders on. The fishery of the St. Thomas, St. John district is a small boat and market-driven fishery. Virgin Islanders rely on the ocean as their main source of food. Seafood is the #1 source of protein consumed in these islands. Managing the USVI fishery does not fit in the typical management toolbox, resulting in a complex task. As we, the USVI, are rich in culture and history, it is crucial to understand that fishing is a generational craft. Fishing is not a way to make a living. It is deeply rooted in our culture. The USVI fishery currently is subjected to heavy-handed management, closed areas, annual catch limit, species-specific closed seasons, and size limits. Any additional loss of fishing area would have a significant effect on the fishers' ability to make a living and the people they service. Additional closure has a direct correlation to financial compensation. Observations of the Nassau grouper spawning occurred late this season. It is important to note that the full moon occurred later in the months of December 2022 to April 2023. This occurrence may have resulted in a later than usual spawning period. Of greater significance is this unusual lunar cycle, potentially in a once in every 7 to 10 year event. The SDFA recommends effort be placed into looking into the lunar cycle for the last 10 years and at least the next 5 years. There is no need to extend the closed season if future lunar cycles coincide with existing management. It is proven that closures and no possession regulations work. Since 2015, observations of Nassau grouper have increased in number and location. It has been protected by the territorial and federal governments for over 20 years. The question to be asked is, how much more protection will you put on a fish that no one can catch? At the stake of the people of the Virgin Islands. As the spawning season has already occurred for the 2022-2023 season, there is an opportunity for all of us to ensure that we make decisions based on data. The SDFA recommends data be compiled on the following. What was the total landings recorded for the area referred to as the alleyway? How many fishers recorded landings from the alleyway? And I want to segue to this. The map on the back, I'm talking to Maria. I think we came to the conclusion that it's DPNR that holds this, right? So this goes to Nicole, Dr. Angeli. Is there any way that we can put the closed areas on this map? Right? So when the fishers report, because these are half-mile by half-mile squares, right? That would give us specific, like more data about what is actually being caught in that alleyway. How many traps were recorded in the alleyway? I think we could get that from this as well. And at what month of the year? What data is there to substantiate that Nassau grouper solely traveled to and from the closed areas during the spawning aggregation via the alleyway? Increased funding for outreach and supplies. And an example of that would be descending devices. I think that we really need to focus on making sure that aboard every commercial vessel, right, there is a descending device. And the outreach and education committee, we do our due diligence in making sure that we hold workshops, getting the fishermen to understand how to do it. Because it's like Maria said yesterday, if you don't do it right, you're going to kill the fish. So all of that we can accomplish with just education and some time and effort. Increase the funding in order to increase the survival rate of incidental capture. And this would include instructions on how to deflate the swim bladder. Information on whether there are any new spawning aggregations discovered inside or outside of the existing closed areas. If there are new areas, have they been studied? The SDFA wants to ensure that due diligence by everyone is a priority. We look forward to engaging in conversation with the hope of finding the best solution for the Nassau grouper and the people of the Virgin Islands. And it's signed by our president, Darrell Bryan.
Vance.
Ruth, I was trying to find out if there is a recovery plan, because for each ESA listed species, whether threatened or endangered, there has to be a recovery plan. In other words, when will the species be delisted? Species list, and I don't. From what I see from NOAA Fisheries, they have a recovery outline, but there isn't a recovery plan which says, hey, when 50% of the population recovers, or so what are the reference point? I don't see any on this. Anybody listening to me from NOAA knows more than myself.
When we started with the Nassau grouper, we were talking about 1.5 generation of the animal before they open it. This darn thing lasts for 22 years before they start spawning. And so it means that they might be able to have the 1.5, 33 years after you close it. That has changed. But this conversation was, it took place in St. Thomas with over 100 fishermen present a long time ago. The same question came up. At that time, it was a recommendation to study the national grouper better to figure out the actual spawning, because we were using another species, emotive for national grouper, but at the time we didn't have that much information. But since that time, everything has changed. Not everything, but a lot have changed. And now the national groupers is under the ESA. So in order to get it to the ESA, we have to follow, as we all know, the regulation applicable to any species that is under ESA. So probably Kate can give us an idea of where are we and then what the future will bring to.
Right.
us.
Kate Zamboni for the record, as Vance noted, there is no recovery plan completed, but there is a recovery outline, which is pretty standard as part of the recovery process. And that does identify priorities and sort of a process to work through it. Identifying critical habitat is often part of that. We have other statutory requirements to do it, but the outline does guide us until the recovery plan is complete. And that's available on NOAA's website. If you look for
And the other thing, maybe Kate, you can expand, is that when you have a species that is overfished, then a recovery plan kicks in. And this is under the Management Act, but the ESA, esos son otros 20 pesos. So can you tell us the difference between the two?
There is a difference between a rebuilding plan under Magnuson and a recovery plan under the Endangered Species. They have different goals. So under the Endangered Species Act, our goal is to get that species off of the list to the point where it no longer needs the protections that it gets by being identified as in this case, a threatened species. So you could have a stock rebuild, if you will, perhaps before it's off the ESA, or maybe not, I don't know, it might be locally, there may be some ways to do that. But just so you know, yeah, the goal is just very different in terms of when you're talking about a rebuilding plan versus a recovery plan.
The last part, Mr. Chairman, a fisherman who called me, he said that he's not asking for more expansion, more this and more that. He's asking for enforcement. What he's saying is that laws and regulations that protect the national grouper are okay, but he's seeing a lot of people fishing, well, a lot of people, but some of that he knows, fishing for national grouper, fillet them the fish and selling out of something else at the dock. And anyway, that's a concern. So what we need to hear from the council is taking into consideration these two comments that we received. The presentation by Ruth Gomez. What is a pleasure? And the thing is, something that Maria said, doesn't mean that if the council decides to do something, the closure will be expanded, close season tomorrow. You have to go through the whole process. And probably we need more outreach and education than another club in the head of the fishers at this time. So perhaps if we take in consideration there, by the way, those are good recommendations. I like what you present on behalf of the fishers. Maybe Alida and I can talk a little bit more about it and look at possibilities with you, Julian. What else can we do to enhance, let's say, the efforts that we have for outreach and education? How can we take these recommendations and make it effective? And I believe that if we put our minds together, something good will come out of it between 2023 and 2024. Because the other thing is, my personal opinion is, if you ask the fisherman for something and give you the input, and then you do nothing for 3 or 4 years, don't ask him again. Or don't ask her again. So I believe that this is a good momentum to move forward with some enhancement of the original education efforts that we have at this time. However, we also need to be mindful that we have to review what we have to see whether that area is enough for the protection that was intended, as presented by Graciela. For example, somebody told me a long time ago If you look at the alleyway and you have a lot of traps there, you'll have a lot of people there, then you have a problem. Fishers, when we met at the Fisherman Association site where they have your place, it's a long time ago. Almost nobody was fishing there, and actually, the fishers were the first one who told me, Miguel, the whole area is not used by the spawning the fish that spawn in the area. It's only a rectangle. And later, the scientists found that it was the same rectangle that the fishermen were telling me about. And anyway, enough said. We'd like to hear from the council then what will be the next step, if any, regarding this area.
Jeff?
Well,
I think Bruce and the St. Thomas Fishermen Association has a lot of good suggestions here. And one thing maybe the council could do is develop a white paper to try to gather information and answer some of these questions. And then, some of this has to do with outreach and education with the sending devices. We're about to, approve the trawl amendment probably in December. And, that could be a component of that amendment as well. And so I think that's one thing that we could move forward on.
Mr. Chairman, regarding the sending devices and we already received some funding, and Marcos Hanke is spearheading that effort. Dr. Michelle Scherer is preparing a video about the use of the descending devices, materials and sampling and everything. Once we have that, we will travel to the different places. We can have meeting with the fishers, present the video. Marcos is willing to go and give a demonstration. And I prefer the demonstration to be from fisher to fisher. If I go there to demonstrate something, you're always behind a desk. We don't believe what you're saying. But if we have a fisherman telling the fisherman, not only that, the fisherman can tell you how to enhance the device, because the regulation should be flexible enough so we can use different materials to achieve the same goal, which is sending that fish back to a place where it can survive. The swim bladder is another issue because the fisherman telling me some of these fish, the swim bladder is going to be damaged when you punch them, so they're going to die. You're going to be feeding the sharks. So I would propose, Mr. Chairman, that you need to answer to Jack about the white paper. But while that is happening, we should continue with the discussion for the betterment of the efforts that we have for outreach and education.
Graciela and then Julia.
A couple of things. The council has been working on a GIS, so we'll be able to provide you with the information. The problem is that when we've been talking about the areas that are selected, when you put the area and the species together, sometimes it gets blurred, so you don't know exactly what's coming from where, but at least we have all of the areas that were traditionally fished. So we should be able to look at that. Martha just sent me that there are a few reports between 2018 and 2021 regarding that specific area between the Hind Bank and the Grammatic Bank. Kevin has mentioned that, and the SSC mentioned the data mining efforts to make sure that the data are QA, quality assessed and controlled so that we can use all that information, which is extremely important. And then also data mine the old reports when the NASA grouper was actually reported to be harvested in the area. So we've done most of the PDFs from the very old reports. So we'll have all that history also available. And finally, in terms of involving the fishers in a specific project, I mean, there are ROVs that we can use to go to the areas that used to be Nassau grouper aggregation sites, for example, and perhaps do some kind of project with the fishers and scientists on board so that we can document if there are any changes in other aggregations that we didn't know about. But the FMP, the original FMP from 1985, has a couple of places that are marked by hand in that copy of the nautical chart that was used. So, I'm keeping track of all the ideas and what we need to do. And at some point, the council also had a Nassau grouper kit for the measurement so that you could measure and write down and keep track of, what was the size of the Nassau grouper. So just a few ideas. Thanks.
Julian.
Julian McGrath for the record. So this romantic bank has always been a hot issue for me. And the people that know me in here know from back in 1995, I was one of the fishermen that used to fishing directly on the bank during the spawning aggregation period. We were involved with the SFA when we put the seasonal closure. There was an emergency closure first put on the bank, and then we were involved with creating the seasonal closure for this area. We were also very instrumental in getting the size of the Gromanic Bank decreased to the present size that is being managed right now, due to the fact it's one small area where these fish come to spawn on that particular bank. It goes from 150 on the north of it, and it goes up to 108 right on top, one small spot of 90 something feet of water. That's where the fish actually spawn, but the whole area around it was protected. Of course, on the south side of the bank, it's all the deep water, the shelf, the end of the shelf. So, I understand Rick's concern of the alleyway, but those fish don't only travel through the alleyway. Those fish travel through the entire waters around the Virgin Islands. It's not they're coming through that alleyway alone to get to the bank. The original NASA grouper spawning aggregation site is inside of the MCD. The same area where the hinds spawn. And 14 square miles of closure from 1995. Completely no take. I can guarantee you that we have several spawning aggregations within that 14 square miles, because these fish are all over, from the very shallow waters to all the way out to the shelf. All year long, we see these fish. We've seen them. They're all over. More and more and more we are seeing them. So you have the NASA grouper that's been fully protected for 17 years and federally protected for 27. What do you expect the outcome of that is going to be? You expect the stock is growing. And I think what's happening is agencies, universities, scientists, whoever is getting the money to study these species, the hind, the group, the yellowfin grouper, the NASA grouper, they need to bring this information to the table. And I've been saying this for years. We see money given on an annual basis, millions of dollars, but we don't see the reports. So when we have the scientific and statistical committee meeting, they don't have that data before them to be able to do their job. They have to go and search for it and see if there's any papers out there. That information should be produced to them and produced to this council. So you have the tools to do your job, and on the other side of it, the fishermen are not the ones taking the hit. We don't want to see no more closed areas. I think we have done a good job with creating all the seasonal closures. We have the MCD, we got the Gromanic Bank, we got a coral reef monument. We had a presentation on lionfish earlier today. Do you know how many millions of lionfish are in those closed areas? Because they can't be caught. How much damage are they doing in those areas, where those areas are supposed to protect not only the fish that are spawning, but every species of fish that live within those areas? We only talk about the hind, we only talk about Grouper Unit 4, the NASA grouper, but all of those other species that we harvest come from within those areas. So it's a full protection for every species. We need to, and I continue saying this at every meeting also, all of these seasonal closures are in place, not only for the groupers, lane snapper, mutton snapper, deep water snapper, everything, for 17 years, and not one assessment has been done for us to know how those stocks are doing. So we have closures in place and we don't know if it's actually working or they're not working. And it's clearly stated in the SFA, not all seasonal closures work. Some of them do more harm to the species than rebuilding it. And where does that come from? Bycatch. So you got the deep water snappers, you got the lane snappers. Those are fish that when you're releasing them, a lot of times they don't survive. So all I ask of this council that you take the recommendations that the Fishermen Association has put forward by our president, and we sit down as a team and we gather the information and see what we can get out of it. There's a lot of information. How many fishers are actually fishing in that area? I know of 5, including myself. Do we fish in there all year round? No, because our fish move from place to place throughout different times of the year. So we move with our fish, but we know those times. That's one of my main areas that I fish for queen triggerfish. So if I was to take another hit there, my income, and I'm a queen triggerfish targeter, my income is going to be slashed big time. So we must be careful. We have a job to do to protect, conserve for the future generations, ecosystem, but we need to be careful how we do it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. To the white fish.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that the discussion has very good. Graciela, please take note of your recommendation so we can use it for the IRA funding, which is to look at the areas that we have closed and see what is inside. Some of this area are Jurassic Park for lionfish. So anyway, I believe that you have a suggestion following all the suggestions by the group from the RA, which is to develop a white paper. And for those of you who forgot about what a white paper is just a compilation of the information that we have, what is needed, what are the gaps. So you present that to the council for future actions or whatever. The other thing about studying the areas and the effectiveness, you always carry 2 sacks. They said that the scientists do this, and all of a sudden they say, well, you need an area that's 3 times this area to be closed. That happened in California, by the way. So the point is that if we follow the white paper suggestion, and it's something that is going to occur tomorrow, in order to do that, take some time. The staff is really up to here with a lot of work. So we're talking about 2024, maybe May, we can have a spring. We can have an update on with the white paper. The outreach and education can start tomorrow. That's something that Ali and I can work and with the local fishers. The descending devices is something that we're already working. So once Dr. Michelle Shatter finishes the video, we can start having the meetings with the fishers in one of the areas. In the case of St. Thomas St. John, we are going to rely on the association to invite other fishers. So we have those workshops there. And I hope that we can do it first part of 2024, the first quarter, we will have that. So what is the pleasure of the council, Mr. Chairman?
So we need a member to motion for the development of a white paper by staff. Greg Lowe. Okay. Sure. Can you help us out, Jack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, I think the motion could be to direct council to develop a white paper to address the questions. I guess I should wait until it comes up there. You ready? Direct staff to develop a white paper to address the points made in the paper developed by the St. Thomas Fishermen Association.
But we prepared the motion. Graciela suggested that now that we are going to meet in St. Thomas, in December, we can check whether the video that Dr. Shatter is working on will be ready. So she said, yes, we will try to have it ready by December, if not by May. But in next year, we can have a special meetings with the DAP St. Thomas to present that. And also we can invite the Marcos Hanke to give a sort of a workshop, a little bit workshop on how to construct the division. We have the materials and everything, and I believe that that will be a step in the right direction rather quick for December.
Jack,
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Chair, James Craigler made the
So we need to
motion,
correct.
but I'll second it.
Okay. So we put Craig Lowe as the motion maker and Jack McGovern as the seconder. So the motion is to direct staff to develop a white paper to address the points made in the letter presented by the St. Thomas Fishermen Association at the August 2023 meeting. All in favor, say aye. Motion by Craig Lowe, seconded by Jack McGovern. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Oh. Jack.
Jack McGovern for record. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one other thought is in the strategic plan are these reserves, and I think addressing them and is something that's, you know, we intend to do as a council. And I was wondering if maybe we could kind of prioritize Germanic Bank as one of the first in that strategic plan to evaluate.
Vance.
So I would beef up that statement. I mean, we know, for example, say in the letter dated, I don't know, the May, whatever, 22-23, regarding the expansion of the Gramani Bank, we, the council, request whatever,
Vance,
put some beef in it.
no, you are killing Robert rules. That's gone, that passed. But the record that was developed is enough for the staff to work on it. Don't worry about it.
So I didn't, what were we gonna do with what Jack just said about the 5-year strategic plan?
One of the suggestions, and this is something like Graciela and I we discussed it. We need to look into those reserves to see what is in it. And what Jack is saying, that was part of the strategic plan that the council developed, looking at all that. So that gives us enough support to develop a project, and hopefully it will be approved, to study, because this is something that the West Coast fishers already asked too, for especially for Tourmaline Bank. So we close these areas, but nobody knows really what's inside. And something that Julia mentioned, there is a term that they use in the Caribbean, the parachuters. They come to the Caribbean, they study the hell out of these areas, they go back to Minnesota, and you never see the report. Because the idea that they have is just to collect information for PhDs, master degrees, and all that. And I remember that Kevin McCarthy, some years ago, he identified this issue because we have a lot of studies made with NOAA money, but nobody knew where they were. So he started collecting them. That's what the center have, a good database on studies that we have in this area. But the point that Jack is bringing is what we need to follow. So we don't need a motion for that, but I have to report to you in December what is it that we have done with the proposed projects. And one of them could be a priority On August 22, the executive director will have a meeting with the NOAA people, the Washington people, to discuss possible studies that we can make. And that will be one of the top priorities that we have, for many reasons. The marine reserve are impacted by climate change. Not only the fishes, where they go and everything, but also the substrate, the habitat, the plants that Vance was mentioning this morning. And we can report back to you in December, where are we with this? And then you can make decisions, better informed decision as to where we're going. But I believe that the top priority of the council, you can have a motion for that, is to assess the status of the species under the management areas that we have closed for different reasons. By the way, there's a national effort, 30 by 30. We mentioned that before. And there's a paper that is going to come out. One of the authors is sitting over there, Alejandro Rivera. And the paper will have all the information that have been accumulated around the United States regarding area-based management, the needs for assessing what we have there, et cetera, et cetera. So rest assured that by the December meeting, Graciela and I will have some, so hopefully, good news as to the next steps to study these areas. Alida and I will make sure that we start working with the Outreach and Education in coordination with the St. Thomas Fisheries Association and the Division of Fish and Wildlife, because it's important that we have the cooperation. I already talked to Stenai and Angelique before about this same issue, so they're on board with what we need to do.
Okay, thank you. So we're gonna move right along. Graciela.
So it's very important now that we have the marine spatial planning meetings, and I think Julian, you're going to that one in St. Croix, to mention all of the areas that are impacted, that have a negative impact on fisheries. For example, I think that shipping lanes are still an issue for you, coming over the shelf, etc. The monument areas that have a no fishing regulation associated to them, and all of the other areas that are close to all fishing throughout the territory. So these are the things that, you know, the cables, anything that really has an impact on the habitat, that could have changed the habitat and therefore could have changed the function of that area as you knew it, needs to be brought up during the marine spatial planning meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Graciela. So we need to move on. I need to get through the enforcement report so that I can get Michelle Schreier a chance in other business. So we're gonna start with Puerto Rico DNR.
Yeah, perfect. I see better from my screen, sorry. Well, Ricardo Lopez, he is excused today because he is sick, but he worked with Yamire Perez this report, so let's look at the report. In Puerto Rico, we have some rules and laws to work with the fisheries. Law 21, this is to penalize anyone who throws waste in public or private places. Law 147, this is for the protection, conservation, management of coral reefs. Law 278, this is the Puerto Rico fisheries law. Law 430, this is for Navigation and Safety Act. Regulation 4860. This is the regulation for the use and surveillance, very important to avoid some illegal constructions. Regulation 6979. This is for registration, navigation, and aquatic safety. And one of the most important to this group is the Puerto Rico's Fisheries Regulation 49. Next slide, please. Okay. Well, from up to the bottom, the first is the law 147 for protection and conservation of coral reefs. Only one intervention. Law 278, only 2 interventions. But the regulations 7949, this is the fisheries regulations, 31 interventions. And then the others, the biggest is the law 430 for navigational safety with 246 interventions. The green is for the year 2023, and the blue is from December 22 to March 23. Okay, so next slide, please. Well, that's it.
Thank you, Danielle. Any questions for Danielle? Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson Grepo for the record. Daniela, I really worry about the situation that are having with the manatees in around Puerto Rico. Last week, another manatee was found dead. And I don't know if the federal enforcement and the local enforcement can do something, have a plan to attack this issue, because I think this is one of the years where most manatees are found dead, causing, by both impacts around the island. Adding to that is the situation that happened in the protected area with the huge amount of boats celebrating, parties, fun parties that are affecting the ecosystems. You are not, evaluating to develop one strategy to attack these issues.
Daniel Matos for the record. Nelson, I'll be glad to take your very important ideas and concerns to the secretary, and she will answer that properly. Thank you, Nelson.
Thank you, Nelson. Thank you, Danielle. We'll move forward to EPNR enforcement.
Good afternoon, Howard Forbes to the record. We are pleased to announce that we have made several milestone achievements. We have acquired 4 rapid response jet skis outfitted for law enforcement. 2 will be in each district. These skis are already in the territory. All officers have received personal watercraft training through the National Association of Boating Safety Law Administrator and are now certified to operate. In keeping with the initiative to expand Marine Patrol inventory, we have also acquired 4 new vessels, which will have 2 in each district also. The division will be in receivership of the vessels in late November at the end of the 2023 hurricane season. Pending cases. The division is currently investigating 2 posts on Facebook regarding the sale of NASA Grouper in the district of St. Thomas. Our patrol hours, dockside boating hours are 155. Our sea patrol hours, 135 hours. We had last month we had the fishers registration for the 2023 through the 2024 season. A total of 259 total fishers, commercial fishers has been registered. And let me break it down in district. St. Thomas, we had 118 registered commercial fishers with 16 helpers. On St. Croix, we had 141 commercial registered fishers and also 40 helpers. And that concludes the USVI report. Short and sweet.
Thank you. The questions for DPNR enforcement? Seeing no hands, for Coast Guard isn't here, so we're gonna go to NOAA Fisheries Office of Law Enforcement.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Manny Antoneris. I'm with NOAA's Office of Law Enforcement. And with me is Miguel Borges. Miguel is the special agent, for those that don't know him, new council members, that covers Puerto Rico and USVI. And like I said, actually haven't introduced myself, but I'm the assistant director for the Southeast Division. So we cover pretty much the same territory that Cyril covers. And for Puerto Rico and USVI, along with Miguel Borges, special agent, we have Alex Terrero. He's not present today, but he's stationed in St. Thomas, USVI. So for Caribbean updates, I'll start off here. This first thing I have to share here is offloads that we monitored for pelagic longline vessels that pull into the north side of Puerto Rico. Primarily, species we're looking at here are yellowfin tuna and some swordfish, and we've conducted several of those over the quarter since the last meeting. No violations detected on those offloads. Next slide, please. The Special Agent Borges also attended a 2-day blue marlin tournament, checking for compliance with HMS regulations. And he was present on both days, the registration. He was there to answer questions on HMS regulations, also assisting with some of the permitting and permit application process. And he was also there on the second day of the tournament. And DNER, Puerto Rico DNER, was also present there to measure any fish that were landed, and no violations detected at that particular tournament. And next slide, please. Just to emphasize our partnerships, we have in the Southeast Division now, I think 29 special agents and officers combined, covering all the states on the Eastern Seaboard and the Southeast, Gulf of Mexico, Puerto Rico, and USVI. So we are very limited and rely very much so on our state partners, our Coast Guard partners, specifically here in the Caribbean, PR, DNR, DRNA, USVI, DPNR, and then CBP, Air and Marine as well. We've done some work with FDA and also with the National Park Service. And for those of you that are not aware, we do have a joint enforcement agreement with both Puerto Rico and USVI. We've got agreements with pretty much all of the states in the Southeast Division, with the exception of North Carolina. We recently signed the agreement with USVI and are happy to work towards signing the agreement for the next JA cycle as well. Next slide, please. Trade monitoring. What we're doing here is primary focus is to protect our domestic seafood. We're doing inspections at ports for things like shrimp, crab, different fish species. And in doing so, we're looking for proper documentation, collaborating with other agencies at the ports, focusing primarily on SIMP, the Seafood Import Monitoring Program. And so for the recent activities, next slide, please. I've got an example of one of our inspections that were performed, that was performed in Puerto Rico. This particular exam was conducted with the CBP trade team and a U.S. Fish and Wildlife inspector. The container that we were looking at was coming from Japan that had reported as imitation crab meat. The container was put on hold because of a discrepancy between the master bill of lading and the House bill. The master bill displayed the product was imitation crab, while the other indicated the product was shark fins. And after a thorough exam of the container, it was determined that the product was actually crab meat, was released with no violations. Next slide, please. This is a joint patrol that was conducted with Puerto Rico DNER. It was a night patrol on the northern coast in Puerto Rico, looking for possible spear fishermen that are fishing at night. Patrol was also conducted at a local boat ramp that's frequented by fishermen. And this was really in response to two sea turtle carapaces that were found in the area. And it's believed that the turtles were killed and filleted for meat. No fishes were encountered on that particular patrol, but the investigations are still ongoing in that area. Next slide, please. Focusing more on USVI, our officer in St. Thomas conducted maritime patrol with CBP to detect illegal foreign fishing activity in Puerto Rico and USVI AOR. He also responded this quarter to a call from CBP in regards to a complaint of a vessel that was allegedly smuggling lobster. The vessel was interdicted in U.S. waters coming from BVI and was in possession of lobster. The boat was directed to the National Park Service, where the catch was examined, or the product was examined. And inspection revealed that the crew and vessel had all necessary permits, and a couple minor infractions were documented. Our officer also participated in a joint patrol with CBP AMO in the Red Hook area, checking vessels arriving at the ferry dock. He also responded to some violations in Sapphire Beach Marina. We have some ongoing investigations in that area as well. We also have some future joint ops planned with USVI to conduct enforcement activities. And I believe last quarter, we reported on some St. Croix patrols in both federal and state waters. And thank you to USVI for offering us some of their officers and patrol vessels. Next slide, please. This is a follow-up on a ESA investigation that was initiated by USVI DPNR. Defendant there that you see listed on the screen pled guilty to 2 counts and was sentenced to 1 year probation and a fine of $500,000. And we also have a sentencing that's pending for the second defendant, which is scheduled in district court for August 31st in St. Croix. Next slide, please. I'd like to also share with the council, I did pass on a press release about a month and a half ago that came out of San Juan, and it was the announcement from the U.S. Attorney's Office, Puerto Rico, and in USVI, and through the Environmental Crimes Group, Department of Justice in Washington, D.C., announcing the formation of an Environmental Crimes Task Force in USVI in Puerto Rico. And I was here in Puerto Rico for that announcement. The announcement in the document with DOJ, you can see the particular attention underscoring that essentially all the agencies that participated are ongoing commitments to environmental justice, which feeds into some of the stuff that we discussed earlier today. Essentially a principle that combines the environmental protection by examining whether all people or income are receiving fair treatment and meaningful involvement with respect to development and implementation and enforcement of environmental laws. So that was a very big deal for us. We're happy to announce that back in May. And as part of that task force, some of you may have read in the newspapers with respect to the Hobos Bay matter. Federal grand jury, District of Puerto Rico returned 2 indictments charging Luis Enrique Rodriguez Sanchez and Pedro Luis Bonas Torres with violations of the Clean Water Act and the Rivers and Harbors Act relating to the illegal construction and deposit of material in the wetlands and waters of the Hobos Bay, or the Hobos Bay National Estuarine Reserve. There were various federal agencies that were involved in that investigation, including the EPA, the FBI, U.S. Department of Criminal Investigation. I'm sorry, the Army CID Division, Department of Commerce Inspector General, our office, along with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. And according to the indictment from approximately January of 2020 through October of 22, the 2 subjects knowingly discharged fill material from excavation and earth moving equipment into the wetlands and the waters of the United States in violation of the Clean Water Act. And they were also charged with building structures within navigable waterways of the United States without authorization of the Secretary of Army in violation of the Rivers and Harbors Act. And as a follow-up to that case, Miguel Borges also assisted with the arrests of 2 subjects involved in that case. Next slide, please. Just highlighting some of our outreach education. That's a major component of our program. Just one example from this quarter, Miguel met with an importer who previously received an enforcement action for one of those seafood import monitoring violations I mentioned earlier. Importer requested the meeting in order to better understand the SIMP program. And the meeting was held at the importer's facility with the in-house customs broker. And Miguel provided the broker with the SIMP compliance guide and answered questions that both parties had. I'll just touch on priorities. We talked about this at the last meeting. We worked on our national priorities document, and we held meetings with each of the councils, and in the Caribbean, we did hold meetings with all the DAP members as well. That report, we were waiting on NOAA Fisheries Strategic Plan, which is also being put together for the years for 2022 through 2025. The public comment closed for that. And we will link the web story for the 22 through 25 priorities along with the annual priorities, and we'll get that out to the council as well. And the final slide I have is for our OLE resources. You can see there we have our priorities, annual reports. We've got some IUU information as well. And then we have a link to subscribe to the NOAA Fishery Bulletin, excuse me. And there's also information on the cases that have been charged by NOAA's Office of General Counsel, cases that we referred, some of which are cases that were referred by our state partners. And next slide. That concludes the report. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions for Noah OLE? Gerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Verification on the amount of the penalty. I think I heard 500,000 or $500.
$500.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that concludes most of our meeting. Kevin, do you want to make a SSC?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center. I want to revisit the request that we've got to have an SSC meeting sometime in the next, say, 6-8 weeks, so that we can work with the SSC on a couple of issues for CDAR 80, the Virgin Islands part of CDAR 80 that is incomplete, so that we can hopefully finish this up in December or the November-December meeting, whenever the SSC meeting is in the early winter.
Graciela, please take note of that so we can, don't forget, if the meeting is virtual, it's easier. If it's in person, we need to look for the hotel. And it had to be announced, send the announcement to the fair racers 30 days before.
Right, virtual is fine for us because we'll be at the end of the year and travel becomes problematic for us. So virtual's great.
Okay, so other business, we have Michelle Schreier.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Scherer. Full disclosure, I am part of the SSC of this council, but today I am here bringing my own personal opinions. And the idea of presenting today is a little bit piggybacking on what Ruth and the St. Thomas Fishermen Association just brought forward. I just wanted to give you an update on the Bajo de Sico, which is an area managed by the council. So this council is the de facto manager for various areas in the US Caribbean. And what I've done is I've gone through the CFMC record and brought out some important issues that I'd like to remind everybody where we are today. So back in 1996 was first established to protect grouper spawning aggregations. The area of Bajo de Sico is 31 kilometers square, and it was originally closed for 3 months. After that, in 2008, there was a letter by the Puerto Rico Department of Natural Resources because in 2007, they amended the Puerto Rico fisheries regulation to include no bottom tending gear in the territory jurisdiction waters of Bajo de Sico. But after that, there was a letter to the council where they were looking forward to explore a joint no-take designation or any other means to protect Bajo de Sico. And they were requesting ideas during the year of the reef framework. I didn't find anything in the record responding to this, but the letter is there for everyone to look over. If we go on to 2010, that's when there was an amendment number 3 to the reef fish management plan where the closure should only have 1 E, but it was supposed to be 6 months. So that's what we have up to today. In 2012 was when we first observed Nassau grouper aggregating to spawn at Bajo de Sico. And since then, we've been involved in research to better understand the habitat use and abundance suggested at the aggregation was vulnerable but to bycatch in April. So sort of a little bit of what Ruth was bringing to the table. I am also bringing to the table that preliminarily we have fish that are vulnerable to bycatch after the close season ends. And every time we finish a cycle of research or a project, we try to come to this council and present and are available, and that's also on the record. So if anybody hasn't seen the research, they come back into the record, or anybody here that has my email can contact me and we can clarify the results so far. But research publications take time. So we have to wait until those papers come out so that we can present them. But we're happy to clarify any doubts anybody may have. So in 2016, we have the listing of the Nassau grouper as a threatened species in our waters. And after that, we had a biological opinion, sort of what we were talking about today earlier. And at that time, it was cited in this document that there were regulatory mechanisms and law enforcement had not been effective in preventing fishing at the spawning aggregation sites. So this is one of the major reasons that it was listed, was lack of compliance during the aggregations. So this is something that is guiding us towards what we need to do to effectively protect them when they are most vulnerable. Additionally, according to Farmer, where NASA grouper specific regulations do exist, law enforcement in many foreign countries is less than adequate. And I'm not sure if he was counting Puerto Rico as a foreign country, but it happens here too, because we still see NASA grouper in our restaurants and our fish houses. In 2020, at the 172nd council meeting, the Añasco Fishers Association proposed a 12-month closure to the core area. Si lo puedes subir un chiquito, Cris. They argued that NASA grouper did not occur with deepwater snappers. And I remember after that presentation, and it's actually on the record, that a council member said he did not agree in opening another can of worms. And since then, this action has not been discussed, or this proposal. During this year, we're observing in our shallow areas, just as the fishers predicted, an unprecedented amount of juvenile NASA grouper in our nearshore areas. This has been seen in Rincón, in Cabo Rojo, Lajas, Guánica, and Guayanilla. So these little guys are measuring less than 20 centimeters, which indicates they were spawned this year. So thanks to the sacrifices of protecting spawning aggregations like the one south of St. Thomas, which we have documented increased the spawning stock. This year, we may be seeing a settlement event that we've never seen before, thanks to those closures and those increases in NASA grouper spawning off the east coast of Puerto Rico. So even though we have 3 different management plans, we're talking about shared resource because it's very plausible that the currents are bringing these larvae to the south and western coast from the east coast. So I think all the recommendations that were in the letter of the St. Thomas Fishers Association, I would actually propose that we also discuss it for Bajo de Sico. And in my conversations with various partners that are at this table and outside of here, I just want to bring 5 points to your attention that have been discussed previously and that are actually contained in 3 publications that just came out this month that hopefully we'll have time to discuss with you thoroughly at the next council meeting. Number 1, that the aggregation is vulnerable after the closed season ends at Bajo de Sico. Number 2, that NASA grouper are residing on the top part of this bank year round. And this is a very particular case because they only use areas shallower than 90 meters. Third, fishers requested access to the deeper waters around the core area for 12 months of the year. And I was wondering if maybe with the Science Center, we could look at how many fishers are reporting landings from the area of Bajo de Sico, where by the species composition or by the depths that they report, we could actually see what the impact is being during those 6 months of the closure based on those catch rates. In our conversations with enforcement staff, especially regarding the JEA, it would be simpler if there is black and white straight lines, and we address that in the proposal of closing the closed area, the core area during 12 months. And finally, one of the limitations that we are encountering in our waters is that NOAA 4D rule is necessary for law enforcement to be able to pursue an endangered species case in our waters. So basically, I just wanted to bring this as a friendly reminder to this council as managers of this area, very important area for fisheries on the West Coast. If it could be added to the white paper request or maybe another one. I think we would be doing a better service to document and also respond to the sacrifice that fishers are making by not using some areas because a threatened species is there. And as we've seen in the Virgin Islands, it can work. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Graciela.
Michelle, I couldn't tell from the nautical chart picture. Is that all within the EEC or is that? So that's the shallower part of Bajo de Sea. Thanks.
Okay. So, we have a public comment period, There's none. So the request was by Michelle to include this in the white paper, or should we do a separate? Any recommendations? Vanessa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I choose that, suggest that make this separate, that because we already have the FMPs separate for each area. So if we have to make a paper for Puerto Rico and need a motion, I will, please, Jack, if you can help us with the language.
I would like to ask the people who are gonna prepare this. Maria, más fácil, it's easier, yeah, your people. It will be easier to have two or one, so two will be preferable.
This is Maria Lopez. I think what I'm understanding is this is a request for prioritization of certain things, right? So a priority will be the area of Bajo de Seco, the priority will be the Gramanic Bank in terms of the NASO. And I think that's perfectly fine, falls within the strategic plan, put us in, in some agenda to get these things done. There's interest, there's a lot of cooperation. So I think we could probably pursue like a separate motion to do this so we can divide the work somehow and start planning. So that will be my recommendation. I wouldn't put them together, although the information will be together, or maybe we can decide when we sit down if this is something that can be together. But the important thing is that, under the strategic plan for Puerto Rico, the objective, I think it was in section 4, that is the one that talks about evaluating the seasonal closures and the seasonal areas. I mean, that will fall under it. It's under its own FMP, so it needs its own motion.
Jack.
Jack McGovern for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree with what Maria says, and I think two motions would be good in two separate documents. And I think, we could get a team of folks working on these and then maybe come back at a December meeting after that and just, kind of a progress report of where we are and where the gaps are and where we need help. And so.
Okay, thank you. So Vanessa, motion? Oh, I need this.
And if you have help. If
Go ahead.
Vanessa Ramirez for the record, if Jack could help me with the language, please.
No, we can copy the other language and just change that.
Okay.
Cambiar el sitio y da lo mismo. Rather than, we can say rather than the white paper for Bajo de Seco to assess the status of the National Group of Fishery and others. Y lo de Similar Point lo puedo quitar porque no.
So take out Gramanic Bank and
Graciela ayuda para que.
sorry, take that out. Nassau grouper, and if we're talking about the specificity of the Nassau grouper, then that we should concentrate on that. So take out and others, please.
No, Graciela, in the case of Puerto Rico, maybe leave another just in case. It doesn't, the white paper, if they don't find another, that's it. But the NASA grouper will be the priority, and if they find another species, that's it.
Maria.
Just a question for clarification, when we're talking about the others, but because we know Bajo de Sico was put together for the Red Hind, right? So it's a Red Hind aggregation area, but in this particular case, we are requesting just to focus on the Nassau for in the beginning, or you want, we're just evaluating the whole thing. It's just for clarification, the closure, the area closure.
Yeah, for the council, we make emphasis on as a group, but we want to evaluate the whole thing. That's a recommendation by the Fishers DAP Puerto Rico in the summer. And this is a response to the recommendation.
Michelle.
Yeah, I just would say copy the questions that Ruth presented, because if we're talking about socioeconomic impacts, we're talking about bait fish, we're talking about deep water snappers all around. So that's where I would think it's more useful to show everything and then see how it parses out. Thank you.
But in the case of the motion, there's just a white paper, and the white paper copy everything that you want. So in order to make it quick, so the chairman won't have an attack for the time, staff to develop a white paper to address the status of the Nassau grouper and others in Bajo de Sico area. Quitarle los similar points. But with the record, it is understood that the white paper writers will incorporate what the Ruth's presentation and Michelle's comments. And don't go away very far, because we're probably knocking on your door for the white paper too. ¿Está bien? So you need a second.
Okay, Lelo.
Vanessa Ramirez for the record, the motion to direct staff to develop a white paper to address the issues requests for Nassau grouper and others in the Bajo del Sico area.
I need a second. So the motion is to direct staff to develop a white paper to address issues requested for Nassau grouper and others in the Bajo del Sico area. Motion by Vanessa Ramirez, seconded by James Craiglow. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Yeah, anybody for public comment? No hay público. Vanessa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. In this time, I will want to present a situation that the fishermen from the west side, especially in the Cabo Rojo area, are having as part of the Association of Fishermen in Puerto Real. Since we have in the last March, the incident where sadly a federal police died. After that, our commercial fishermen have been having a lot of situation with the federal police that was assigned to the area. And it's specifically in the case that when they stop the fishermen, they are stopping them as if they are already doing something wrong. So they don't stop like the regular enforcement of NOAA and Coast Guard they are very respectful. They just stop them, start telling them in a bad way to stop the boat, get out of everything, put your hands up with long guns on their face. And also, as you know, most of our commercial boats are small, and they practically obligate them to put side by side. And the big boat, of course, cause damage to the small boats. And they also ask them to don't even ask them to present their license. They ask them to throw their bags so that they will search for the information and for everything that they have in their personal bags. So I think that this situation, it's out of control right now. I don't know where we have to address this, but it's a situation that sadly, practically weekly, we have an incident in that area, especially with the federal agents that are from another area. I think that maybe they don't recognize the stamp of the commercial fishermen. And of course, we know that the situation was a bad issue in the federal waters, but we need to let them know how they can identify commercial fishermen boat and how to introduce themselves. And because just imagine you're running to your work and some police stop you and put a gun on your face just because you're driving.
You're talking about custom people? Immigration.
they are identified as federal police. They have the jackets as federal police. They don't even want to identify themselves.
Well, we had a similar situation one time, long time ago. And Sigran and the council, we put together a workshop on the West Coast. Actually, it was in Maya West, and we were talking about custom, migrations, FURA, the Puerto Rico Maritime Unit, and the National Marine Fisheries Service. By the way, National Marine Fisheries Service was innocent. It was on one guy, and he knew how to behave. And Miguel is also here, so he knows how to behave. So there's very little the council can do in these cases. Okay, the only thing that we can do is put together this workshop, similar workshop. Very quick at that workshop, a fisherman was intervened by this AN custom in a very bad manner. He was shot at, and another was intervened when he was on the road with a boat. And it became such a situation that we had this workshop. And we have Recursos Naturales, all the federal agencies, even the Coast Guard, Auxiliary Patrol was there. And it was kind of interesting because the fisherman who was intervened, when the boss of customs in Puerto Rico asked, who was that guy? I want to know who the guy was. The fisherman didn't want to say anything. Because the boss said, if that guy was identified that night, he would be fired on the spot. And the fisherman was mindful about the job of that guy. And that's the guy that was shot at in Puerto Rico of the Sacheo. So the point is that the fishermen were not concerned with penalizing anybody. What they wanted to do was to have a time where people can be instructed how to intervene with the fishers. Let me tell you something else. Custom, they are like God. They stop you and you don't stop, they can shoot at you. Migration is the same. And we have a situation in the west coast of Puerto Rico. The Coast Guard, they are different, but still they have the problem. So if the council wants to pursue this a little bit further, we'll have to discuss it here because again, heart attack here because of the time. We can put together something between here and December. We can come back and talk to you. I will talk to Sigran and see if we can do a similar workshop. But a fisherman, for example, was stopped 3 times during the same day and for 3 different agents. And one of them have a gun to his face. So Mr. Chairman, we can do that. So
Vanessa and then Miguel.
Thank you, Vanessa Ramirez, for the record. I just want to clarify that these incidents have not been with the enforcement that we usually have in here. And I have the opportunity to talk of one of them in the marina, and most of them are coming from the Gulf or the South Atlantic divisions. So it's not people that is usually in this area. They just were assigned just because of the situation. They still around sometimes, but it's only to address it the way that they are supposed to, and be more respectful with our commercial fishermen. Not all of them are in drugs or, thanks.
Miguel.
Hi, I'm Miguel Borges for the record. Vanessa, I understand what you're saying. So trying to get to a common ground, I could volunteer to make a meeting with you and the supervisors of the unit that you're talking about. I know them, so we could sit down, talk it over. And I think something that has to be addressed. So I could volunteer to set up that meeting with those units and then we could talk it over.
That's good. You include the Coast Guard and all those people?
It could be the Coast Guard, but the ones you're saying, it's not the Coast Guard. So I think we could start first with the units there because it's also, if we wait for everybody to be there, it'll take forever and then nothing's gonna get done. So I propose first meet with the units there in Cabo Rojo, the ones she's talking about, and then with Vanessa also, I'll be there too. And then we could, start talking.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, because that better. So we wait until this happens and then we don't do anything until that happens. And
Thanks.
The Coast Guard also asked me, anyway, the Coast Guard stopped a fisherman in Vieques because he was fishing a strawberry grouper. They confiscated his catch, the boat and everything. And he asked for one call and he called me. He said, Miguel, he used a Spanish flourish words. to tell me they stopped me and they had this, and so I had to talk to the Coast Guard who was there. I said, sir, we don't have strawberry groupers. It's red hind. You have to go to Florida to get strawberry groupers. But that guy then asked the Coast Guard, big chief, to start workshops identifying fish. And we have that since that time. The Coast Guard that often, I used to go, but now Graciela and Marco sometimes they go. So step in the right direction. So we wait for you.
Okay, so the next council meeting will be December 5th and 6th on St. Thomas, 2023. And I want to give a special thank you to a Senore Cordero in the back for his excellent job with the translation. And it's 5:17, the CFMC 182nd meeting is adjourned. Everybody have a good trip back. Happy hour. ¿Quién? Oh. Sí.